Chapter 1528. Kill. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. The sky was instantly dyed red with blood. A torrential rain of blood mixed with severed limbs rained down. What kind of scene was that? In the sky, on the ground, everywhere one could see was a bloody battle. This was a true doomsday. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of living beings died on the spot. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. The 18 demon emperors of the demon clan dropped their hands. The celestial demon emperor's demonic shadow palm fell, and 10 Emperor Wus died on the spot. A supreme being to a lesser celestial Emperor Wu could be killed in an instant. There was no chance for him to retaliate. The 7 primes of the Kunlun realm attacked together. The heaven-punishing corpse god was like a ferocious beast in human form as he rampaged about. Those who stood in front of him were smashed to death and turned into a mist of blood. Finally, the Iron Demon Monarch of the 18 Demon Monarchs blocked Shao Qin's path and laughed strangely. These two powerhouses with pinnacle physical bodies quickly clashed with each other. Their fists collided directly with each other. The Iron Demon race was innately impervious to swords and spears, and the corpse race's fleshly body was similarly not inferior. What was even more advantageous was that the corpse race was intelligent from a young age. They could practice cultivation techniques and martial techniques. They had an extremely deep foundation. Even if the Iron Demon's physical body was stronger, it would not be easy to deal with the corpse race. The eldest brother, Ingzongtian, opened his palm and a strong light burst out. The sun behind him soared into the sky and he struck out with his palm. The radiance of the sun spread out, and an empty space immediately appeared in front. All the demonic beasts and human cultivators would die. So. Of the 18 demon monarchs, the figures of the Ice Demon Monarch and the Flower Demon Monarch flashed, clashing with Big Brother Ing. Emperor Forsaken stood on top of the Divine Kingdom. He was also fighting 1 against 2, resisting the Celestial Demon Emperor and a supreme demonic beast. A steady stream of faith power poured into his body, causing his body to grow bigger and bigger. With the divine sword in his hand, he was like a real deity, unbelievably powerful. The peak primes of the Kunlun realm were all extremely strong. However, the situation was still not optimistic. Because there were too few of them, each of them basically had to face 2 people at a time, so they couldn't split up. Several king-grade demonic beasts were ferocious and bloodthirsty. They tore the corpses of the Kunlun realm cultivators with one swipe of their claws. Then they opened their mouths wide and ate with relish. These powerful magical beasts all had their own intelligence. They were extremely cunning and vicious. Ha 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 ha. This feels great. It's been a long time since I've drunk blood to my heart's content. This is much more delicious compared to the flesh of other magical beasts. A black demonic condor spoke the human language. Every time it attacked, its hard claws would bring forth a rain of blood. After that, the eagle opened its beak wide and swallowed the remains of dozens of cultivators, appearing extremely cruel. The eyes of the 10 blue-robed emperor-level martial artists were bloodshot. They wanted to avenge their companions. However, the difference in strength was too great, and this was like trying to smash a rock with an egg. You overestimate yourself. The black demon condor snorted coldly. Pa! Just as it was about to pounce and kill again, a whip with flickering lightning bolts lashed at it ruthlessly. Bastard, die! It was Injuanshi. His true dragon lightning whip lashed through the air, mangling this demon condor and sending its feathers flying everywhere. The black demon condor roared furiously. I'm going to kill you and swallow you alive. You guys go first. Leave this to me. Injuanshi said to the 10 blue-robed emperor-level martial artists. Many thanks, young hero. And after the other Emperor Wu thanked Injuanshi, they immediately rushed to the other battlefields. On the other side of the battlefield, Shimen Bao rushed over and hugged a humanoid demonic wolf. No matter how that demonic wolf tore at his body, Shimen Bao did not let go. Just a second ago, 2 of Shimen Bao's seniors died in the mouths of this demonic wolf to protect him. Kasu. Blood spurted out as the other side of Shimen Bao's body was torn off. However, Shimen Bao's only hand still held on tightly. Ha ha ha. Die, you stinky dog. Shimen Bao laughed loudly and chose to self-detonate, dying together with this demonic wolf that was far stronger than him. Not far away, Shimen Bao's good friend, the outstanding talent of the battle realms, Niu Deng had bloodshot eyes as he roared, "Shimen Bao!" However, no matter how Niu Deng shouted, he could not change the result. In the intense explosion, Shimen Bao died without a complete corpse. Kill. When Niu Deng saw this scene, he immediately went berserk, going berserk. Niu Deng held his saber and chopped down, ignoring the wounds on his body. As Shui Lingling stood on the profound sunbird, she held the Emperor Yi shooting sun bao in her hand. This transcendent divine weapon continuously fired arrows. Her arrows were arrows that could kill, but they were also arrows that could save lives. Countless demons and demonic beasts died miserably under these arrow lights. Her arrow lights also saved countless Kunlun realm cultivators. Her figure flickered in the air, appearing ethereal and unfathomable. She remained expressionless, already numb to killing. Not long after the battle started, before both sides clashed, the Kunlun realm's camp had already lost more than 100 Emperor Wus. Below Emperor Wu there were even more deaths. The demon race's losses were equally startling, perhaps even more. This made Xing Wang and Fa Wang frown slightly. Unexpectedly, the various races of the Kunlun realm, which originally had intense internal strife, were so united in this final battle. Xiao Chun and the Kunlun Palace's palace master did not make a move. This was because Xing Wang, Fa Wang, and the treasure master, the Thunder King, did not make a move either. Many cultivators charged over to Xiao Chen's side, and all sorts of intense battles ensued. Xiao Chen's already calm heart could not help but ripple. A baleful air appeared on his face. Xiao Chun, don't ever let the baleful air control you. Otherwise, today's battle will cast a shadow on you. Your future path of martial arts can be considered as crippled. You still have a long way to go. You still have a long way to go. The Kunlun Palace's palace master, the Saber Demon, who was of the same generation as the Thunder King, said calmly. Xiao Chun nodded and said, I will control it. It's time for me to make a move. The Saber Demon's expression changed, and he suddenly vanished from Xiao Chen's side. This was because Xing Wang and Fa Wang also moved at this moment. The Saber Demon drew his saber. It was an extremely strange scimitar that looked like a crescent moon, flickering with a scarlet light. Saber Demon, after not seeing you for 1,000 years, let me see if your saber techniques have improved. Xing Wang laughed loudly, and his axe, which was connected to a chain, charged into the air. The sinister Fa Wang smiled coldly, and an abyssal demonic flame burned on his fingertips as he moved silently. Both sides were very familiar with each other. Soon they started fighting. The Saber Demon was very strong. Even when fighting 1 against 2, he did not end up at a disadvantage. Xiao Chun looked at the treasure master. The entire world seemed to vanish. There was only the treasure master in his eyes. This was a strong opponent. 10,000 years ago, the treasure master was second only to the Qing emperor. For the past 10,000 years, the treasure master had been the strongest person of the Kunlun realm. Furthermore, he had hidden his strength. Even though the treasure master had already surpassed Prime, comprehended Great Tao energy, cultivated the Thunder domain, the Ice domain, and the Blue Dragon War body, he still could not be careless when facing this person. Against this person, he could not afford to be careless at all. After all, it was very likely that a single mistake would result in death. The price of death would be the destruction of the entire Kunlun realm. The price was too high. The treasure master could not bear it. The lunar shadow saber trembled slightly. It was not clear whether it was excited or nervous to face the true culprit of Sang Mu's death. Xiao Chun, you are not a match for me. Back then, the Qing emperor fell at my hands. Today you will fall at my hands as well. However, this time you will not be as lucky as the Qing emperor. The treasure master, the Thunder King, smiled coldly and punched at Xiao Chun. Boom! Loud thunder burst out of the Thunder King's body. Resplendent electricity flickered on his fist. The sky suddenly turned dark, and dense thunderclouds filled the sky. Xiao Chun shouted, and the 10,000 dragon force in his body spread out. Countless dragon-shaped strands of energy reverberated in the air. When facing the Thunder King's punch, Xiao Chun did not show any fear. He clenched his fist, and tens of thousands of strands of energy gathered, forming a dragon cauldron on his fist light. Bang! The two fists clashed, and the two quickly moved back. Shock flashed in their eyes. Xiao Chan was shocked by his opponent's lightning-attributed energy, while the Thunder King was shocked by Xiao Chen's vital qi. Unexpectedly, after the Dragon Cauldron was formed, it would be so strong. Interesting. However, this is just the beginning. My lightning-attributed energy has already mutated. Take this properly. The Thunder King snorted coldly, and the purple lightning on his body suddenly changed, turning into black lightning. Bolts of black lightning extended from his body, spreading out like a spiderweb, looking as terrifying as the tentacles of a demonic god. Xiao Chan narrowed his eyes. This is lightning. It actually merged with the purest demonic qi of the demonic world. The lightning contained many negative energies: grief, worry, horror, despair, and pain. When mixed together, it looked incredibly ugly. Chapter 1529. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. This lightning was truly strange. Although the other party had not broken through the Thunder Domain and comprehended the Thunder Dao like Xiao Chan, he had already cultivated his lightning-attributed energy to the peak. However, Xiao Chan had already cultivated his lightning-attributed energy to the peak, even opening up a new path and coming up with new tricks. Xiao Chen's great Dao energy of the Saber Dao was still in its initial stages, so he might not have much of an advantage. Again, the Thunder King shouted. The scar on his face looked exceptionally sinister as he punched again. His movement technique was exquisite. With every step he took in the air, electric light flickered under his feet. It was like he was walking on flat ground. The force under his feet was very heavy, making his aura exceptionally stable. The condensed thunder might was like a mountain. As it flickered, it moved forward step by step, as if the mountain peaks were connected. By the time it reached Xiao Chen, it had formed a majestic mountain range that rose and fell undulating endlessly. The force of this punch looked ordinary. However, it was extremely mighty and had many tricks up its sleeves. With one glance, Xiao Chan could tell that this punch was completely different from the earlier one. Xiao Chan sheathed the lunar shadow saber at his waist, and a vast Dao might spread out. A faint Dao disc appeared behind him, flickering with a weak saber light. As the Dao disc slowly spun, Xiao Chen's Dao might sank like an erupting volcano storing up energy. When the other party's fist light approached, Xiao Chan shouted coldly and punched decisively. Bang! 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 The two punches clashed, each strike striking the other's body. The two clashed head-on. The sound was even louder than thunder. The sound waves that erupted out made one's heart tremble. However, the strange thing was that the space around the two did not break. That was because their auras were simply too powerful, too condensed, and firmly locked down the surrounding space. The black lightning on the Thunder King fist light contained countless kinds of negative emotions. Although it looked like an ordinary punch, in reality it was full of changes. Every move had a different state. Furthermore, it created all sorts of horrifying illusions for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's heart remained unmoved. His state of cycle continuously changed as well. Slaughter, destruction, despair, pain, grief, and death formed one illusion after another, dispelling the interference of the other party's negative emotions. After fighting for half a day, the two of them exchanged more than 1,000 moves. Neither of them could do anything to the other. The war between the Kunlun realm and the demonic world also reached its climax. Tens of millions of cultivators, demons, and demonic beasts from both sides clashed. Tragic sounds of fighting could be heard endlessly. It was like hell on earth, the end of the world. As time passed, the situation became increasingly disadvantageous to the Kunlun realm. The demonic world's kings outnumbered the Kunlun realms by 3 times. At first, they could barely hold on, but slowly, the 1-on-2 turned into a 1-on-3, and then a 1-on-4. The results were getting worse and worse. Am I going to die? The Thunder and Lightning Palaces in Juanxi was incomparably fatigued. He could no longer remember how many demons and demonic beasts he had killed. In the end, he was stopped by 3 king-level demons, Emperor Wu. Fighting 1 against 3, he was gradually losing ground. 2 sovereign martial emperors of the Thunder Demon race, and a 3-headed demon hound looked at him coldly. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, boundless snow drifted down. Amid the snowflakes, a huge ice palm smashed into the 3-headed demon hound. Kasie! The huge ice palm was like an ice mountain as it smashed the 3-headed demon hound into pieces. And Juanxi, are you going to give up so soon? The one who came was by Wuxia. When he saw that Anjuanqi was in danger, he immediately rushed over to provide support. Don't worry. I absolutely will not die before you do. Ha ha ha. Anjuanqi felt a warmth in his heart. He laughed loudly and said, Come, let's attack together. Good. The two fought side by side, not exchanging any pleasantries. Then they threw themselves back into battle. While Anjuanqi could be saved, Xiahojue would not be so lucky. By the time his father put down his opponent and rushed over, Xiahojue had already died. When his father put down his opponent and rushed over, Anjuanqi's lower body had already been bitten off by a king-grade demonic wolf. His aura was very weak and he would die soon. My son! The white tiger holy lord could not help shouting hoarsely, tears streaming down his face. Xiahojue smiled bitterly and reached out to touch his father's face. He said, Lord Father, don't be sad. This child failed to live up to your expectations. My greatest regret in this life is losing face at the king conferral ceremony, letting down your efforts. I'm really sorry. Don't say any more. It's all in the past. Don't worry. I'll bring you away. I'll treat you. Go? Where can we go? The Kunlun realm will be gone. Where will our home be? Lord Father. Before Xiahojue could finish speaking, he suddenly smacked the ground with his right palm. It was like the final radiance of the setting sun. Half of Xiahojue's body soared into the air, flying towards a huge demonic snake. Then there was an intense explosion with a loud bang. Xiahojue perished together with that king-grade demonic snake, dying without a complete corpse. Ah! The three holy masters could not help feeling grief. They roared with bloodshot eyes. Damn it! Brother Xia! The profound martial gate's holy son, Feng Wuji, who had grown up with Xiahojue, was stunned for a moment. The price for this moment was a few more wounds on his body. Tragic scenes played out everywhere. The Kunlun realm cultivators, who held a numerical disadvantage, had to do their best to fight. This was because there was already no way out. The people behind the mountains were all innocent people and low-level cultivators who were not even martial monarchs. To the demonic world, these people were like sacrifices and food. They could not resist at all. Chuyang, I'm very tired. I think I'm going to sleep. The Moon Palace's holy daughter paled as she lay weakly on Chu Yang's back in Zodiac Hall. She seemed to be talking in her sleep. In that case, go to sleep. Don't think too much. I'll wake you up. Chu Yang smiled gently. The sword light in his hand was as resplendent as the sun, chopping a blood demon Emperor Wu in half. Although Chu Yang was smiling, tears flowed down silently from the corners of his eyes. All right. In that case, remember to wake me up. I'm going to sleep. Fu Hongyao no longer showed any signs of life. His arm holding Chu Yang fell silently. Pu Ci. Pu Ci. Chu Yang, who had already forced back several groups of blood demon martial emperors, suffered several sword wounds. Before he could say anything, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. A few blood demon martial emperors drew their swords, and Chu Yang fell to his knees. Chu Yang, who had already exhausted all his primordial energy, simply could not treat this wound. His life force drained rapidly, but he could not do anything about it. Sorry, I can't wake you up. Right after Chu Yang spoke, he fell to the ground, dying together with Fu Hongyao. Damn! They are finally dead. These two dogs are already dead. Yet they are still stuck together. Split them up and tear them into 10,000 pieces. A blood demon martial emperor said coldly as he vomited a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, a ghostly sword light swept by, and the heads of a few blood demon cultivators, who were about to take action, flew up, instantly chopped in half. A blood demon martial emperor immediately exclaimed in horror. Who? Who is playing tricks? Yanshur-san. Ka-sie. At some point in time, the swordsman of killing Yanshur-san appeared behind this blood demon martial emperor. With a backhand swing, he stabbed the blood demon martial emperor's heart of an emperor, instantly killing him. When Yanshur-san saw the two corpses tangled together on the ground, he could not help stopping, even though he did not care much about life and death. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yanshur-san showed a cold expression as he looked at the two corpses, not moving at all. However, Yanshur-san continuously swung his sword with his right hand. He did not even look behind him. Sword lights flashed, chopping up a group of blood demon cultivators that tried to sneak up on him, causing them to scream miserably. In the end, Yin Shan still left. He calmly scanned the battlefield. Most of the places needed reinforcements, so he chose the place with the most severe situation and silently walked over. Yin Shan's strength was unfathomable. He clearly possessed the strength of a ninth heaven martial emperor, but he did not leak out his aura at all. As Yin Shan walked around the battlefield with a murderous sword, no one could stop him. Yin Shan resolved another encirclement and chopped off the head of the final enemy. Just as he was about to sheath his sword, just as he was about to withdraw his sword, the headless bodies of the demons exploded at nearly the same time. When the divine light scattered, Yin Shan saw Wuxia, who had just withdrawn his fist. The two former opponents met in such a manner. "Your fist is slower than my sword," Yin Shan said. Wuxia smiled and said, "However, my fist has killed more demons than your sword. However, no matter how many we kill, the two of us will not be able to turn the situation around." Wuxia smiled sinisterly and said, "Do you dare to go big?" Yin Shan raised his eyebrows and said, "Speak." Wuxia looked at the sky and muttered, "The ones who can truly change the situation are the primes. However, our primes are all delayed by the other party. As long as we can have a prime free up, we can alleviate the current situation." Yin Shan casually looked around. Aside from a few places, most of the people below prime were pushed back. Like the receding tide, the demon cultivators and ferocious beasts were boundless, surging over like a flood. Before such a general trend, the small victories that the two of them created seemed insignificant. As the demons gained an increasingly greater advantage, the two of them would soon be targeted and surrounded by true experts. If all the low-level demons lost, it would definitely affect the fight between the primes. Wuxia narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Celestial Demon Monarch, the Earth Demon Monarch, and the Shadow Demon Monarch, who were fighting Emperor Forsaken. He said, "Let's go and kill the primes. Do you dare?" "If you dare, why would I not?" Yin Shan had long since become indifferent to life and death. His killing sword Dao had never been afraid. Chapter 1530. Wuxia said, "Good. Do you see the three people fighting with my master? The Celestial Demon Monarch, the Earth Demon Monarch, and the Shadow Demon Monarch. These three are all primes. Among them, the Celestial Demon Monarch is the main force. My master spends most of his energy dealing with this demon." "The target is him?" "That's right. The other two primes are weaker. They rely on the power of faith of the millions of believers in the divine kingdom. As long as we eliminate the Celestial Demon Monarch or severely injure him, my master will have a chance to make a move." Yin Shan glanced at the situation of the battlefield. Overwhelming demonic chi filled the sky and ground. The entire Kunlun realm's formation was cut up. Several factions that could have formed strong combat prowess were beaten into a daze and could only retreat. If this continued, the Kunlun realm would soon reach the heavenly dew divine spring. Yin Shan nodded and said, "Good. Tell me what to do." A ferocious look appeared in Wuxia's eyes as he said, "There is a forbidden technique in my myriad heaven divine fist, deities descending. I have never used it before. If I use the essence blood of the deity race as a catalyst, I can surpass my limits and bring out 30 times my combat prowess." Yin Shan frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Your body cannot endure 10 times your combat prowess. Even if you do not die from 30 times your combat prowess, you will be crippled." As the two spoke, they stopped moving. Their figures flickered, and everywhere they passed, blood rained. Without a demon monarch making a move, the other demons would find it hard to block the two working together. Fist light and sword light swept through everything before them, killing everything in their way. The two were not greedy. They did not stop for more than 15 minutes at a time, not giving the demons a chance to trap them. Bang! With a casual punch, Wuxia sent out thousands of beams of divine light, directly shattering an iron demon. Even an iron demon could not block this fist light. This showed how strong his explosive power was. Xiao Chen's physical body had undergone a metamorphosis on the 9-colored Emperor's Road. "Haha! If the Kunlun realm is gone, even if I live, I will be no different from a cripple," Wuxia said indifferently. You have only one chance to make a move. I will use a forbidden technique to create a chance for you to use one sword strike. Be careful, there is only one sword. If you don't have this confidence, then don't bother playing with me. Yin Shisan casually swung his sword and chopped off the head of a winged demon. Then he said calmly, "Ever since you became famous, everyone in the world feared you. When have I, Yin Shisan, ever feared you?" Ha ha ha. Good. Good. As expected of Yin Shisan. If that person hadn't appeared out of nowhere, you would have been my greatest opponent in this life. Amidst Diwuk's maniacal laughter, the myriad divine halos that shot out from his body all entered his body. For a moment, his aura was restrained, and his eyes hid the sharpest edge of his life. Gotcha! His heart split open, and a drop of his heart's blood flowed out of his body. His eyes suddenly turned blood red. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Every single strand of white hair seemed to be stained with fresh blood. Yin Shisan closed his eyes and sheathed his sword. He was about to execute the most magnificent sword move of his life. Perhaps it would also be the last sword. Two youths were audacious enough to want to assassinate a prime. Furthermore, it was the celestial demon monarch, who was ranked first among the 18 demon monarchs. If such thoughts were exposed, it would probably be earth-shattering, making everyone laugh their heads off. However, that was what Yin Shisan and Diwuk did. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, deities descending. Diwuk shouted, and a scarlet light shone from his entire body. It was like he was possessed. Then he suddenly soared up and shot forward. The scarlet light contained Diwuk's heart's blood. It looked like a rain of blood. The dazzling scarlet light shocked every cultivator fighting in the battlefield for 5,000 kilometers around, in the sky and on the ground, in the Kunlun realm and the demonic world. They all felt this aura that was even more berserk than that of a prime. It was simply like a human-shaped volcano. It's him. The heaven-punishing prime's final disciple, Xingju, was currently leading the corpse race cultivators in a head-on clash with the Iron Demon. When he saw this scene, he was stunned. It's Diwuk. Feng Wuji muttered to himself in disbelief. This is crazy. What is he trying to do? With one glance, everyone could tell that Diwuk definitely used a forbidden art. Otherwise, his aura would not be so horrifying. Celestial Demon Monarch, receive a punch from me, Diwuk. The Celestial Demon Monarch, who was currently exchanging moves with Emperor Forsaken, smiled coldly, not caring about Diwuk at all. You overestimate yourself. Above the Divine Kingdom, Emperor Forsaken's body became 3 kilometers tall due to the power of faith, looking like a divine being. Forbidden art. Bloodline forbidden art. At this moment, the Celestial Demon Monarch's expression changed drastically. However, he could not stop it at all. Like a meteor exploding, a spot of divine light that looked like blood dripped on Diwuk's body in the sky. Deities descending, 10-fold combat prowess increased explosively again, reaching 30-fold combat prowess with this punch. Wuxia. Space shattered, and Diwuk looked like he teleported, appearing in front of the Celestial Demon Monarch from nowhere. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he laughed loudly and punched. Humph! You think you are worthy of dying together with me? The Celestial Demon Monarch felt somewhat flustered. To think that this brat wanted to die together with him. Without even thinking, he executed his consummate demonic shadow palm. A demonic god image appeared behind the Celestial Demon Monarch. A vast demonic might immediately suppress Diwuk's tyrannical aura. Then, the Celestial Demon Monarch pushed out a palm to clash with this punch. Boom! The energy in Diwuk's body was already extremely unstable in the first place. The instant the fist and palm clashed, the energy surged. The Emperor's body exploded on the spot, dying without a complete corpse. Cracks appeared in the demonic god image behind the Celestial Demon Monarch before it crumbled and vanished. Wuxia. The Celestial Demon Monarch vomited a large mouthful of blood as he retreated a few steps with an unsightly expression. Unexpectedly, Diwuk's final punch contained a strength that was even stronger than a prime's, severely injuring the Celestial Demon Monarch. Flawless. Emperor Forsaken could only watch as Diwuk died before him. He simply could not accept it. Retreat. Chidian is going crazy. I absolutely cannot endure his blow right now. Fear welled up in the Celestial Demon Monarch's heart as he quickly retreated. The Earth Demon Monarch and the Shadow Demon Monarch reacted very quickly, shielding the Celestial Demon Monarch as he retreated. Killing Sword Dao Rage turns demonic. Clang! Suddenly a sword hum, accompanied by the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves, rang out. Yin Shursan, who had his eyes tightly shut, opened them. Yin Shursan did not draw his sword. Just by opening his eyes, he exuded an unparalleled sword intent. He started practicing the sword at the age of 8 and had been practicing it for 30 years. He did not walk the usual path, walking the unconventional path, drawing his sword only to kill. Killing Sword Dao Ultimate Sword, Rage turns demonic. Yin Shursan opened his eyes, drew his sword and turned demonic. This final sword strike of his contained an overwhelming demonic chi. A demonic chi that made all the demon monarchs tremble. The sword went out of control, dragging Yin Shursan into the air. The Celestial Demon Monarch, who had been guarding against Emperor Forsaken, could not react at all. This fatal sword strike chopped off his head from behind. What kind of sword could be so fast? What kind of sword could kill a demon with one strike? Only the demonic sword, Yin Shursan's final sword strike, was no longer under his control. It had become a thoroughly demonic sword. The Celestial Demon Monarch died. His clone's body decayed, and he died on the spot. He did not even have time to say his last words. The strongest of the 18 demon monarchs died at the hands of 2 juniors of the Kunlun realm. Even in his wildest dreams, the Celestial Demon Monarch would not have expected such a result. All the cultivators of the demonic world would not have guessed it even if they racked their brains. I, Yin Shursan, do not have many friends. Before I die, I count you Diwuk as one. Yin Shursan, whose eyes contained boundless demonic chi, squeezed out a smile, relying on his last bit of rationality. Yin Shursan shook his hand ferociously, and the sword shattered. Then, he held the broken sword and stabbed it into his heart of an emperor. Rage turns demonic. With this final sword strike, Yin Shursan entered the demonic Dao. If he did not commit suicide, he would lose all rationality and become a killing machine, a humanoid demonic beast. As life essence flowed out, Yin Shursan's corpse slowly drifted down from the sky. The 2 outstanding talents of the current Kunlun realm, second only to Shao Chun, fell just like that, exchanged for the head of the top demon monarch of the deep abyss demonic world. Many people silently shed tears. Their eyes turned bloodshot, and hatred surged in their hearts, hating that they could not kill all these demons. Emperor Forsaken felt indescribable grief. However, he knew that this was Diwuk's kind intentions. Shao Chun wanted Shao Chun to free up his hands and turn the situation around. Chapter 1531. Up in the sky, Shao Chun, who was fighting the Thunder King, also learned of the deaths of Diwuk and Yin Shursan, as well as the horrifying scenes. Although the 2 were completely focused on the fight, their perception spread throughout the entire battlefield. They knew everything that was happening in every corner of the battlefield like the back of their hands. Damn it! Shao Chun felt great pain in his heart. He could not help shouting, "Is this the result you wanted?" The Thunder King smiled coldly without any expression on his face. "This is your doing. Just surrender obediently and hand over the Rock of Origin, and this will be the result." "Dream on!" Shao Chun shouted and suddenly attacked, executing the myriad heaven divine fists deities descending once more. Shao Chun's tenfold combat prowess burst out in an instant. The horrifying might and pressure made the raging Shao Chun look exceptionally frightening. The Thunder King's expression turned grave. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he crisscrossed his hands and formed a black lightning shield filled with countless negative emotions. Bang! A surging fist force burst out, immediately knocking the Thunder King into the air. The black lightning shield shattered into ashes. The Thunder King wiped away the blood on his lips. However, he did not get angry. Instead, he smiled. Tenfold combat prowess is very damaging to you. You only had one chance to use it. If you use it now, you will not be able to injure me in my peak state. Whoosh! Who knew? Shao Chun ignored the Thunder King. Shao Chun turned around and charged towards where Emperor Forsaken and the 2 demon monarchs were fighting. The Thunder King frowned and said, "What is he trying to do? A sneak attack? That is impossible. The moment he moves, the 2 demon monarchs will immediately sense it and flee." Could it be the state of cycle reversing time and space? The two are already dead. If he wants to reverse time and space, he is simply going against the heavens. The price he will have to pay will be unimaginable. Furthermore, if he manages to save them, he will suffer the wrath of heaven. This is already changing fate. During the Immortal epoch, even an immortal lord would not dare to use it casually. That's fine. As long as he really saves the two of them, I'll give him a fatal blow the moment he returns to reality. The Thunder King quickly made up his mind. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes as the black lightning above his head quickly accumulated. Ao Jiao! Shao Chun shouted and drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. Shao Chun used his full power in this saber strike. In his mind, the reincarnation heart shone brightly. The Thunder King had guessed correctly. Shao Chun wanted to reverse time and space. He wanted to defy the heavens and change his fate. When he turned around and swung his saber, Shao Chun met with a startling resistance. However, he knew that when he traveled to the past and returned, he would face even more terrifying resistance. But just this time, Shao Chun was really unwilling. Poochie! A light flashed. Shao Chun, who had exhausted half of his veritable essence energy, finally took that difficult step and saw Diwuk. Unfortunately, what Shao Chun saw was Diwuk, who had already punched. Shao Chun had exhausted his full power to reverse time and space, but he was still too late. Diwuk, why? Shao Chun asked, his body trembling slightly. Diwuk's entire body turned scarlet. His skin cracked and he was in unbearable pain. Tears flickered in the corners of his eyes. Those were not tears of pain, but a form of relief. Shao Chun's heart had withered long ago when the divine daughter, Tian Yuxi, died from the rebound of her cultivation technique, because she wanted to help him deal with Shao Chun. Diwuk looked at Shao Chun. First he felt surprised. Then he recalled Shao Chun's martial technique and understood. Reverse time and space? I didn't expect that you would come for me. Let me ask you, can this fist of mine, this peak fist of mine, defeat you? Shao Chun nodded silently. It can. A smile appeared on Diwuk's face. Then his body suddenly exploded. In the end, the past did not change. Whoosh! There was an explosion and time and space turned upside down. Shao Chun returned to reality before he drew his lunar shadow saber. Shao Chun turned around and swung his saber, blocking the Thunder King's attack, which he had stored up power for. Shao Chun, who had failed to change his fate, did not have to pay a huge price. Dark Church's Churchmaster, I will definitely kill you. I definitely will. Shao Chun burned with rage, his murderous intent surging into the sky. The Thunder King smiled and said, unfortunately, rage cannot kill. This time the two exchanged moves at lightning speed. They no longer probed each other but made their move. Kill! The heaven-abandoning god monarch, who had witnessed Diwuk's death, roared ferociously. The divine kingdom spun, and his body swelled up again. Boundless divine light descended from Emperor Forsaken's body, as he calmly blocked the attacks of the Earth Demon Monarch and the Shadow Demon Monarch. Despite his rage, Emperor Forsaken did not lose his rationality. He swept his gaze across the battlefield, taking in all the battles before him. Then he continuously attacked, blocking the Earth Demon Monarch and the Shadow Demon Monarch. Giant fingers shrouded in divine light descended from the sky. Every time these fingers descended, they killed a large group of demon cultivators. The deaths of Diwuk and Yen Shirsan finally brought about the arrival of primes. Immediately, the Kunlun Realm's camp heaved a sigh of relief. Several demonic world cultivators, who had already charged up the mountain, were forced back. They suffered heavy casualties, and the situation eased up slightly. Lords of the Corpse God Palace, come to me in charge. Diwuk's death made Xingju grieve. His eyes turned bloodshot as he charged at the Iron Demon, the most troublesome demon of the demon race. The surviving corpse race cultivators gritted their teeth and roared. Many clones charged at Xingju. Thunder and Lightning Palace disciples, are there any of you still alive? Let out a roar and charge with me. Diwuk and Yen Shirsan, two outstanding talents, fought with their lives in exchange for a demon monarch's head. And Juanshi felt an indescribable pain in his heart as he shouted somewhat crazily. First senior brother, I Tangmeng am still alive. First senior brother, I Fengxian am still alive. The many Thunder and Lightning Palace disciples called out from a distance. They cultivated lightning-attributed cultivation techniques and were full of vigor. Even though they were severely injured, their voices were still like thunder. Disciples of the Divine Martial Gate, Phoenix's Passion Palace, and White Emperor City gather. I Fengwuji am still alive. Don't let the demons kill you. The only remaining disciple of the three holy masters, Fengwuji roared, prompting the disciples of the three holy masters to call out in response. Dragon's Gate's bladesmen, heed my command. Form the Yin-Yang Saber formation and charge out. Roger. Halfway up the mountain, Emo-chan shouted, and the many Dragon's Gate disciples quickly gathered. Whoosh! 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 The 2,000 Dragon's Gate elite bladesmen formed the formation, and the Yin-Yang Saber formation quickly formed. This was the formation that Xiao-chun taught them. This was the first time they executed it in actual combat. A huge formation diagram appeared under their feet. The Taiji diagram spun, and the 2,000 bladesmen formed two dragons, one bright and one dark. Immediately blood and flesh flew everywhere. Countless saber lights chopped countless demon cultivators into a mangled mess. Unable to dodge, they all fled down the mountain. What a strong saber formation! It's the Dragon's Gates people. This seems to be the saber formation that the Blue Dragon King once used. How ferocious! The Yin-Yang Saber formation was like two saber dragons, carrying countless saber lights. Together with the Taiji diagram, it was simply unstoppable. Soon, the saber dragons charged to the very front, clashing with the fatigued corpse race cultivators. The sharp saber lights were unparalleled. Even the iron demons cried out in pain. Emo-chan felt gratified. However, she also felt it was unfortunate, as Xiao-chan had not comprehended the stronger 4 divisions saber formation yet. Otherwise, it would be even stronger. Kim Taeho held the coffin lid in his hand. His plump body moved nimbly through the army of demon cultivators. He did not make many moves. However, every time he did, a demon cultivator would die. After all, the coffin lid in his hand was the one used to bury the Tianwu Emperor. Now that his cultivation had increased, he could bring out its might even more. Gong Yongyu held a staff, looking boundlessly tyrannical. When he swung it down, even the strong iron demon would be knocked back. Xinyuan Zhantian possessed the sovereign war body. His strong aura made him the most dazzling of the Dragon's Gate's outstanding talents. When the heavenly war halberd struck at full power, even the iron demon with astonishing defense would be chopped in half. This was horrifying. When the Dragon's Gate erupted with full power, it led this wave of counterattacks. Many outstanding talents stepped forward at this crucial moment, gathering the cultivators of their respective factions and forming a flood. Using this rare opportunity, they finally managed to truly block the demon army charging up the mountain with a ferocious aura. A ghostly black cloud drifted over from the distance like a sharp knife stabbing into the sky. Everywhere it passed, demon cultivators fell from the sky. It's the ghost domain. The ghost race's reinforcements have arrived. When everyone saw clearly, they all revealed joyful expressions. At this crucial moment, reinforcements arrived. This was simply too inspiring. Ghost Mother Sun, she finally unified the ghost race's forces. She led the strong cultivators of the Spirit Palace and tore a hole in the sky, disrupting the demonic beast army. The overbearing and overwhelming aura of the demons finally crumbled. The Kunlun realm had passed the first wave of its most difficult test. From the very start, the demon experts had an advantage in numbers, pushing the Kunlun realm into an unstoppable state. Many outstanding talents died in battle. The scene of them dying together with the enemy still could not salvage the situation. Instead, the demons continuously increased their advantage. They even charged up Kunlun Mountain and nearly reached the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Diwuk and Yenshir-san fought with their lives on the line, salvaging the situation and returning the battle to a stalemate. That was right. Even though a demon monarch died, the strongest demon monarch, the situation did not turn around completely. There were simply too many superior-grade sovereign personages of the demonic world. The demonic beast army was even more vast and boundless. It was already not easy for the Kunlun realm to fight to such an extent. Originally, the many demon monarchs thought that they could easily crush the Kunlun realm. Who knew, the price they paid was far greater than the Kunlun realms. Chapter 1532. The battle entered a stalemate once more. Although the demonic world held the advantage, they no longer dared to casually launch an all-out attack. The defeat of the previous round showed the demonic world the strength of the united Kunlun realm. After changing their strategy, the demonic world prepared to fight steadily. With their advantage in numbers and superior grade sovereign personages, the Kunlun realm would eventually be exhausted to death. The stalemate tested the will and perseverance of the demonic world. After a night, it was now noon. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, sending scorching sunlight down. Blood flowed like rivers for 500 kilometers around. Corpses piled up. Many horrifying corpses piled up like small hills. This tragic scene was like hell on earth, a ghastly sight. After fighting for so long, many people started to feel mentally fatigued. Their bodies were tired, their minds were in pain, and their hearts were in even more pain. Endless sorrow, massacre, and despair mixed with an intense stench of blood lingered in every corner of the world. Shao Chun, you are still too inexperienced. I only need to delay you. The Kunlun realm will definitely lose this battle. The outcome was already decided long ago. From the start to the end, the Thunder King had not revealed his full strength, appearing to be at ease. The Thunder King, who had never been distracted in a huge battle, appeared to be in a much better state than Shao Chun. For the sake of Diwuk and Yanshi San, Shao Chun had used deities descending and the state of cycle. However, they had not managed to cause any significant damage. He had even fallen into a passive state. Shao Chun felt somewhat vexed. Up until now, he had not found the other party's weakness, bottom line, or upper limit. As a result, Shao Chun did not dare to go all out. He feared that after he ran out of energy, the other party would counterattack and catch him off guard. Ao Jiao, back then when Senior Sangmu fought him, did he really not lose to him in one move? Shao Chun calmly asked Ao Jiao, unperturbed by the Thunder King's words. He wanted to see if he could gain some experience. No matter what, this was the second time Shao Chun fought the Thunder King with the Lunar Shadow Saber. She should be able to give him some pointers. Yes, he did lose to him in one move, but now that I think about it, he must have been hiding his strength back then. He didn't dare to use his demonic energy recklessly for fear of exposing his identity. His weakness is that his moves are conservative. To put it nicely, it sounds heavy and steady, but in reality, it's just that he's conservative. He won't take risks easily. On the other hand, Sangmu showed off his abilities and dared to fight, forcing him to be unprepared. If it wasn't for the fact that Sangmu ran out of energy, it would be hard to say who would win. Of course, this is under the premise that he doesn't use demonic chi or the nether sex martial techniques. I don't know if he'll still be like this after 10,000 years. It took a long time to describe, but in truth the two of them were connected in their minds. The message they conveyed was completed in a single breath of time. An idea flashed through Shao Chun's mind when he heard this. He was afraid of getting hurt. That's right, he didn't dare to go all out because he couldn't afford to. His physical body was his weakness. After living for such a long time, he was unable to increase his cultivation level. His physical body was already past its prime. How could his physical body compare to the hot-blooded Thunder King Sangmu's? Not to mention the current Shao Chun. If Shao Chun could recover from the same injuries in 15 minutes, the other party would need to spend at least twice as much time. Oh Jiao, thank you. I know how to deal with him now. A sharp light flashed in Shao Chun's eyes. Then, his aura suddenly changed, becoming like a sharp blade shining with a cold light. Haha, you want to go all out now? It looks like your energy is about to run out. In the end, you are still too inexperienced. The Thunder King narrowed his eyes. The experienced him quickly sensed that Shao Chun was different. That's right. I do want to go all out because the thing you can't afford to go all out is your life. The Thunder King's expression changed as if he thought of something. However, Shao Chun did not give the Thunder King any time to think. He snorted coldly and instantly executed the flawless saber technique's heartbreaking stance. Shao Chun's heart shattered and a crack opened. Intense pain spread throughout his body, bursting forth with his boundless potential. Flawless saber technique, heartbreaking stance. To shatter the enemy's heart, shatter one's own heart first. The pain reached its peak, imprinted in one's bones and heart. Whoosh! A saber light flashed as Xiao Chun ruthlessly chopped down with the heartbreaking stance. The Thunder King caught it. At first he did not find anything special about it. However, in the next moment, a saber light pierced through Xiao Chen's heart, causing black blood to spurt out. Xiao Chen's complexion immediately paled, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. You are seeking death. Black Lotus heart-purging chop. The Thunder King raged. A black lotus flower appeared under his feet, and black petals flew in the air. Each lotus flower contained dense demonic qi. As the petals flew, they were as heavy as mountains. The black lotus flowers in the air gathered into a sword. Then, following the Thunder King, they stabbed at Xiao Chun. Bang! Xiao Chun held his sword horizontally across his chest, blocking this sword strike. However, he could not block the huge force. He vomited a mouthful of blood and moved back 100 steps. Humph! Since you want to die so quickly, don't blame me for being merciless. The injury on Xiao Chen's chest contained the power of the Saber Dao. He could not heal it, and the pain lingered, enraging the Thunder King. Xiao Chun wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. However, he revealed a smile on his face. After fighting for so long, this was the first time he saw the other party lose his composure and get angry. It looked like his guess was right. The Kunlun realm could still be saved. Xiao Chun said coldly, "Stop putting on airs. Let's see who is afraid of whom. I will fight you to the death." One flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi lightning hell. The Thunder King seemed to be really anxious. He formed hand seals, and countless black lotus flowers flew out of his body. They were like strong winds, filling the surrounding 5 kilometers with black lotus petals. The thousands upon thousands of black lotus flowers all had black lightning surrounding them. The electricity connected and formed a lightning domain. However, this lightning domain was different from ordinary domains. The lotus flowers also contained many negative emotions, causing all sorts of hellish illusions to appear continuously. Xiao Chen's heart sank. Although this Thunder King could not raise his lightning domain to the Thunder Great Tao, he had taken a different approach, making it no weaker than the complete Thunder Great Tao. Flawless Saber Tao. Flawless Saber Tao. Flawless Saber Domain. In this lightning hell, Xiao Chun felt an extremely strong pressure. It was like the other party was the ruler of this world. Xiao Chun brandished his saber, and Great Tao energy spread out along with the saber light, merging the Saber Domain and the Saber Tao energy. This formed a brand new Flawless Saber Domain to resist the Thunder King's lightning hell. Boom! Boom! The two different domains layered over each other, clashing endlessly. Intense explosions rang out endlessly. Soaring clouds in the 9 heavens, soaring moon descends. Xiao Chun executed the Flawless Saber technique's soaring cloud stance and soaring sky stance at the same time. His figure soared into the sky, and a bright moon that looked like a real moon descended on the Thunder King. Bang! The two moves merged into one, and their might immediately increased explosively. The Thunder King clashed head-on with this move, finding it somewhat strenuous. However, he still managed to counterattack when Xiao Chun exhausted his moves. Lightning Hell, Night Parade of 100 Ghosts. The various negative emotions coalesced into many malicious ghosts flickering with black electricity. They swept out like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Crackling electricity came from Xiao Chun's body. Similarly, loud explosions came from his sea of consciousness. This move not only injured Xiao Chun's physical body but also his mind. Xiao Chun laughed loudly, not showing any fear. His sharpness did not diminish as he continued to charge at the Thunder King. In less than 100 moves, the effects became apparent. The Thunder King's movements clearly slowed. Wounds covered Xiao Chun's body, and blood flowed under his black robes. Thunder King, in the end, you are getting old. Xiao Chun possessed the Blue Dragon War body. His injuries healed very quickly, much better than the Thunder King's. The Thunder King smiled coldly. Interesting. Do you not know that although the surging river looks ferocious like a dragon, it still has to yield before the sea? That is because the dragon is not ferocious enough, not mighty enough. Xiao Chun shouted and charged over again. This startled the Thunder King, and some anxiety appeared in his eyes. The demonic god sacrifice was still some time away from completion. If he really died here, it might be over for him. Just as the Thunder King felt somewhat anxious, the situation on the battlefield changed. Statues as large as mountains appeared behind the demons, casting large shadows. The 17 immortal statues had finished repairing themselves and were charging over. Upon seeing this scene, the Thunder King guffawed. Shao Chun, the heavens want you dead. And the Tao will not tolerate you. You no longer have a chance. How can this be? Despair rose in Shao Chun's heart. The flame of hope that had just ignited was instantly extinguished. Something's not right. Suddenly, Shao Chun discovered that the immortal statues had started killing the demons and demonic beasts from behind. Fellow Taoists of the Kunlun realm, do not panic. The Penglai Sea is here to help. The immortal statues are already under the complete control of Immortal Venerate Yun Chan. The 17 immortal statues spoke at the same time. Their voices shook the clouds and reverberated in all directions. Everyone on the battlefield heard them clearly. The ups and downs of life were nothing more than this. Shao Chun shouted, Dark Churchmaster, what other tricks do you have? Your end is here. Chapter 1533. Saber light danced in the air, supported by great Tao energy. The white-clad Shao Chun turned into a killing god. None of the demonic beasts or demon cultivators in his way could last even one exchange. The Kunlun realm banner fluttered in the wind behind Shao Chun, encouraging all the Kunlun realm cultivators still fighting. Lung Yu. Shao Chun snorted coldly. Suddenly, his right hand grabbed the chain, and 10,000 dragon force materialized into an ancient dragon cauldron. Many chains coiled around Shao Chun's physical body. Shao Chun frowned slightly. This was a great opportunity, but he let the Thunder King go for nothing. Fighting with his life on the line, the Thunder King clearly could not last for long. Now that he had a chance to catch his breath, it would be harder to kill the other party later. A skinny and aged figure flew over from beside Immortal Venerate Yun Chan. He showed a mocking smile as he looked at the treasure master. Could it be that he was not even afraid of death? Everyone persevere. Victory will come soon. In the distance, the Thunder King rushed to the rear of the demonic world in rage. Immortal Venerate Yun Chan. The Thunder King could no longer care about fighting with Shao Chun. He scattered the thunder hell and quickly flew towards the 17 immortal statues. Did you not notice that all 18 demon monarchs are here except one? Xing Wang was frightened out of his wits. He finally understood why the treasure master said that he was not a match for Shao Chun back then. A man can be merciful but not mindful. Some people are merciful but never mindful. Actually, they are the most heartless. Some people are merciless but always mindful. While they seem heartless, they are actually the most sentimental. The 17 immortal statues shattered together with Yun Chan. However, the magic treasures in their hands radiated boundless immortal might as they charged at the treasure master. The treasure master gently waved his hand, and the lightning restriction in Immortal Venerate Yun Chan's body instantly exploded. Electric light flashed at the treasure master's chest. His yuanying exploded first. Then, his physical body gave off a bright electric light and turned into ashes. However, before he died, Immortal Venerate Yun Chan finally completed his final hand seal. Shao Chun spread his arms and landed firmly, pointing his saber at the treasure master. Courting death. He knew that even with 17 immortal statues, his chances of victory against the treasure master were not high. More importantly, the treasure master had defeated the 3 immortal venerates long ago, leaving restrictions in their bodies. If King Xing were to deal with Shao Chun alone, his fate would probably be even worse. So. The treasure master was not surprised that the other party could control the immortal statues. The puppet pearl was a magic treasure used by immortal cultivators in the first place. The immortal statues were also repaired and strengthened by the immortal cultivators of the Penglai Sea. Punisher King loosened his right hand and Punisher King's axe tore through space and appeared above Shao Chun's head, giving off a terrifying aura as it tried to split Shao Chun in half. Punisher King held the chain in his right hand and started to slowly spin it. The Punisher King axe on the chain spun like the wind, causing countless clouds to collide and bolts of lightning to descend. Xiao! The demonic pattern chains fell off, and Shao Chun ignored them, continuing to chase after the treasure master. With just this one exchange, Shao Chun could only see the blurry figure of the Thunder King in the distance. Blue Dragon King. It turns out that you are only SOSO. Punisher King caught Xiao Chun off guard and succeeded in one move. He could not help laughing loudly. After being locked down by my demonic pattern chains, no matter how powerful you are, you will not be able to struggle free. This is the price of your carelessness. One cauldron force burst out. Before Punisher King could react, he got pulled into the air. Kasie! A saber light flew out, looking like it would hack Punisher King in half. Fortunately, the sudden betrayal of the 17 immortal statues was of great benefit to the Kunlun realm. Perhaps the remaining cultivators were already fatigued. They were all relying on their wills and faith to persevere. Everyone encouraged each other and continued the bloody battle. Punisher King gave a loud order, and countless demonic beasts roared ferociously, charging at Xiao Chun from all directions. The Treasure Master looked coldly at Immortal Venerate Yun Chan, who was controlling the 17 immortal statues, and revealed a murderous intent. As for the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun, he chased after the Treasure Master. No one could stop him. The Treasure Master's gaze sank as he asked, "Are you here to seek death? Ha ha ha. I have not persevered until now in vain. This old man must live on. I must see all the demons die. Punisher King, block him for me." The Thunder King ignored the Treasure Master. He directly got Punisher King, one of the two vice church masters fighting with the Kunlun Palace's palace master, to come out and block Xiao Chun. The Thunder King needed to quickly deal with this problem. Otherwise, the situation of the entire battlefield would change. Wounds covered the Treasure Master's body. Saber scars appeared, making him even uglier. However, he did not panic as he looked at Xiao Chun. The difference in strength was too great. Unless the 18 demon monarchs worked together to block him, no one could stop him. The former top bladesman of the Tianwu Domain's southern region, Feng Xingsheng, said somewhat fatigued when he saw this scene. Punisher King and Fa Wang, these two peak primes, managed to fight to a draw. Now that one of them withdrew, Fa Wang's situation was not good. "You want to leave? It's not that simple." The Thunder King felt somewhat surprised when he saw the 17 immortal statues massacring the demonic world cultivators and demonic beast kings. "You are already at the end of your rope. Quickly stop. I believe that the people of the Kunlun realm will let you die more easily." Xie Chongtian smiled and said, "That's right. I'm here to see how you die." Even in your dreams, you would never have imagined that the various races of the Kunlun realm would be so united. All the more, you would never have imagined that the Peng Lai Sea would betray you. Not everyone can be toyed with in the palm of your hand. The Treasure Master's indifferent words made Xiao Chen's heart skip a beat, and his entire body trembled slightly. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chun did his best to avoid being struck in a vital spot. However, the saber light still chopped off an arm. Who could have imagined that Punisher King would pull hard on the chain? The Punisher King's axe spun up at a strange angle? "Treasure Master, could it be that you still can't see what he is trying to do?" The Blue Dragon King chased away the Dark Church's Churchmaster. Furthermore, with the help of the immortal statues, the Kunlun realm can still be saved. "Stop him. Don't let him catch up to the Treasure Master." The careless one was not Xiao Chun but the Treasure Master himself. Is that so? Right now, the Treasure Master had no chance of victory against him. The immortal statues combined with the chaos caused by the demons formed a true counterattack for the first time, forcing the demons into retreat. "Churchmaster, go ahead without worry. I'll stop him." However, the Treasure Master knew that he held the other party's fate and hope. He believed that the other party would not dare to act rashly. The golden Kunlun Realm War banner flapped loudly as it flew forward, giving everyone a glimpse of hope. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, dodging the huge axe with a surging aura. Holding up his saber, Xiao Chun wanted to give chase. With the Blue Dragon King around, everything will be fine. Immortal Venerate Yun Chan, stop right now. What are you trying to do? Immortal Venerate Yun Chan formed hand seals, and the 17 immortal statues gathered together and moved closer to him. At the very least, he had to last until the demonic god arrived. That's right. The martial epic does not contain immortals. Why should I remain a variable in the world? I'm already tired of it long ago. I might as well let the final inheritance of the immortal Dao do something meaningful. There's hope. Brat, don't get distracted. Xie Chongtian, you trash came as well, the treasure master said coldly with a frown. The two had once fought in the air. Xingwang had suffered a small loss. Now they were officially fighting. Unexpectedly, he truly did not expect the other party to betray him. Xingwang knew that the situation was grim, so he immediately moved to block Xiao Chan. Xingwang could not stop Xingwang in time. He could only watch as Immortal Venerate Yun Chan died. The 17 immortal magic treasures struck the treasure master at the same time. This was the treasure master's trump card. A trump card that could decide the outcome of the battlefield. Why did it become someone else's in the blink of an eye? What's going on? These were internal injuries from clashing with the Iron Demon. Even if the treasure master lived, it would be difficult to get rid of them completely. The Penglai Immortal sect led the 17 immortal statues to suddenly charge over, throwing the demonic world's rear into chaos. This was simply like a dream. The treasure master, who was already severely injured in the first place, was severely injured on the spot. He vomited a large mouthful of black blood. His hair was disheveled, and he was in a sorry state. Immortal Venerate Yun Chan nodded and said, I am different from my two senior brothers. They did their best to continue the inheritance. However, in my opinion, they are just struggling at death's door. Immortal cultivators are trapped in a place like a cage. There is no goal or freedom. There is no point in living like this. The treasure master did not care about Xie Chongtian's words at all. You are just an ant. Scram further away. Xiao Chun frowned and said, Get your people to stop. Otherwise, I will kill you immediately. The treasure master smiled faintly and looked at Xiao Chun. Are you the former or the latter? Whoosh! Whoosh! The treasure master flicked Xie Chongtian away with a finger but did not kill him. It seemed that he really looked down on the other party. Whoosh! 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 The Xingtian's personal disciple Xingju laughed wantonly. His entire body was covered in injuries, and his internal bones were all shattered. Xiao Chun, who had been chasing all the way, happened to see the scene of Immortal Venerate Yun Chan dying and the 17 magic treasures working together to attack the treasure master. In that case, you can go and die. The treasure master looked at Immortal Venerate Yun Chan seriously and said, Yun Chan, you have to think this through. You know that the Penglai Sea's immortal energy is running out. All the immortal cultivators will die. Only I can save them. Only I can help you improve your strength. Chapter 1534. Xiao Chen's face sank as he looked at the treasure master. What did you do to Lung Yu? The treasure master guffawed when he heard that. It looks like you are the latter. Ha ha ha. You are much weaker than the Qing Emperor. If it was the Qing Emperor of the past, he wouldn't have said a single word to me. He would have directly chopped me down with his saber. In a cold voice, Xiao Chan said, I am indeed not Qing Emperor, I am me, you don't need to compare me with anyone. I just need to be honest with myself. Cut the crap. What did you do to Lung Yu? The treasure master narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, Put away your saber, and I'll tell you. Xiao. Murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he hacked down with his saber. First, he had exchanged a life for a life with Xiao Chan, which had caused him serious injuries. Then, he had been attacked by 17 immortal treasures at the same time. If he took another blow from Xiao Chan, he would lose at least half his life, and he would no longer be able to fight. The treasure master's expression changed slightly as he quickly retreated. Right now, he clearly did not have the courage to take on Xiao Chen's saber. It seems that you really don't care about her life or death. Ha ha, Xiao Chen, it turns out that I was wrong about you. You actually used this as a backup. As the treasure master retreated, he laughed and observed Xiao Chen's expression. If people had feelings, they would definitely have weaknesses. Xiao Chen was one of them. Did Xiao Chen care about Lung Yu's life? Of course Xiao Chen cared. However, compared to the entire Kunlun realm, compared to the countless cultivators who sacrificed their lives for the Kunlun realm, how should he choose? If possible, Xiao Chen would naturally choose the best of both worlds. Lung Yu would not have to die, and the Kunlun realm could survive the demonic calamity. But if you had to choose one, which one would you choose? Xiao Chen didn't know that most of the time, he always gave people the impression that he was decisive, cold, and unapproachable. But who could understand his heart? Who knew that under this appearance, He also had a gentle heart. Ha ha ha, Xiao Chun, since that's the case, I'll leave it to you. Seeing that there was no way to dodge, Xiao Chen's saber technique sealed off Xiao Chen's paths of retreat and evasion. The treasure master waved his sleeves ferociously, and he suddenly picked up a figure. When Xiao Chan saw who it was, his expression froze, and he quickly withdrew his saber move. Xiao! The boundless saber light entered Xiao Chen's body, and his figure flashed as he moved back 100 steps. This scene was within the treasure master's expectations. He could tell that although Xiao Chen's saber technique was ruthless, it was not as simple as it seemed. However, amidst the viciousness, there was always a trace of hesitation. If there really wasn't any hesitation, it would have struck him long ago instead of waiting until now. It seems to be working. What if he really stops? The treasure master hid behind Lung Yu and seemed to be speaking to her. He continued. It was not in vain that I wasted a spatial secret treasure to seal you for so long. Ha ha ha. Let's test the effect again. So. The treasure master roared ferociously as he carried Lung Yu's body, brandishing her like a weapon as he charged at Xiao Chan. Xiao Chen's expression turned sullen as he retreated again and again, not daring to make a move. Such a scene attracted the attention of many people, making them anxious. This was such a great opportunity, yet he let it go. What was wrong with Xiao Chan? After a while, Xiao Chan sheathed his saber and looked at the treasure master. Although he knew that he had to chop down this time, he really could not do it. But he really couldn't do it. He clearly knew many principles, but he still couldn't do it. No one could understand the pain in the Blue Dragon King's heart at this moment. A water screen in the Kunlun Mountains Blue Dragon Palace showed everything that happened to Xiao Chan. When the old dragon horse, the black-clad old man, and the others saw this scene, they all felt very conflicted. Fortunately, I did not chop down like this. Otherwise, I would have been crippled for life, the old dragon horse said with lingering fear in its heart. The old dragon horse said with lingering fear in its heart. Personally killing the person it loved would put it under immense psychological pressure. In the future, there would only be one outcome, and that would be the same as the Qing Emperor falling into the demonic path. However, if Xiao Chun had not swung his saber, there would have been even more trouble. The outstanding talents that sacrificed themselves for the Kunlun realm also made Xiao Chun blame himself. This child really has it tough. At such a young age, he has to bear the pressure of an entire world. Although he was born in an abandoned land, his future accomplishments will definitely surpass those demonic geniuses and outstanding talents outside. The young woman's heart ached for Xiao Chun. Her eyes were a little red as she spoke softly. Unfortunately, due to the rules of this world, we are unable to leave. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to be so conflicted. Let's keep watching. Maybe there will be a turn for the better, the old dragon horse said in a deep voice. In the scene, Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and looked at the treasure master. He had already slowly calmed down, no longer as conflicted as before. As the treasure master held up Lung Yu, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Chun. I have always taken everything into account. How can I lose? Since you have sheathed your saber, then let's have a proper talk. I'll let her off, but you have to promise not to attack the demons. Xiao Chun smiled. However, this smile was cold and emotionless, without any warmth at all. It was like it was even more bone-piercing than the chilly wind of a winter night. Lung Yu, who was held in the treasure master's hand, had messy hair and a pale complexion. Her charming face appeared somewhat miserable. However, Lung Yu stubbornly did not shed a single tear. She only raised her head to look at Xiao Chun. The two's gazes met. Many things were said without needing to be said. Do it then. My life is already worth it if you are willing to sheathe your saber for me, Lung Yu suddenly said as she looked at Xiao Chun. Lung Yu's heart ached, not because of her situation but because of Xiao Chun. She felt warmth in her heart, all for the moment when Xiao Chun sheathed his saber. At that moment time and space froze. That white figure would forever remain fixed in her mind. Those who practice charm arts avoided falling in love with someone the most. However, if there was a next life, she was willing to fall in love with someone again. Draw your saber. Not for the Kunlun realm. Not for anyone in this world. Draw your saber only for me. Lung Yu revealed a smile as she looked seriously at Xiao Chun. This saber strike is only for you. Whoosh! A saber light flashed as Xiao Chan swung his saber. In the next moment, Lung Yu's head flew into the air. It could be seen that Lung Yu still had a smile on her face. She did not have any regrets, as that saber strike was what she sought. Xiao Chan sent out a saber light for her alone. Blood spurted out, splattering the treasure master's face. This made his ugly face look even more disgusting and disgusting. Yu. The treasure master was startled. He had not expected Xiao Chan, who had already stopped, to really send out this saber strike. The treasure master let go of Lung Yu's headless body and rushed back. Clang! Xiao Chan sheathed his saber and stabbed it into the ground. His expression turned extremely sullen as he chased after the treasure master step by step. The instant Xiao Chan left, Ao Jiao flew out of the lunar shadow saber and quickly looked around. When the treasure master sensed Xiao Chen's aura chasing after him, he was startled. He shouted, "Stop him! Stop him!" However, no one could stop Xiao Chan. Every time he punched, a large number of demon corpses would fall to the ground. Xiao Chen's fist light contained saber energy. The demon cultivators that got struck all died miserable deaths. Xiao Chan did not move very fast, but he was getting closer to the treasure master. Xiao Chan was like a killing god. In the end, no one dared to block Xiao Chan. Bang! During the final distance, Xiao Chan locked onto the treasure master's figure. Then he soared into the air and kicked. The blue dragon divine wings on Xiao Chen's back spread open, and his speed doubled, instantly catching up to the treasure master. This kick ruthlessly kicked the treasure master into the ground. The treasure master vomited a mouthful of blood as he lay on the ground. As he looked at the sullen Xiao Chan, he said, "Even if you kill me, you will not be able to save the entire Kunlun realm. After the demonic god descends, all your efforts." Boom! Without giving the treasure master a chance to speak, Xiao Chan ruthlessly stomped on the treasure master's head, crushing it into mush. Chapter 1535. The treasure master is dead? Xiao Chan crushed the treasure master, who was severely injured and then attacked by 17 immortal magic treasures at the same time. Even after advancing to martial emperor and possessing the body of an emperor, the head was still one of the vitals of a cultivator. With the treasure master's head crushed, it would be hard for him to come back to life. A large amount of black life essence flew out of the treasure master's body. This seemed to prove this point. Is the treasure master really dead? When many people saw this scene, they all revealed expressions of disbelief. Such a strong person who had shaken the world for more than 10,000 years died just like that. Did he really die just like that? Was it too easy? Or was Xiao Chan too strong? Many demon cultivators were stunned. With the treasure master dead, who could block the strong Xiao Chan? In the sky dome, many of the primes fighting each other also revealed angry and doubtful expressions, their expressions grave. Is he dead? Emperor Forsaken muttered to himself in the divine kingdom, not daring to believe it. After a while, the treasure master's corpse still showed no reaction, continuing to give off a large amount of dense black life essence. Only now did the many Emperor Wu and Prime show joy on their faces. The treasure master was truly dead. Ha ha ha. The Dark Church's church master is already dead. Are the two of you still going to persist? Emperor Forsaken laughed loudly. The expressions of the Earth Demon Monarch and the Shadow Demon Monarch, who were fighting him, changed wildly, becoming incredibly complicated. The church master is dead? Let's go. We will retreat according to the plan. The two demon monarchs exchanged glances and quickly retreated. The Dark Church's church master is already dead. The news of the Dark Church's church master's death quickly spread throughout the battlefield. When the Kunlun realm cultivators heard this, they all became spirited. On the other hand, the demonic world cultivators and demonic beasts retreated in a fluster, leaving behind corpses. Originally, with the 17 immortal statues in Xiao Chen's casual slaughter, the number of demonic world cultivators and demonic beasts had decreased significantly. In terms of numbers, although the demonic world cultivators still outnumbered the Kunlun realm cultivators, they no longer held that overwhelming advantage. Before the united Kunlun realm cultivators, they no longer felt any pressure. Furthermore, when news of the Dark Church's churchmaster's death spread, the Kunlun realm cultivators immediately suppressed them. This was the first time the Kunlun realm cultivators held the upper hand since the start of the war. Kill. If they did not attack now, when would they? No one was timid or weak. The morale of the Kunlun realm's side soared. In the back, Xiao Chun looked at the treasure master's corpse with a cold and emotionless expression. Xiao Chun sent out another palm strike. The palm wind was like a mountain, crushing the treasure master's corpse into mush. His body was a mess of flesh and blood. He could not be any more dead. Xiao Chun did not believe that such a body could be resurrected. He looked around and began to search for the Nether Sect's two vice-sect masters, Xing Wang and Fa Wang. Their strength far surpassed that of the demon monarchs, second only to the Thunder King. They had to be eliminated. While Xiao Chun still had the strength to fight, his injuries worsened, and it would be very difficult for him to suppress the two of them. The battle between him and the Thunder King earlier was extremely horrifying, and every single move was a gamble of life. Although he had the Blue Dragon war body and his vitality was vigorous, far surpassing that of the Thunder King. However, the accumulation of injuries was not something that could be easily healed. "Hey, why can't I find the two of them?" Xiao Chun exclaimed softly. He was shocked to discover that, aside from some demon monarchs being chased, he did not see the two. Could there be some other scheme, the demonic god? Xiao Chun's expression changed slightly. Suddenly, he remembered the Thunder King's dying words. When the demonic god descended, all efforts would be for naught. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chun's figure flashed, and he quickly arrived beside the Kunlun Palace's palace master. "Senior, do you see Xing Wang and Fa Wang?" The Kunlun Palace's palace master was injured, severely so. This was especially so for his face, which had been burned by the demonic flame. There was also a wound at his waist, bleeding from which a large chunk had been cut off. This was really difficult for the Kunlun Palace master. He had to fight against two primes second only to the Thunder King alone. They fled. When the Thunder King headed to the rear, the two started fleeing. Xing Wang plotted against me and could not give chase. Xiao Chun quickly asked. Which direction did they flee in? The oceanic world. It's over. Xiao Chun's face sank. The Thunder King must have sent word to the two that the demonic god blood sacrifice was about to be completed and rushed back to the altar. The Kunlun Palace's palace master did not understand. Right now the situation was very good. The demons were being forced into retreat, and would soon be chased out of the profound domain. Why did Xiao Chun say this? Could there be more to this? Just as the Kunlun Palace's palace master was about to ask, a dense black demonic chi suddenly appeared in the distant oceanic world, connecting to the sky and the ground. Even from millions of kilometers away, one could still see it clearly. This was because the black demonic chi pillar flickered with a black light, looking very resplendent and bright. Whoosh! Before the Kunlun realm cultivators could react, a black cloud spread out from the sky above the Treasure Master Island in just 4 or 5 breaths. Just as the many Kunlun realm cultivators watched in bewilderment, this black cloud covered the entire Kunlun realm. The sun could not be seen, and the entire world turned dark. Heavens! What is that? Horror spread in the hearts of the Kunlun realm cultivators. There was a terrifying energy in the black cloud, inspiring fear in the depths of their hearts. The people of the Kunlun realm, who were originally chasing the demon cultivators, retreated in a fluster, feeling bewildered. The 7 primes gathered together and looked at the sky with grave expressions. The entire world turned dark. There was no sun. Light and shadow turned blurry as this black cloud covered everything. Do you feel it? The heavenly Tao is isolated, Ing Zongtian said softly, his body trembling slightly. The senses of primes were much sharper than those of ordinary cultivators. Without exception, all of them felt a strange feeling. They could not explain what it was, but they could clearly sense that something was missing in this world. Emperor Forsaken nodded and said, "It is completely isolated. The heavenly Tao no longer exists." Could it be? The cyclic astral lord thought of a possibility, and his expression changed drastically. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the demonic cloud churned, it suddenly formed a gigantic face looking down on all life. Millions of demon cultivators and demonic beasts knelt on the ground at the same time. They performed the same gesture. knelt, prayed, and chanted in a low voice. A demonic god. It's a demonic god. Everyone thought of such an existence. They retreated quickly again, revealing incomparable horror on their faces. Could it be that the heavens really wanted to destroy the Kunlun realm? After so many twists and turns, countless outstanding talents dyed the sky red with their blood. However, they still could not bring peace to the world. Damn it! Anjuanshi, who was riddled with wounds, teared up. He really wanted to shout. Why? As the gigantic demonic god face looked down, everyone felt fear spread in their hearts. The brilliant demonic might was like an overwhelming flood, pressing down on everyone until they found it hard to breathe. Shui Lingling felt incredibly fatigued as she landed on Kunlun Mountain. She held the Emperor Yi shooting sun bow in her hand, her complexion pale. Not far away, despair flashed in by Wuxia's eyes, along with a heavy dissatisfaction. Before the demonic god fully appeared, it already shattered most people's fighting spirit, making them feel an undefeatable despair. Drip, drip. Suddenly black demonic rain fell from the sky. This rain fell on the demonic world cultivators. It was like a miraculous elixir. The injured demonic world cultivators instantly regained their vigor, recovering to their peak. Roar! 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 Several demonic beasts roared ferociously. Their suppressed ferocious auras reappeared. Ha ha ha! The demonic god is descending. The Kunlun realm will definitely be destroyed. The demonic world cultivators were incredibly excited, all of them entering a frenzy. Xiao Chun looked around and suddenly discovered that the life essence that the Thunder King scattered in the air earlier quickly gathered and flew towards the black clouds in the sky. Oh no! He wants to use the demonic god to revive. A murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes, and his aura surged ferociously. However, it was too late. The scattered life essence rose very quickly. In a short while it all entered the black clouds. When all the life essence entered, the overwhelming demonic clouds churned quickly. A huge figure suddenly formed and landed on the ground. Boundless demonic might surged out from this figure, forming strong winds that blew over this battlefield for 5,000 kilometers around. Damn it! Damn it! Xiao Chun, I have already merged with the demonic god. You are the one who forced me onto this path. I will definitely wash the Kunlun realm in blood and make you suffer 100 times, 1,000 times the pain. An extremely unpleasant voice came from the mouth of the huge figure. Its expression changed many times. It was like countless people's faces were squeezed under that skin, looking exceptionally scary. The Thunder King came back to life. However, he became a monster that was neither human nor ghost. This was probably not what he truly wanted. Chapter 1536. What was a demonic god? Even the people of the demonic world did not know. They would only stammer that it was the god they believed in. However, in reality, there was no such thing as a demonic god in this world. It was just that there were many people who believed in it. Countless years of accumulation of the power of faith gave birth to such an existence. It did not have intelligence. It could even be said that it did not have life. It was controlled by the person who created it. The demonic god possessed strong energy, the accumulation of the power of faith over countless years, the energy of souls from all sorts of blood sacrifices, and all sorts of evil secret techniques infused it with negative emotions. Rather than calling it a god, it was more like a monster. The demonic world was different from the deity race. The deity race directly absorbed the power of faith and infused it into themselves. These people were not gods but still humans. Humans would die. When they died, the power of faith would scatter. As for the demonic god, it was born from the power of faith. It was undying and indestructible, continuously accumulating the power of faith. There was also the horrifying blood sacrifices of the Dark Church, which provided the blood and souls of experts, making the demonic god even more terrifying. At this moment, the treasure master used the demonic god to revive. It looked like he still had his own consciousness. In reality, the true treasure master was already dead. Right now, the Thunder King was a monster that was neither human nor ghost. Kill! The appearance of the demonic god plunged the demonic world cultivators and the demonic beasts into a frenzy. Their eyes turned scarlet as they sank into some kind of crazed state. They looked much more spirited, their strength returning to its peak. In reality, it was just the demonic god using a secret technique to activate their life potential, exhausting their life essence. Facing the counterattack of this group of madmen, the Kunlun realm cultivators fell into an extremely difficult situation. Xiao Chun watched as the demon race cultivators that he had severely injured earlier suddenly appeared alive and well. Anyone who faced such a situation would feel like dying. This was too torturous. However, the Kunlun realm cultivators could not retreat, as there was already no way out. Even if it looked like a dead end, they had to use their last bit of strength to stake it all on this. Retreat to Kunlun Mountain. At this moment it was clearly not the right time to charge into battle with the demons. They could only use Kunlun Mountain's terrain and formations as their final defense. When facing the horrifying demonic god, the various clans no longer dared to hide their resources. Emperor Forsaken stood on top of the divine kingdom and quickly formed hand seals. He wanted to summon the sealed old ancestor of the god race. That was an ancient divine sovereign of the god race. He had lived for many years, and because of the accumulation of time, his strength had already surpassed ordinary supreme beings. Unfortunately, he was restricted by the heavenly Tao and remained in a sealed state, not daring to appear in this world. A crack opened in the pitch-black space. A beam of divine light shone in the dark world. But very quickly, he was drowned in the endless darkness. Emperor Forsaken's expression turned slightly ugly. The demonic might of the demon god was simply too strong. Even the divine light of the god race patriarch was unable to illuminate this dark world. The heaven-punishing corpse god roared, and 8 corpse race elders appeared, carrying a black wooden coffin. The wooden coffin was heavily sealed and bound with chains. Each of the chains burned with green corpse flames. A martial god medallion appeared in Ing Zongtian's hand. Then he closed his eyes and muttered to himself, preparing to summon out the clone that the founder of the Bushin Palace left in the seal. The heavenly Tao is really isolated. Emperor Forsaken showed a grave expression. Every time he summoned the deity race patriarch, the heavenly Tao would attack him. This time it did not. However, Emperor Forsaken could not smile at all. How strong was a demonic god that could isolate the heavenly Tao? The cyclic astral lord smiled bitterly and said, "Things have already reached this point. I'll just do my best." The myriad law fiend master's aged face looked at the demonic god that the Thunder King possessed. He muttered, "Why bother? He is neither human nor ghost. What exactly is he seeking?" The myriad law fiend master was on good terms with the Thunder King. Seeing the other party end up like this, he felt a chill in his heart. The demonic god had appeared, and the heavenly Tao was isolated. The Kunlun realm was in grave danger. It might collapse in the next second. However, at this moment the 7 utmost beings were a lot less nervous and a lot calmer. Why was this so? It was because they were already prepared to die. They were primes, the peak existences of the Kunlun realm. After contributing all the strength they could, that would be enough. Whoosh! Suddenly, a saber light lit up in the boundless darkness. That saber light looked somewhat weak in the darkness. However, it was like a flickering star in the night sky. It was not very bright, but it existed eternally. It's Xiao Chun. The Blue Dragon King is making a move. The crowd was very excited. In the dark night, even the weakest candlelight would attract everyone's attention. At the crucial moment, the demonic god descended. As the strongest person of the Kunlun realm, the Blue Dragon King stood out without hesitation once more. "Ha ha ha! Good timing. I don't have to look for you everywhere." The demonic god was 3 kilometers tall. Its face changed many times before finally turning into the Thunder King's face. Then it revealed a sinister smile as it looked at Xiao Chun. As Xiao Chun flew over, he did not have a saber in his hand. However, he cultivated the flawless saber Tao. His body was the sharpest treasure saber in the world. From the start to the end, his body gave off a weak saber light, resisting the might and pressure of the demonic god. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. He ferociously flapped the blue dragon divine wings and punched at the demonic god's head. "Ignorant." The demonic god smiled coldly and spat out a black flame at Xiao Chun. The blue dragon divine wings flapped gently, and Xiao Chun brushed by the flame. Bang! The demonic god had just stopped when he punched. This punch distorted space, not something that could be judged with common sense. Suddenly, the demonic god arrived above Xiao Qin's head. The mountain-like fist light contained a demonic might that could destroy the world. Cauldron! Xiao Qin shouted, and 10,000 dragon force gathered into a cauldron. It stabilized the space, solidifying the distorted space. Then Xiao Qin executed the myriad heaven divine fist. Bang! The attack knocked Xiao Qin into the air, and a large mouthful of blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Do you feel the difference in strength? This is the power of faith that the Dark Church has accumulated for tens of thousands of years. Ha 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 ha. The Thunder King, who had possessed the demonic god, laughed maniacally as he sent punches at Xiao Qin. Every time the Thunder King punched, space distorted. The fist lights appeared and disappeared mysteriously, appearing boundlessly tyrannical. How terrifying! Xiao Qin was startled. However, after a while he slowly lost consciousness. Xiao Qin watched as the demonic god approached, leading the allied demon race's armies to charge up Kunlun Mountain. If even Xiao Qin could not block the demonic god, it would be a disaster for ordinary cultivators. Xiao Qin shouted and burned his magic energy, executing the major magic skill Dermic World. His figure trembled slightly, and his body quickly enlarged, clashing with the approaching demonic god. Bang! With a punch, Xiao Qin finally blocked the demonic god's fist light. Then, he stood at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, blocking the other party's advance. I only have 7 seconds. I have to do my best to push the demonic god further away. Bang! Loud rumbles resounded in the world. However, the demonic god did not take a step back before Xiao Qin, who had executed Dermic World. Instead, the demonic god launched a torrential barrage of attacks at Xiao Qin's Dermic World. In just one breath, the huge Dermic World was already riddled with injuries. Can you hold on? Let's see how long you can last. The Thunder King, who had possessed the demonic god, felt extremely delighted. Xiao Qin used his fist as a saber, his body as a saber, and his Dermic World as a saber. Xiao Qin clenched his teeth and gave it his all. However, he still could not truly injure the demonic god. All he could do was defend the foot of Kunlun Mountain with much difficulty. Boom! The demonic god punched again, and Xiao Qin's huge Dermic World body fell to one knee. Xiao Qin! The cultivators who had retreated to Kunlun Mountain felt heartbroken when they saw this, feeling immense pain. The kneeling Dermic World was like a guardian of the mountain, stubborn and proud, not retreating. When the final punch landed, the Dermic World body went flying. Xiao Qin reverted to his original form. Blood dyed the sky, and half the bones in his body shattered. Xiao Qin, this is all you are capable of? The demonic god laughed maniacally. Save him. However, of the 7 primes, Emperor Forsaken, Ing Zongtian, the heaven-punishing corpse god, and the Fox King were all anxiously summoning the treasures of their respective races. They could not free themselves at all. The Myriad Law Fiend Master, the Bright Moon Empress, and the Cyclic Astral Lord charged over without hesitation. The 3 had only one thought. No matter what, they had to save Xiao Qin. Stop them. I want to torture Xiao Qin to death. I want him to suffer 100 times, 1,000 times the pain I've suffered. The demon gods roared furiously, and the demon sovereign supremes came out in full force, blocking the 3 supremes. What should we do? We've been blocked. Xiao Qin will die. The Myriad Law Fiend Master said with a grave expression as he looked at the 8 demon monarchs blocking his way. I have a secret method I can rush over. Help me hold them back, I can save him. A brilliant light flashed in the Cyclic Astral Lord's eyes. After hesitating for a while, he finally made up his mind. But you have to face the demon god alone. There's no other choice. A resolute expression appeared on Xingzhu's handsome face, and his body suddenly turned into a ray of starlight and disappeared into the night. When Xiao Qin reappeared, the boundless starlight in the sky condensed into the appearance of the Cyclic Astral Lord. He caught the falling Xiao Qin and dodged the demonic god's gigantic hand. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. I'll kill you an ant first. Xiao Qin vomited a mouthful of blood. He was somewhat surprised that the Cyclic Astral Lord would be the one to save him without hesitation. Last night's stars, last night's wind. Starlight is like the wind sending you off. The Cyclic Astral Lord chanted. Boundless starlight shone through the dense demonic clouds in the sky, turning into a gentle 9-colored astral wind. Carrying Shao Chun, the cyclic astral lord flew to the top of Kunlun Mountain at an incredible speed. He left Shao Chun alone to face the demonic god that the Thunder King possessed. Chapter 1537. Shao Chun was greatly startled. However, he was severely injured and could not move at all. Unexpectedly, the cyclic astral lord, who had always been very ambitious and sanctimonious, would make a sacrifice for him at this crucial moment. Live on properly. As long as you are alive, there is hope for the Kunlun realm. A voice appeared in Shao Chun's mind. It was the cyclic astral lord's voice. Don't die either. I even promised to bring you out of the Kunlun realm. Leave the Kunlun realm? Sometimes people are really laughable. I keep thinking about how to leave the Kunlun realm. However, I always find out what I really want in the end. The cyclic astral lord revealed a bitter smile. The deaths of Chu Yang and Fu Hongyao dealt a huge blow to him. It also allowed him to see many things clearly. Even his 2 disciples had such a strong sense of belonging to the Kunlun realm. His own time in the Kunlun realm was even longer. However, he kept thinking about how to leave the Kunlun realm. Could it be that he was not even comparable to his 2 disciples? Damn it! How dare you spoil my plans? Cyclic astral lord, you must be tired of living. The demonic god raged, and its face quickly changed. Countless faces squeezed under that human skin. Joy, anger, grief, joy, and all sorts of other expressions changed continuously, looking incredibly scary. The cyclic astral lord recovered his wits and looked at the other party. He said softly, "You are really pitiful. Is there any point in living like this? I can squash you to death like squashing an ant. What qualifications do you have to say that about me?" The demonic god raged and ferociously opened its huge palm. It was like the sky encasing the cyclic astral lord. The vast demonic might pressed down, making it difficult for people to speak. The cyclic astral lord did not feel any fear. He only quietly closed his eyes and said softly, "The sun and moon are constant, the stars move, the great thousand realms limitless star burst." The cyclic astral lord formed hand seals. When he finished, starlight lit up every acupoint in his body. His 200-odd acupoints looked like they hit stars, making him crystalline and transparent. His hair gave off faint starlight as it fluttered in the wind. The cyclic astral lord seemed to turn into a painting. As the painting slowly unfurled, it revealed a magnificent, resplendent, and boundless star chart. In the dark space, this scene deeply shocked everyone. This is the Star Palace's forbidden technique, limitless starburst. No! When the disciples of the Star Palace saw this scene, they all went crazy. This was a forbidden art passed down in the Star Palace. Once it was used, death was certain. The Myriad Law Fiend Master and the Bright Moon Empress, who were fighting the Demon Monarch, were stunned. Unexpectedly, the Astral Lord was so decisive. "Old friend, why do you have to do this?" Boom! Before everyone's eyes, the cyclic astral lord's crystalline body exploded with a loud boom. Boom! The demonic god's massive palm exploded on the spot, and the star explosion radiated out. Half of the demonic god's massive body was blasted away. Miserable wails came from the gigantic demonic body, echoing in all directions. Like the howls of wolves in the night, these cries of pain overlapped, tormenting everyone's ears. Dead Shao Chun watched this scene somewhat dispiritedly. Another person died. For the sake of saving him, the cyclic astral lord chose to self-destruct. The resplendent light was always short-lived, passing in an instant. The demonic clouds encased the world, returning it to darkness. In the darkness, the demon god wailed in pain. But what made people despair was that, however, the most despairing thing was that the destroyed half of the demonic god's body quickly grew back. The demonic god glared. When it saw that Shao Chun was already far away, it flew into a rage. "Go to hell!" The demonic god soared into the air and threw a palm strike at Shao Chun. Rumble! The instant the demonic god got up, the entire Kunlun mountain started trembling. The peaks of the entire Kunlun mountain began to tremble, and countless rocks began to fall. Oh no! Just at this crucial moment, a loud dragon roar came from the Blue Dragon Palace at the back of Kunlun Mountain. A dragon claw extended from there. The dragon claw expanded as the wind blew, sending the demonic god flying. Then it turned into a beam of light and swept Xiaochun back into the Blue Dragon Palace. The demonic god that the Thunder King possessed flew back 1 kilometer before stopping. When it saw the retracted dragon claw, it revealed a cold smile. They really dared to come out. Are they not afraid of death? Whoosh! When the dragon claw returned to the Blue Dragon Palace, the palace quickly soared into the air as if it feared something. It quickly flew away, vanishing from everyone's sight. Seeing that the Blue Dragon Palace rescued Xiaochun, the primes released their bated breath. Emperor Forsaken roared, and the deity race ancestor opened his eyes and walked out of a spatial tear. The chains in the corpse race coffin exploded, and a 10,000-year-old corpse king burning with green flames slowly emerged. The martial god medallion in Ing Zongtian's hand stopped spinning, and a figure came out of it. The 3 existences that surpassed primes roared ferociously and charged at the demonic god that was sent flying. Let's go as well. The Bright Moon Empress and the others will not be able to hold out much longer. Emperor Forsaken led the charge, fighting the demonic world primes together with the Bright Moon Empress and the others. In reality, the Blue Dragon Palace was only halfway through its flight when countless bolts of black lightning struck it, causing it to fall with a loud boom. When the Blue Dragon Palace landed, it wobbled. However, it did not fall over. Big Brother Dragon, are you alright? Inside the palace, the old dragon horse was charred black and covered in wounds. It fell weakly to the ground. After a long time it said, I'm fine. Do not go out. The heavenly Tao only isolates us to a certain extent. If people of our level go out, we will die a miserable death. Furthermore, we will bring disaster back to the Blue Dragon Palace. What should we do now? Young master is unconscious, and he is severely injured. The girl in her prime asked somewhat anxiously as she carried Xiaochun. Bring him to the blood pool to treat his injuries. This is the Kunlun realm's own calamity. He has to rely on himself. We have already done everything we can to help him. After the old dragon horse finished speaking, it stood up and, together with the others, placed Xiaochun back into the spiritual liquid pool made from the essence blood of 100 kinds of ancient ferocious beasts. I already saw it clearly. That demonic god's refinement method is a secret technique of the Black Lotus Church. The Dark Church follows the orders of the Black Lotus Church, the old dragon horse said with a grave expression as it looked at Xiaochun in the spiritual pool. The girl's expression changed slightly. I recall that the Black Lotus Church is an evil sect that split from the Buddhist sects in the previous epoch. They are very strong but do not have deep accumulations. How could such a small sect like them have such vast resources to occupy the resources of an abandoned land? Let's not care so much for now. Let's wait for Xiaochun to wake up first. 4 hours later, Xiaochun slowly woke up in the blood pool. By relying on the strong and surging medicinal energy of the ancient ferocious beast's blood, Xiaochun's injuries had mostly recovered. He no longer had any major problems. Senior, save the Kunlun realm. Xiaochun immediately cried out in joy when he opened his eyes and saw the old dragon horse and the others. You are all experts that I cannot see through at all. You must have a way to save the Kunlun realm, right? Xiaochun asked anxiously. The girl, azure-clad man, and the others shook their heads. They only sighed silently and did not answer. Xiaochun, if we could save them, we would have made a move during the incident with the Qing Emperor 10,000 years ago. I once told you that it is very difficult to leave the abandoned land. It is even more difficult to enter. After entering, there are even more restrictions. This is also why the faction behind the Dark Church can only use the natives of the Kunlun realm to develop its faction. Do you understand what I mean? Simply put, if someone from the outside world enters, even if they are as strong as you, they will be rejected by the heavenly Tao. However, you are different. You were born and raised in the Kunlun realm. More or less, you have adapted to this place. People like us who are much stronger than you simply can't get out. The old dragon horse sighed and replied to Xiaochun. I already took a huge risk to save you. It is not that I cannot. It is that I cannot. When Xiaochun heard that, he expected this answer. If it could help, the old dragon horse would have left long ago. Now the only way to save the Kunlun realm lies with you. The old dragon horse looked at Xiaochun, and its expression suddenly turned grave. Xiaochun felt a glimmer of hope again. He asked eagerly, What method? Tell me. The Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor's Inheritance. Although you cannot inherit the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor's inheritance now, as long as you can touch him, you will be able to obtain the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor's inheritance. As long as we awaken the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor's remnant soul and obtain some pointers, defeating the demonic god will not be a problem. The old dragon horse said seriously. The Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor's inheritance. Xiao Chun thought, why did I not think of this? However, the scarlet dragon seal above the veritable essence energy lake was incredibly firm. It did not look like it could be touched at all. It was not that Xiao Chun had not tried it before. That seal was too strong, far from what he could touch now. I got it. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. As long as I break through to the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 9th layer, the horrifying energy from the tribulation should be able to touch the Scarlet Dragon Seal. After the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation reached the 7th layer, every breakthrough was a test of life and death. The lightning tribulation would multiply. If one was not careful, one would die. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a narrow escape. However, the impact of the lightning tribulation was something that Xiao Chun could not do. He definitely could touch the Scarlet Dragon Seal. Xiao Chun originally planned to wait until he left the abandoned land and became stronger before making a breakthrough. However, he could not care so much now. He needed to risk his life. With this thought, Xiao Chun immediately flew out of the blood pool and headed out of the Blue Dragon Palace. The old dragon horse and the others quickly asked, "What are you doing? Don't be rash. Don't worry about me. I'm looking for a quiet place to make a breakthrough. Only then can I touch the dragon seal." Xiao Chun showed a determined expression. He did not want to worry the seniors, so he did not say anything more and quickly walked out of the Blue Dragon Palace. Chapter 1538. It was clearly daytime, but the outside world was dark. Xiao Chun walked out of the Blue Dragon Palace. This place was far from the Profound Domain battlefield. However, it should not be the Tianwu domain, as Xiao Chun had never been here before. Xiao Chun looked at the sky. Demonic clouds covered the sky, making it dark. Relying on his sharp senses, Xiao Chun looked in the direction of Kunlun Mountain. Sound could no longer transmit the battle there. Xiao Chun only vaguely sensed some auras, which still made his heart tremble. A battle that would decide the life and death of the Kunlun realm was taking place there. If no miracle happened, the Kunlun realm's defeat was only a matter of time. The demonic god was practically immortal. Even after half of its body was destroyed, it could still recover perfectly. The ordinary cultivators of Kunlun Mountain also faced the demon race cultivators who had overdrawn on their life force. A peak battlefield versus an ordinary battlefield. No matter which side won, they would immediately feed back to their allies, quickly ending this bitter battle. Since Xiao Chun arrived in this world, he had never experienced such a miserable scene. Even the bloodshed that he experienced on the Emperor's Road could not compare to 1,000th of this battle. Friends who were alive and well in one moment might die in the next. The scene of life and death was playing out at every moment. It was destined that there would be no winner in this battle. The demons were just pitiful bugs that the Dark Church kidnapped. From the moment they offered their souls to the demonic god, they were destined not to betray him. The Thunder King's transformation into something that was neither human nor ghost was clearly not what he wanted. After 10,000 years of scheming, in the end he was still the loser. Pitiful, lamentable, and even more hateful. Far away from the battlefield, Xiao Chun's anxious heart calmed down for a rare moment. In that instant he thought of many things. The death of the cyclic astral lord was a great shock to Xiao Chun. The man who once used the oath stone to threaten him was dead. The person died, and the person who made the oath died. Naturally, the restrictions were no longer there. However, Xiao Chun did not feel relaxed at all. As he looked at Kunlun Mountain in the distance, many scenes flashed in Xiao Chun's mind. Many people had placed their lives on the line to bet on him. This time he could only succeed. Failure was not allowed. With a light tap of his feet, Xiao Chun soared into the sky and scanned the surroundings, searching for a suitable location. A moment later, he landed on a mountain and sat down cross-legged. It was not easy for the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to break through to the 9th layer. That was already the limit of strength allowed by the heavenly Tao of this world. After the 7th layer, every breakthrough brought Xiao Chun an experience that was engraved in his bones. When he recalled it, other than the pain, there was only one word that came to mind. Sky Dome Immortal Lord, don't laugh at me if I die from the cultivation technique you created. Before starting, Xiao Chun teased himself to relax. Then, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Just like eating and drinking, the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulated naturally in his body. He had practiced this cultivation technique day and night. He was already extremely familiar with it. Even when he was unconscious, his body would automatically move. He was simply too familiar with it. Xiao Chun drove his veritable essence energy and circulated it in his meridians. The lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the surroundings quickly gathered in Xiao Chen's body. After one great cycle, Xiao Chen's surroundings started flickering with crackling electric light. Logically speaking, he should have stopped at this point. That was already sufficient. However, it was clearly not possible to break through now. Xiao Chun calmed himself and opened up new meridians. With every increase in the Purple Thunder Divine Incantations layer, more meridians would flow. The so-called breakthrough was opening up new meridians, lengthening the time it took to complete a great cycle. When cultivating, one would absorb more energy, and their speed would be faster. This was originally a rather difficult process. However, Xiao Chun had 2 years of accumulation, so it was not difficult. What was rare was that after opening the various meridians required for the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 10th layer, a lightning tribulation would descend. Only by truly enduring it could one be considered to have broken through to the 9th layer. Otherwise, it would all be for naught. The more dangerous part was using the lightning tribulation to activate the Scarlet Dragon Seal. Time ticked by. When Xiao Chun opened the final meridian, tribulation clouds appeared above his head. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning tore through the sky and landed on Xiao Chen's body. It's starting! Xiao Chun opened his eyes and silently endured the lightning tribulation. Following that, bolts of lightning descended continuously. As the lightning ravaged his physical body, Xiao Chun guided the lightning tribulation's energy to charge at the Scarlet Dragon Seal in his dantian. The Scarlet Dragon Seal was half the size of a palm, but it was like a vast and boundless sea. The lightning tribulation's energy was like a drop of dew. When it charged over, it did not cause any waves. Xiao Chun was not in a rush. Based on his experience, the lightning tribulation would slowly grow stronger. This matter could not be rushed. Using the lightning tribulation's energy was an extremely risky thing to do. In the past, Xiao Chun did his best to block the lightning tribulation's energy from his physical body. This time he did his best to absorb it into his body. If he was not careful, the lightning tribulation's energy might go out of control and explode in his body. Without any surprises, Xiao Chun would be blasted into smithereens on the spot, not even leaving a scrap behind. Boom! After about 7 minutes, a divine dragon palace materialized by lightning descended. A huge pressure immediately crushed the mountain Xiao Chun sat on. Rumble! Before the lightning arrived, the mountain crumbled. Xiao Chun tensed up. As the lightning descended, countless sparks flew on the surface of his body. His body, which was already numb from the pain, felt like it would fall apart. With a strong will, Xiao Chun endured and guided the lightning tribulation's energy to circulate in his meridians. Rumble! The lightning tribulation's energy was like an unbridled wild horse, quickly galloping around. Xiao Chun found it extremely taxing to control it. Bang! This time, the Scarlet Dragon Seal, which had not reacted all this time, finally shook for a moment. It only shook for a moment, not even for a second. If Xiao Chun had not been watching closely, he would have thought that he saw wrong. However, Xiao Chun did not notice that the instant the Scarlet Dragon Seal shook, countless scarlet molecules separated from the Dragon Seal and merged into his blood vessels, healing and recovering his physical body. It separated from the dragon mark and melted into his blood vessels, healing and recovering his physical body. Xiao Chun laughed loudly and reared his head back, shouting, "Darn heavens! Again!" 10,000 bolts of lightning flashed and gathered together, turning into a ferocious venomous lightning snake that bit at Xiao Chun. Before the first wave passed, another wave came. Xiao Chun was like a small boat in the waves, drifting about in this berserk lightning tribulation. 10,000 bolts of lightning flashed and gathered, turning into a ferocious venomous lightning snake that bit at Xiao Chun. The scarlet dragon seal shook for an increasingly longer period of time. All the signs indicated that the scarlet dragon seal could truly be touched. All of a sudden, the storm of thunder and lightning stopped. The entire place turned quiet. Is the lightning tribulation over? No, it is brewing an even more ferocious lightning tribulation. The final lightning tribulation. Suddenly, a sword tip emerged from the clouds. The sound of 10,000 horses galloping resounded in the clouds. The lightning tribulation turned into a ferocious weapon. This startled Xiao Chun. This was his first time seeing tribulation lightning materialize into a weapon. It made him feel like he had committed a sin, and was placed on the execution platform by the heavenly Tao. Oh no! Even if I can endure this lightning tribulation, I cannot draw it into my body. Sharpness. Other than the berserk power, the lightning tribulation this time also had a sharp edge to it. Whoosh! The lightning ferocious weapon arrived in an instant, so fast that Xiao Chun could not react in time. The sword blade pierced through Xiao Chun's head without a drop of blood. I'm fine. However, in the next second, Xiao Chun's expression changed drastically. This lightning tribulation was targeting his physical body. It completely ignored his defenses, wanting to explode in his body. The lightning ferocious weapon that entered Xiao Chun's body shrank as it descended. When the electric light shone out, Xiao Chun's entire body turned transparent. His internal organs, flesh and bones were all clearly visible. This was gathering the power of lightning, continuously compressing the tribulation lightning's energy. At the end of the compression, Xiao Chun would explode, instantly vaporizing. In reality, this time it was not the right time to make this breakthrough. If not for the scarlet dragon seal slowly strengthening Xiao Chun's bloodline in secret, Xiao Chun's physical body would not have been able to last until now. With Xiao Chun's physical body, he would not be able to last until now. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation only had 12 layers. The danger of the final 3 layers far surpassed his expectations. Xiao Chun watched helplessly as that lightning ferocious weapon slowly compressed and condensed in his body. The lightning ferocious weapon turned into a small dot. Its light was already as resplendent and dazzling as the sun. However, there was no earth-shaking explosion. Without a sound, the last bolt of tribulation lightning exploded just like that. Before Xiao Chun could think, his flesh and bones vaporized on the spot. Only a coiled blue dragon image remained, surrounding the scarlet dragon seal. Whoosh! It seemed like something in the scarlet dragon seal woke up. The blue dragon image opened its eyes. That was a pair of cold scarlet eyes, lonely and proud. It looked like it was outside the world, looking down on everything under the heavens. Interesting. To think that this barren land managed to find a successor who matches my temper. The secrets on you are extraordinary. You shall be the one. Chapter 1539. Dragon Race Secret Technique, Blood Rebirth. A low chant came from the scarlet dragon seal. Then strands of blood mist started to appear in the air. The hazy blood mist slowly condensed into drops of blood. Then all the drops of blood suddenly retracted. 1 second ago, Xiao Chun had disappeared. Now he was perfectly fine. Then he miraculously reappeared. Am I dead? Xiao Chun asked in a daze as he opened his eyes in a mysterious space. This world was dark. Countless stars dotted the sky, but no starlight shone down. Dead? If I had woken up a second later, you might really have died. Saving you was not easy. Forcefully using blood rebirth before reaching the required cultivation is not that easy. Of course, I am an exception. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the space, startling Xiao Chun awake. Who am I? Haven't you always wanted to see me? What's wrong? Are you frightened after seeing me? The voice came from behind. Xiao Chun quickly turned around and saw a white-clad person with a sinister smile. His lips curled into an evil smile, and a faint blood-red light flickered in his eyes. This person's aura was very strange. His expression was sinister, and he smiled evilly. However, after seeing those eyes, no one would think that he was smiling. The eyes were cold, emotionless, lonely, and proud. There was also a boundless killing chi that seemed capable of melting people. You are the blood-soaked dragon emperor? Xiao Chun asked quickly when he reacted. In that case, he did not die and was saved. The white-clad person did not answer Xiao Chun. Suddenly, he raised his head, and the killing chi hidden in his eyes shot out. The white-clad person reached out and grabbed. Then, he revealed an extremely cold expression as he firmly grasped a clump of black fog in his hand. The black mist twisted and distorted, letting out a series of painful and unpleasant sounds. As Xiao Chun looked at that black fog, he felt fear for some reason, raising his guard involuntarily. Boom! The white-clad person grabbed, and the black fog shrieked miserably. Then it turned into a clump of blood mist and vanished. What is this? Xiao Chun asked, feeling bewildered. Your inner demon. But don't worry, I've already killed it. Don't be so strange. I cultivate the Tao of Massacre and have been dealing with heart demons my entire life. I have killed so many heart demons that even I can't count them. Actually, the heart demon is a good thing. For you, if you can get through it peacefully, your mental state will be strengthened imperceptibly. Unfortunately, you've come to see me in such a decisive manner. Naturally, I can't let the inner demons waste any more time. The white-robed man casually explained, as if he had just done something insignificant. However, Xiao Chun was shocked. He had never heard of heart demons being killed. Speak then. Why are you in such a rush to see me? The blood-soaked dragon emperor seemed to be in a rush, urging the stunned Xiao Chun to speak. Xiao Chun startled awake. Then, he explained what happened to the Kunlun realm and the matter of the demonic god as simply as possible. How troublesome. There's actually someone spending so much effort on a soul path secret technique in such a small place. After the white-robed man heard that, he frowned slightly. This made Xiao Chun nervous. Could it be that even the blood-soaked dragon emperor could not deal with it? Don't misunderstand. This soul Tao technique can be destroyed with one look by a newly advanced spirit sea realm cultivator. It is too immature and crude. However, it makes sense when you think about it. It is already very incredible to be able to complete a soul Tao secret technique in such a barren land. The white-robed man continued. Let me think. At your level, what methods do you have to deal with it? Xiao Chun did not know what the soul Tao was. However, he guessed that it should be the soul Tao. That was not something that a veritable personage could deal with. The human soul was incredibly mysterious. Since ancient times, it had been a cultivation forbidden zone. In the Kunlun realm, only the people of the ghost domain could scratch the surface of it. However, one could not enter it. The soul Tao was too ancient and extremely dangerous. A forbidden zone for the human body. The origin of the soul was even harder to trace. The Kunlun realm did not have a single cultivation technique or martial technique related to the soul Tao. If one wanted to truly cultivate the soul Tao, one would have to reach an extremely high cultivation. At the very least, the current Xiao Chun was still far from that level. Senior, is there really no way at all? Xiao Chun looked at the blood-soaked dragon emperor with a pleading look. The Kunlun realm was in danger. It might fall completely in the next second. The blood-soaked dragon emperor looked at Xiao Chun and said, although a secret technique at the level of the demonic god is extremely inferior, it is of a much higher level than you. It is innately undefeatable. You have no means to deal any substantial damage to it. There is no way at all. There is. Naturally, you also need a Soul Tao martial technique to deal with the Soul Tao secret technique. I have grasped many Soul Tao martial techniques. However, I simply cannot find one that you can cultivate at your cultivation. In that case, can Senior personally make a move and defeat the demonic god? I am just a strand of a remnant soul existing in this dragon seal. My strength is not even comparable to yours. Are you going to send me to my death? That demonic god would love for someone like me to go out. It would be great nourishment for him and be very comfortable. The blood-soaked dragon emperor looked at Xiao Chun with disdain, crushing Xiao Chun's final hope. Doesn't that mean that there is no hope? Humph! Suddenly, the blood-soaked dragon emperor said sullenly, as my blood-soaked dragon emperor's inheritor, how can you be so lacking in ambition? This is an impossible task for ordinary people. However, as my blood-soaked dragon emperor's inheritor, if you cannot even clear this stage, then I can only say that I am blind. What do you mean? Xiao Chun asked, feeling confused. Nothing much. I'll teach you a Soul Tao martial technique. Even if you do not know it, you have to learn it for me. Otherwise, if the demonic god cannot kill you, I will personally kill you. To think that you want me to personally make a move for you over such a small matter. I really feel ashamed on your behalf for having such thoughts. The blood-soaked dragon emperor looked at Xiao Chun with disdain and a cold smile. Xiao Chun's expression changed slightly as he demanded angrily, "Small matter? I will allow you to look down on me and humiliate me. However, don't joke around with the lives of my Kunlun realm compatriots. Let me tell you, this is not a small matter. This is not a small matter." Seeing Xiao Chun's disrespect, the blood-soaked dragon emperor did not get angry. Instead, he laughed. "You have a temper. However, if you want to be my blood-soaked dragon emperor's inheritor, just having a temper is not enough. I'll pass this Soul Dao martial technique to you. As long as you can learn it a little, you will be able to kill the demonic god. If you cannot learn it, haha, I will kill you and find another inheritor. Also, don't neglect the basics. My blue dragon bloodline is one of the great desolate 100 races. The strongest thing is the power of our bloodline. However, you are foolish enough to not use it." Right after the blood-soaked dragon emperor spoke, he pointed at Xiao Chun. Boundless information entered Xiao Chun's mind. "Let's go. Don't disturb me for no reason. This remnant soul of mine cannot exist for long. If you wake me up and do not learn anything, it will be a waste." With a wave of the blood-soaked dragon emperor's hand, Xiao Chun returned to reality. Xiao Chun opened his eyes. Under the dim light, the surrounding terrain was cracked and in a sorry state. The terrain had changed completely. The tall mountains were gone and the plains were gone. Cracks filled the ground and sand and rocks flew everywhere. When Xiao Chun regained control of his physical body, he immediately felt that his physical body was stronger than before. In his bloodline there was a power that wanted to roar. Everything seemed to be very different. Vital Qi gather. Xiao Chun clenched his fist, and all his vital qi surged. Strands of dragon-shaped energy flew around in the air. As Xiao Chun clenched his fist, 2 ancient dragon cauldrons hovered above his head. 2 cauldron force. Xiao Chun felt shocked. His vital qi actually doubled. What's going on? Could this be the power of the bloodline that the blood-soaked dragon emperor mentioned? Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Thinking back, he vaguely recalled that his blood seemed to have changed when he underwent his tribulation. Every time the power of the lightning tribulation, it would strengthen his physical body, undergoing some kind of tempering, polishing his blue dragon war body. Aside from his vital qi doubling, the magic energy origin in his sea of consciousness also doubled in size. Xiao Chun rejoiced in his heart. This was the most obvious benefit of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, advancing to the 10th layer. With the expansion of his magic energy origin, he would be able to execute magic skills more easily. His dermic world would also last longer. However, these were not the important points now. The important point was the Soul Dao martial technique that the blood-soaked dragon emperor left in his mind when he chased him out. Soul Breaking Finger. Chapter 1540. Soul Breaking Finger. This was a Soul Dao martial technique that the blood-soaked dragon emperor had obtained long ago. One had to reach the veritable personage realm at the very least before one could cultivate it. But now he had thrown it to Xiao Chun and wanted him to learn it immediately. This was a bit too much. After all, Xiao Chun was only at the first minor stage of the perfected being realm, the veritable essence realm. After that, there was still the Yin essence realm and the Yang essence realm. This was equivalent to Xiao Chun crossing 2 cultivation realms to learn a martial technique. Xiao Chun carefully thought back to the blood-soaked dragon emperor's words. After calming down and thinking about it, he realized that while the other party's words seemed unreasonable, they were actually not that heartless. If he really didn't think highly of him, he wouldn't have given the soul-breaking finger to Xiao Chun, nor would he have saved him. In reality, there was no other way. If they could not break the rules, they could forget about saving the Kunlun realm. Familiarizing himself with the mental cultivation method of the soul-breaking finger, Xiao Chun did not rush to try it out. Soul Dao martial techniques exhausted a cultivator's soul energy. If one failed, one's soul would be injured. This was especially so for someone like him who forcefully cultivated. If he was not careful, the damage would be even greater. In the worst-case scenario, he might even turn into a fool or have his soul dissipated. In the message that the blood-soaked dragon emperor gave Xiao Chun, he said that he could only suffer 3 failures at most. If Zhang Xian failed the 3rd time, his soul origin would be damaged, and it would be difficult for him to recover from it. First step, mobilize your soul force. Xiao Chun slowly circulated his mental cultivation method. As his mental cultivation method deepened, he realized that his consciousness was drifting away from his physical body. The taboo energy in his body was being controlled by him. Winds blew and clouds surged. A powerful aura burst forth from his body. This aura was several times stronger than his Tao might. A strong wind howled and clothes flapped noisily. At this moment, anyone in the Kunlun realm who stood before Xiao Chun would feel fear in the depths of their soul. Second step, condense soul power. The condensation of soul power was the most crucial step. Without condensation, soul power would not have any power, and it would be impossible to release it. Hoochie hoochie. As the soul energy gathered, invisible storms appeared in the sky and gathered in the clouds. Bolts of lightning were torn apart, emitting a soul-shaking sound. Poochie. Before he even had time to reveal a trace of happiness, Xiao Chun spat out a mouthful of blood, his soul power scattering from his hand like water. In the sky, all the strange phenomena disappeared, and the terrifying aura disappeared. After summarizing his failure, Xiao Chun rested for a while and began his second attempt. This time the soul power was successfully condensed, but at the third step, the release of soul power, something went wrong. As a result, Xiao Chun felt as if his soul had fallen apart. His entire body felt weak, and his mind was exhausted to the extreme. Again. After resting, Xiao Chun immediately failed for the third time. This time he could only succeed. The blood-soaked dragon emperor, who was in the scarlet dragon seal in his body, did not sleep. Instead, he stared at Xiao Chun intently. What a terrifying talent for the Tao of the soul. Just 2 attempts and he has already reached this level. His soul power is also shockingly powerful, much stronger than mine in the past. The blood-soaked dragon emperor muttered to himself, perhaps it has something to do with his secrets. As Xiao Chun thought, he formally began his third attempt. The first step, circulating soul power, was successfully completed. The second step, condensing soul power, was successfully completed. The third step, releasing soul power, was successfully completed. There was still one final step, just 1 drop of dragon blood. The dragon race was one of the strongest races of the great desolate Aeon. After millions of years, the dragon blood was like a mythical bloodline. Although there were no pure-blooded dragons, Xiao Chun's blue dragon bloodline was a peerless 8-colored dragon bloodline of extremely high quality. 1 drop of peerless blue dragon blood was sufficient to increase the might of the soul-breaking finger tenfold. Without the dragon blood, the might of the soul-breaking finger would be very ordinary. After Xiao Chun successfully released his soul power to his fingertip, his chest tore open, and a drop of heart blood immediately melted. The tip of Xiao Chun's right index finger released a scarlet light. The entire world turned scarlet under this light. What was even more strange was that when the scarlet light radiated, clear lines could be seen even in the insides of rocks and grass. Am I going to succeed? The blood-soaked dragon emperor felt excited in his heart. However, his expression suddenly changed. That's not right. The dragon blood and soul energy have not completely merged. Boom! A scarlet beam of light with dragon patterns on it shot out from Xiao Chun's fingertip. However, this beam of light suddenly disintegrated halfway, vanishing into nothing. This time Xiao Chun was not injured. However, disappointment filled his face. How can it be like this? I clearly already succeeded. Why did it still disintegrate? This won't do. I have to try again. Whoosh! Space suddenly twisted, and Xiao Chun was pulled into the scarlet dragon seal's space. Then, he saw the blood-soaked dragon emperor again. Stop trying. You already failed. The blood-soaked dragon emperor said expressionlessly. Xiao Chun said, I have to try again. Otherwise, I will definitely succeed this time. What if you fail? You will die a miserable death. Are you sure you want to try? I'm sure. I can only gamble on this. The blood-soaked dragon emperor sighed silently in his heart. Xiao Chun is really stubborn, just like me back then. Perhaps I can really revive the extinct blue dragon bloodline. Just like me back then, I can revive the entire declining dragon race by myself. Very well. Go ahead and try. I won't stop you. However, I really have to sleep for a while. You can wake me up after you surpass the veritable personage realm. Remember, make good use of the power of your bloodline. That is a huge asset. After the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor finished speaking, his figure slowly faded, vanishing from Xiao Chen's sight. When Xiao Chen returned to reality, he revealed a smile. This blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was truly an interesting person. While the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor criticized Xiao Chen harshly, he did not mention anything about not wanting Xiao Chen as an inheritor after he failed. The third failure should be because the dragon blood and soul energy have not completely merged. I have to think of a way. On the other side, the huge battle at Kunlun Mountain had already reached its final juncture. Under the leadership of the Fiend Celestial, the Fiend Celestial army carried out violent attacks on Kunlun Mountain again and again. It was possible that they would charge up Kunlun Mountain at any time. Once this final line of defense fell, what awaited the Kunlun realm cultivators would be a one-sided massacre. The demonic god fought the deity race ancestor, the 10,000-year-old demonic corpse, and the clone of the Bushan Palace's founder alone. The demonic god had an innate advantage of being undefeatable. No matter what kind of injuries it suffered, they would not be fatal to it. It would recover quickly. On the other hand, the Kunlun realm's three great trump cards, the clone of the Bushan Palace's founder, grew dimmer. The deity race ancestor was riddled with injuries, looking like he would collapse at any moment. Only the 10,000-year-old demonic corpse was in the best situation due to its physical body's advantage. Upon seeing the demonic god suppress the three great trump cards, Ing Zongtian and Emperor Forsaken, who were fighting the Earth Demon Monarch, the Shadow Demon Monarch, and the other demonic world primes, revealed helpless expressions. Whoosh! Whoosh! The clone of the Bushan Palace's founder suddenly started flickering, its figure growing increasingly fainter. Ing Zongtian's expression changed drastically. Oh no! Time is almost up. As soon as the words left his mouth, the clone vanished without a trace. The fragile balance was instantly broken. The demonic god laughed loudly. You undying old man, you can truly die now. Bang! A scarlet light burst out. The deity race ancestor, who had been holding on for a long time, finally could no longer hold on. He got knocked into the air, splattering blood everywhere. As the injuries piled up, the deity race ancestor's life force weakened continuously. Strands of life essence scattered in the air. Ancestor! Emperor Forsaken cried out in despair. The deity race ancestor had protected the deity race generation after generation. Today he died in his generation. Of the three great trump cards, only the 10,000-year-old demonic corpse remained, holding on bitterly. Kunlun Mountain would fall soon. However, Xiao Chen was still making one last attempt. Chapter 1541. First step. Circulate soul energy. Second step. Condense soul energy. Third step. Fourth step. Release soul energy. Melt the dragon blood and merge the two. After thinking for a long time, this was Xiao Chen's fourth attempt. This time he took the risk of carrying out the third and fourth steps at the same time. This was the only way to completely merge the dragon blood and soul energy. As Xiao Chen's cultivation was insufficient, he could only forcefully cultivate it. Naturally, a cultivator of a higher cultivation realm would follow the normal order, which was safe and stable. However, Xiao Chen needed to use some unconventional methods. Otherwise, he would never succeed if he followed the normal order. The drop of dragon blood in Xiao Chen's heart melted, and the condensed soul energy entered his right index finger at the same time. His soul energy and dragon blood merged continuously during this process. A strong aura burst out from Xiao Chen's body. Success or failure depended on this. Dragon blood soul breaking finger. Xiao Chen roared and a scarlet light lit up the space on his right index finger. The blood-red light beam shot out for a full 10,000 meters without dispersing. Success! Xiao Chen revealed a smile, rejoicing in his heart. He finally succeeded on his fourth attempt. By carrying out the third and fourth steps at the same time, he had made the right gamble by taking the risk. When the scarlet light faded, fatigue washed over Xiao Chen, and he slowly calmed down. Perhaps this was not enough. After all, the blood-soaked dragon emperor had not seen the demonic god personally. Furthermore, what if this dragon blood soul breaking finger could not completely kill the demonic god? He really couldn't afford to lose. Just this dragon blood soul breaking finger is not enough. I have to think of other ways to raise the purple thunder divine incantation to the 10th layer. My thunder domain should not be much weaker than the Thunder King's. However, The Thunder King's thunder domain has already mutated. As Xiao Chun thought, an idea suddenly came to his mind. Although my ice domain is not as strong as the thunder domain, it is close. If I can merge the two, I will have another asset to deal with him. What kind of medium would the fusion of ice and lightning take? Naturally, the first thing that came to Xiao Chun's mind was the saber. He was the most familiar with the saber. However, he already grasped a complete Dao for saber intent, which was one level higher than a domain. Merging the three was somewhat difficult. Other than sabers, I'm most familiar with dragons. That's right, that's it. Xiao Chun's eyes flashed. He had the bloodline of the blue dragon and had seen all kinds of dragons. It was the perfect vessel. Opening his palm, streams of lightning energy emerged from his palm, crackling and flickering non-stop. Then, with a thought, the power of ice appeared in his palm at the same time, and the two continuously mixed together. Under Xiao Chun's gaze, it quickly took the shape of a dragon, becoming more and more exquisite. The blood-soaked dragon emperor said that my dragon blood is a huge treasure. However, I still do not know how to use it. But just now, the dragon blood soul-breaking finger had fused with the power of the dragon blood soul-breaking finger. Only then could it be called the true soul-breaking finger. Could the Thunderbolt Ice Dragon be infused with a trace of dragon blood? Thinking of this, Xiao Chun took action. A drop of scarlet dragon blood seeped out of his palm, which was covered in ice and lightning. Like an extremely gluttonous child, the Thunderbolt Ice Dragon instantly absorbed this drop of dragon blood and turned into a berserk tricolor dragon. The purple of lightning, the white of ice, and the red of blood. As the Thunder Domain and Ice Domain's energies drained, the berserk tricolor dragon in Xiao Chun's hand grew larger and longer. When Xiao Chun's energy of lightning and ice was completely drained, a 10-meter-long berserk tricolor dragon soared out of his palm. Its main body was purple lightning, and white ice covered its scales. Blood dotted its claws and horns. I succeeded. I will call you the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon then. Xiao Chun clenched his fist, and the berserk tricolor dragon vanished. Heavy confidence flashed in his eyes. He had gained another killing move. Furthermore, with the strengthening of his physical body and vital qi, his strength had undergone a complete transformation. He was now 50% confident of dealing with the demonic god that the Thunder King possessed. Xiao Chun raised his head and looked at the demonic clouds in the sky. He muttered, "If I can break the demonic clouds and allow the isolated heavenly Dao to reappear, the demonic god's strength will decrease significantly. 50% will become 70%. Whoosh! With a thought, Xiao Chun arrived under the demonic clouds. After hesitating for a while, he entered. When Xiao Chun entered the demonic clouds, all sorts of negative emotions immediately surged over. This was an extremely terrifying mental attack. However, to the current Xiao Chun, this was not too much trouble. He just had to guard his heart. Xiao Chun flew higher and higher. After flying for 10 kilometers, he still had not emerged from the demonic clouds. This startled him greatly. No wonder it could isolate the heavenly Dao. The thickness of these demonic clouds was simply incredible. Blue Dragon Divine Wings. A pair of dragon wings spread out on Xiao Chun's back, and he suddenly accelerated. Then he leaped out of the demonic clouds. Rumble! The long-awaited sunlight appeared. Before Xiao Chun could reminisce about it, bolts of lightning shot towards him. After Xiao Chun dodged, he quickly withdrew his aura. Right now, his strength was already on the verge of being killed by the heavenly Dao. More accurately, Xiao Chun had already broken through, hovering around the limit. However, Xiao Chun was a cultivator who grew up in the Kunlun realm. The heavenly Dao was more tolerant of him. As expected, there is a clear gap between us. Beneath the demonic clouds, I can be unbridled. But outside the demonic clouds, I have to be cautious. If I am not careful, I will touch the red line of the heavenly Dao. A calm expression appeared on Xiao Chun's face. However, compared to the demon god, he is still the one at a disadvantage. Without the demonic clouds, his strength will decrease by at least 2 to 3 times. As for me, it will only decrease by 20% at most. Xiao Chun still vividly remembered the sorry state he had been in when he fought with the demon god. Even though he had used Dharma World, even after using all sorts of means, he was still unable to receive Xiao Chun's attacks. Every punch was excruciatingly painful, and Xiao Chun's defeat was extremely miserable. After executing his heavenly eye, Xiao Chun could barely see through the clouds and see the blurry terrain of the Kunlun realm. After a quarter of an hour, he arrived above the mysterious domain and stopped. He looked at the demonic clouds thoughtfully. How could he break it and let the heavenly Tao penetrate it, disintegrating the demonic clouds of the entire Kunlun realm? As long as there was a hole in the 500-kilometer-long dike, the flood would immediately destroy it. However, the might of the heavenly Tao was much more ferocious than the flood. Once Xiao Chun had a chance, he would definitely disintegrate the demonic clouds above the Kunlun realm. To pierce through the 10-kilometer-thick demonic clouds, aside from having great might, one's penetrative power had to be strong. Otherwise, Xiao Chun would not be able to pierce through them. The demonic clouds would quickly close up, and the demon god would notice Xiao Chun's existence, not giving him another chance to attack. There was only one chance. His attack had to be ferocious, and its penetrative power had to be strong. Standing in the demonic clouds, Xiao Chun grabbed a clump of demonic clouds. Then he opened his palm and looked at it carefully. The black demonic clouds in Xiao Chun's palm changed continuously. Unexpectedly, they turned into many evil spirits' heads. All of them had malevolent expressions, looking extremely horrifying. Xiao Chun's heart sank. Just a clump of demonic clouds already had so many evil spirits. For tens of thousands of years, how many innocent lives had the demonic god blood sacrifice killed? This method was simply too cruel. After calming down, Xiao Chun analyzed the situation. The demonic clouds were mainly made up of all sorts of resentful spirits and demonic qi. It seemed like Xiao Chun's strength attribute was not very useful against such existences. It would be great if he had an attribute like the state of holy light. I can only use brute force. With the support of the Tao might and the Saber Tao's great Tao energy and 2 cauldron force, that should be enough. After taking a deep breath, a Tao disc appeared behind Xiao Chun. Then it condensed into a point and continuously elongated. When it elongated to 3 centimeters, Xiao Chun punched ferociously. 2 cauldron force gathered on his fist light. With the support of the Tao might, the berserk energy became incredibly dense. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers. The saber light that the fist light turned into continuously pierced through the demonic clouds. Xiao Chun was very confident in his attack. Before the demonic clouds were completely pierced through, Xiao Chun leaped out of the opening. Chapter 1542. Kunlun Mountain was the final trump card of the Kunlun realm. The 10,000-year-old demonic corpse. In the end, it still fell to the demonic god. No matter how strong the demonic corpse's physical body was, it would eventually run out of strength. Its injuries piled up. In the end, it would explode into a pool of black blood. As for the demonic god, he was innately undefeatable. No matter how badly his body was damaged, he would recover in an extremely short time. Furthermore, the demonic god was terrifyingly strong. With one punch, he could easily knock back a prime. No one could block the demonic god's repeated attacks. Just look at how strong Xiao Chun was earlier. However, he did not last long against the demonic god. Not to mention Zongtian, Emperor Forsaken, and the Fox King. It's over. Seeing the final 10,000-year-old demonic corpse explode into a pool of blood, all the Kunlun realm cultivators sighed in their hearts. Qitian, there is no need for you to struggle. The Earth Demon Monarch and the other demonic world primes stopped their attacks. Their anxious hearts finally released their bated breath. After this, there was no need for them to make a move. The demonic god alone was sufficient to destroy 7 primes. Emperor Forsaken, Zongtian, and the others remained silent. At this final moment, they did not feel fear or despair but pity. Pity that they could no longer see these great mountains and rivers. Pity that they would no longer have the chance to fight alongside their fellow Taoists. Zongtian, I'm sorry. I have never apologized in my life. I believe that if I do not apologize now, there might not be another chance, Emperor Forsaken said indifferently. The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign said indifferently. His expression was somewhat sorrowful and somewhat helpless. He also felt some regret. If he had not been so utilitarian in the past, the entire Kunlun realm would not have lost so much of its high-end combat power when Xiao Chun advanced to martial emperor. In this battle, there might have been a chance to protect the Kunlun realm. Although the demonic god was strong, If the demonic god killed all the other cultivators and demonic beasts of the demonic world, he alone would not be able to truly occupy the Kunlun realm. Zongtian smiled and said, "All right, I forgive you. I have never forgiven anyone who has made a big mistake in my life. Before I die, I won't let you have this regret." The few remaining Kunlun Supremes stood side by side, prepared to withstand the last wave of attack from the demonic god. Shui Lingling was a little tired. Standing on the mystic bird, the primordial energy in her body was almost exhausted, and her spirit was even more fatigued. Is it about to end? And Juanqi leaned against a mountain rock. He truly had no strength to continue fighting. He needed to rest, and his injuries also needed to recover. Feng Xingsheng, Xianyuan Zhantian, Mo Chan, and the other Dragon's Gate cultivators all showed helplessness and dissatisfaction in their eyes. At this moment it was as though the entire Kunlun realm was sighing. "Qitian, you thought that you fought against me your entire life. However, from the very beginning, you've only been toyed with by me." Thousands of faces squeezed together under the demonic god's skin, changing continuously. Finally, they turned into the Thunder King's face. Qitian said coldly, "Thunder King, if you want to make a move, do it quickly. Look at your current appearance, you look neither human nor ghost. You probably won't be able to die even if you wanted to." "Humph! A dead person is not qualified to mock me. Hu Qi." Just at this moment, an intense beam of light suddenly descended from the sky. In reality, it was not that the light was very intense. It was just that the demonic clouds had covered the world for too long, preventing people from seeing sunlight for too long. Hence, the light was so piercing and intense. Light? These demonic clouds are 10 kilometers thick. Even I cannot pierce through them in one breath. Who did it? Zongtian exclaimed in shock as he raised his head. That intense beam of light in the boundless darkness immediately attracted everyone's attention. The moment the light beam fell, a white figure slowly descended from the pillar of light. It's Big Brother Shao Chun. It's Shao Chun. It's the white-robed bladesman Shao Chun. The Blue Dragon King is back. Those with good eyesight immediately saw the white-clad person's appearance and could not help exclaiming, "The heavenly Tao is back. I can feel it." Emperor Forsaken, who had already accepted death, suddenly became excited. The Thunder King revealed a horrified expression. How can this be? He was so severely injured. How did he recover in such a short time? The demonic god could no longer care about killing Emperor Forsaken. Its huge body shrank continuously. The demonic god did not release its demonic might, fearing that the heavenly Tao would kill it. Hence, it had no choice but to take the initiative to scatter its cultivation. The beam of light continued to expand. By the time Shao Chun landed, the entire profound domain had recovered. The demonic clouds were like heavy snow in winter, continuously melting under the radiance of the sun. The demonic clouds covering the entire Kunlun realm vanished at an extremely fast pace. Just like how justice would definitely prevail over evil, darkness would not cover the land forever. As long as someone dared to stand out and poke a hole, the light of the heavenly Tao would spread over the land. How painful! How piercing! My strength is gone. So tired, so sleepy. I don't have any strength left. What's going on? Why did I suddenly age so much? Why did my old injuries relapse? Countless demonic world cultivators and demonic beasts were horrified to discover that all sorts of terrifying problems had appeared around them. Several demons even started crying in despair. Earlier they had been full of energy and strong bodies. Now their hair had turned white, and their bodies were riddled with injuries. No one would be able to accept this. Draining one's life force to heal one's injuries and strengthen one's combat prowess, the side effects would arrive sooner or later. By poking a hole in the sky and weakening the demonic god's strength, Shao Chun had only brought this moment forward. Saber. Shao Chun stretched out his hand, and the scattered lunar shadow saber on the battlefield turned into a beam of light and returned to his hand. The absence of Ao Jiao in the saber stunned Shao Chun for a moment. However, he could sense that Ao Jiao was still alive, so Shao Chun let go of this worry. Holding the saber horizontally in his hand, Shao Chun sent out a saber light. A tyrannical aura that looked down on the world erupted from his body. The saber light swept out in all directions. All the demons and demonic beasts within 50 kilometers of Shaochan were struck by the azure light. Dark Church's Churchmaster, do you dare to fight me again? The saber light on Shaochan's saber flickered as he pointed it at the Dark Church's Churchmaster. A strong aura spread out from Shaochan's body, giving the impression that he was a powerful saber sovereign, ruling the world, unrivaled in all directions. Defeated opponent, this time the heavenly Tao is not isolated. Those old monsters of the Blue Dragon Palace will not dare to come and save you. I will make sure you die thoroughly. The Dark Church's Churchmaster returned to the height of a regular person. He held back his overwhelming demonic might. With a gentle leap, he arrived before Shaochan, not showing any fear. At this moment, the thousands of demonic world cultivators and demonic beasts fell into chaos. The cultivators and demonic beasts that had already charged up the mountain all retreated in a fluster. The state of their bodies suddenly plummeted from their peak to rock bottom, accompanied by all sorts of pain. The side effects of overdrawing on their potential erupted. They were now even weaker than regular people, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The Kunlun Realm's war banner rose up behind Shaochan once more, fluttering loudly in the strong wind. The war banner did not fall. It was like a blazing fire, igniting the hot-bloodedness in everyone's hearts, turning it into a blazing flame. We cannot let them leave so easily. Rage burned in Juanshi's eyes. His entire body was drained of energy. However, he gritted his teeth and stood up in the end, trembling. The many fatigued Kunlun Realm cultivators gritted their teeth and stood up. They tightly gripped their weapons and charged out with their final breaths. Although they were injured and fatigued, they had not overdrawn on their potential. They did not have the side effects of the demons. Before the Kunlun Realm cultivators, the demons did not have any combat prowess at all. They fled in panic, utterly defeated. Miserable cries rang out at every moment. Those were the miserable cries of the demons. Good and evil would be repaid. It was not that there was no retribution. It was just that the time had not come yet. After massacring so many people of the Kunlun Realm, it was time for them to pay their debts. As Shaochan listened to the miserable cries, his expression did not change at all. He looked at the demonic god coldly and said, "This is their retribution. Soon it will be your turn." Humph! Do you think that you can kill me by letting the might of the heavenly Tao descend again? Let me tell you, I will not die. As long as I am around, this war will not end. The Thunder King's eyes turned somewhat crazed. As he looked at Shaochan, he hated him so much that his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. He was just one step away from killing all the Kunlun Realm primes and obtaining the Rock of Origin. However, Shaochan's reappearance shattered this beautiful dream. The situation of the battlefield also reversed. You little bastard, you are even more loathsome than the Qing Emperor. If not for the fact that I had no choice, why would I nurture a tiger and invite disaster? However, since you do not treasure it, I will not show mercy either. Die! The demonic god leaped into the air and punched. Overwhelming demonic might erupted intensely on his fist light. That strong demonic might could knock back a prime with just demonic might. Show mercy? You'd best use your full power. Otherwise you will die very quickly. Shaochan casually swung his saber, not showing any fear of the other party. He met force with force, not dodging at all. Dang! The fist light and the saber clashed, producing a loud clang. The two each moved back 100 steps, evenly matched. Blood leaked out of a corner of Shaochan's lips. Then, he held his saber with both hands and looked at the other party coldly. The Thunder King, the demonic god, felt stunned. However, when he saw the blood on Shaochan's lips, he smiled and said, "What a surprise! You became so strong. Unfortunately, I am immortal. However, your flesh is your greatest weakness." Amid loud laughter, black sparks flew out of the Thunder King's fingers. With every step the demonic god took, a black lotus flower appeared under his feet. As the lotus flowers drifted in the air, the demonic god executed Thunder Hell. This time, the Thunder Hell was even stronger than the one the Thunder King executed. Flawless saber technique, heaven-swallowing stance. As Shaochan swung his saber, countless mysterious phenomena shot out of his body. There was a bright moon, snowflakes, a lightning dragon, a blazing sun, and boundless saber lights. Shaochan poured out all his comprehensions, eventually turning into a huge dragon head. The dragon head opened its huge mouth and sucked in all the lotus flowers, black lightning, and all the negative emotions. What martial technique is this? The Thunder King was startled. His thunder hell and the lotus flower mysterious phenomena were all gone. I'll return them to you, Xiao Chun shouted, and the saber in his hand spun around, sending out a pure black saber light spreading lightning and negative emotions. Pussy eye. Xiao Chun vomited a mouthful of black blood. The saber light formed by his thunder hell chopped off half of the Thunder King's body. Although his body continuously recovered, the Thunder King felt an unprecedented worry when he saw Xiao Chen's eyes. The Thunder King saw strong confidence in Xiao Chen's eyes and a hatred that even the sky and the sea could not contain. Chapter 1543. It looks like I have to get serious with you. Xiao Chun, you are stronger than I thought. The Thunder King's body quickly recovered. Then he waved his right hand, and a huge axe suddenly appeared in his grasp. Xiao Chen's eyelids twitched slightly. This huge axe was also a transcendent divine weapon. During the king conferral ceremony, the other party had used this axe when he fought the heaven-abandoning fist. The past truly made one sigh. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Xiao Chun. Earlier, the other party said that he regretted nurturing a tiger. Could it be that there was some hidden trouble? However, this thought disappeared in a flash, because the demonic god that the Thunder King possessed had already charged over. The demonic god wielding a weapon did not change its aura much, but it could let go of its arrogance. It no longer fought in a simple and crude manner. Instead, it played combat techniques with Xiao Chun, which posed a greater threat to Xiao Chun. In terms of combat experience, who could compare to the Thunder King, who had lived for more than 10,000 years? Perhaps the only thing that Xiao Chun could rely on was his sharpness and his ultimate killing move. Dang! 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 The huge axe clashed with the saber. The two started an intense battle in the profound domain. The Thunder King had plenty of combat experience. However, Xiao Chen's saber techniques were not weak either. Soon the two fought for real, becoming increasingly ferocious. The two fought a frenzied battle, accompanied by the miserable cries of the demon race cultivators. As time went by, demon race cultivators fell in large numbers on the battlefield. The demonic world primes held on bitterly, placing all their hopes on the demonic god. They only hoped that the demonic god could turn the tide and kill Xiao Chun before turning the situation around. Aside from focusing on the Thunder King, Xiao Chun also split off a portion of his attention to observe the fight between Ning Zongtian and the other primes. The primes mostly held the upper hand in their fight. Only the Kunlun Palace's palace master fought against Xing Wang and Fa Wang alone, appearing perilous. Xiao Chun found an opening and suddenly executed the divine lightning eye. Xing Wang, who was currently fighting with the Kunlun Palace's palace master, did not react at all. 3 lightning tribulations layered over each other and landed on him. Xiao Chun, who had just experienced a lightning tribulation, gained a new understanding of lightning tribulations. The 3 lightning tribulations merged together and formed a statue of a deity made of lightning. Then it came crashing down. Pucci, severely injured, Kingly Punisher was unable to dodge at all. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and collapsed. How could the Kunlun Palace's palace master let go of such a good opportunity? He swung his saber and chopped Xing Wang in half. After finishing off one, the pressure on the Kunlun Palace's palace master immediately decreased significantly. In a one-on-one fight, even Xing Wang and Fa Wang would not be a match for him. You dare to be distracted while fighting me? Xiao Chun, you're really arrogant. With a sneer, the Thunder King swung his axe down. Boundless thunder roared in the sky. A bolt of lightning tore through the sky and was pulled down by the giant axe. Black lightning descended from the clouds and spread to the giant axe, causing the speed of the axe to suddenly increase by several times. Dang! Xiao Chun, who blocked this axe with his saber, was knocked back 1 kilometer before he managed to stand stably. This is just the beginning. Xiao Chun, let's see how long you can last. Even if I fight for half a year, I will not be able to exhaust my demonic energy. What about you? 3 days? 2 days? Or even 1 day? As the Thunder King held the giant axe, his words dealt a blow to Xiao Chen's confidence, breaking down Xiao Chen's fighting spirit. I don't need that long to kill you. At most half a day. Xiao Chun did not get angry or happy. His figure flashed and he took the initiative to charge over. Xiao Qun needed to find an opportunity. As long as he could find one, he would execute all his killing moves and then combine them with his sure kill move to kill the other party. During this period, he could not give the other party any chance to catch his breath. Thunder Purgatory. After fighting for half a day, the Thunder King roared ferociously and used the same move. He did not believe that Xiao Qun could break his domain this time. Black lotus flowers floated in the air once more, each one as heavy as a mountain. They contained extremely compressed demonic chi and flickered with black sparks. They could turn into sharp killing blades at any moment, catching one off guard. Whoosh! 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 Countless lotus flowers spun around, flying at Xiao Qun in an airtight formation. Fish dragon art like a fish in water, thousands of changes. In an instant, Xiao Qun's feet moved about within an inch of space, moving thousands of times, creating countless human figures and saber lights. Some of the black lotus flowers were dodged by Xiao Qun, while others were shattered by the saber. One Bodhi leaf, one world, one flower. The Thunder King formed hand seals with one hand, and the situation changed again. Every lotus flower that Xiao Qun shattered turned into countless lotus flowers again. Caught off guard, the afterimages that Xiao Qun created shattered one by one. Unable to dodge, his true body got struck by several lotus flowers. It was as if he had been struck by several mountains, and the huge impact sent him flying. The lotus flowers exploded, and countless strands of demonic chi and lightning ran amok in Xiao Qun's body. The situation suddenly turned grim. Now was the time to kill in one strike. The Thunder King saw an opportunity. His eyes suddenly turned sharp, and he gave up on his plan to fight steadily, becoming more aggressive. Aside from frustration, the main reason was that the demonic world's demon monarchs were being killed one by one. The situation was becoming increasingly disadvantageous to Xiao Qun. If he waited for those supreme beings to free themselves and attack him together, it was very likely that he would be tortured to death. Even if Xiao Qun did not die, he would have to flee to the demonic world and recuperate. It's coming. Xiao Qun's heart sank, feeling somewhat nervous. This time, the other party went all out and finally revealed an opening. Sharp Spirit Finger. When the Thunder King's axe landed, Xiao Qun quickly executed a secret technique that he had not used in a long time, the Sharp Spirit Finger. Xiao Qun focused all his energy, vital chi, veritable essence energy, magic energy, and the demonic chi and black lightning running amok in his body. All of them were concentrated on a single finger. He had purposely revealed a flaw, waiting for this opportunity. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the berserk energy contained in the Sharp Spirit Finger knocked away the Thunder King's axe, causing it to fly out of his hand. However, the Thunder King still maintained the posture of holding the axe with both hands, chopping down with all his might. This finger was too fast and too strong. Xiao Qun did not realize that he had lost the axe at all. By the time he reacted, Xiao Qun opened his left hand. He had already finished storing up energy for the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon's killing move. A berserk tricolor dragon flew out of Xiao Qun's palm. The Ice Blood Lightning Dragon immediately opened a huge bloody hole in the Thunder King's chest. Xiao Qun's movements were smooth and coherent as if he had practiced them 100 times before. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. The Thunder King's body had not even landed. Xiao Qun's right hand, which held the saber, quickly followed up with a chop. A resplendent saber light chopped the Thunder King's body in half. Countless faces squeezed under the demonic god's skin, looking distorted and horrifying. Clearly, he was in incredible pain. Xiao Qun, I'm going to kill you. I definitely have to kill you. After the demonic god reacted, he threw a palm strike at Xiao Qun at a crazy speed. However, Xiao Qun was already prepared. He placed his left hand on the tip of his saber and blocked this palm strike. However, he was still injured and went flying back while vomiting blood. Clearly, this palm strike from the demonic god was extremely painful. Dragon Blood Soul Breaking Finger. Enduring the intense pain, Xiao Qun executed his final sure kill move as he retreated. Success or failure depended on this finger strike. After putting in a lot of effort, the Thunder King struggled free from the tens of thousands of faces, turning the demonic god back into him. After recovering his face, the demonic god laughed maniacally and said, Xiao Qun, This is the killing move that you planned for a long time, right? Unfortunately, it still cannot kill me. I am undying. However, as the demonic god spoke, he suddenly felt immense horror. The instant the retreating Shao Chun sent out that finger strike, his aura suddenly changed drastically. Mysterious phenomena appeared in the sky. Countless strong winds swept through the battlefield. At this moment, Shao Chen's aura truly suppressed the demonic god. This caused the demonic god to feel fear in the depths of his soul and immense pressure. After recovering his face with much difficulty, the Thunder God's face started changing again. At one moment it was the Thunder King's face. At another moment it changed into something else. That was the soul in the demonic god's body feeling fear and starting to struggle. A Soul Dao martial technique. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Suddenly, the Thunder King felt extreme fear. He wanted to make a move and change something. However, he discovered that he could no longer control the demonic god. A scarlet light shot out from the tip of Shao Chen's finger. Everything within 10 kilometers entered the scarlet space. With Shao Chen's eyes, he could see through everything. Soul energy spread throughout the space. It was like there were no secrets in the world. The scarlet light with dragon patterns on it pierced through the demonic god's brain in an instant. Whoosh! The countless souls in the demonic god's body shattered. Countless beams of piercing black light burst out of the demonic god's body from the inside out. As the light bloomed, the demonic god's demonic might receded like a flood. Boom! The demonic god's body exploded. The might and pressure belonging to the demonic god vanished from the entire battlefield, vanishing from the world. Shao Chun fell to the ground in exhaustion. He held his chest with his right hand and coughed. Then, he got up and headed for the place where the demonic god exploded. He wanted to verify whether the demonic god was truly dead. The tip of the saber sliced the ground, giving off sizzling sounds. Then Shao Chun walked over step by step. Only an image remained in the deep pit created by the explosion. It looked like it would vanish at any moment, flickering about. That was the Thunder King's soul. His soul was the strongest. Unlike the other souls, it was not destroyed by the soul-breaking finger. However, it was not far from destruction. Looking at the Thunder King's current state, it was clear. Shao Chun relaxed. He knew that the demonic god was truly dead. Looking at the Thunder King's soul that looked like it would vanish at any moment, Shao Chun asked, "Do you regret it?" The Thunder King's soul smiled and said, "Regret? I only regret that I did not ruthlessly kill you back then. Don't be happy too early. Unless you do not leave the Kunlun realm, you will not be able to escape death once you leave. I just died before you. The winner takes all. From the day I became the Dark Church's churchmaster, I never regretted it. Ha ha ha." Shao Chun's heart sank. He felt that something was wrong. However, just as he was about to ask something, amid the maniacal laughter, the Thunder King's soul started to flicker intensely, growing fainter and fainter until it vanished. Even in death, this madman who toyed with the many Kunlun realm primes did not show any regret. Chapter 1544. This time the demonic god finally died. As far as the eye could see, the entire fiend army had already been killed until it was beyond recognition. With the death of the demonic god, these demon cultivators and demonic beast kings became even more horrified, losing all their will to fight. Even the few demon monarchs chose to flee, not daring to linger in battle. After chasing the demon army out of the profound domain, no one gave chase. It was not that they did not want to, but that they were too tired. The Kunlun realm won against the deep abyss demonic world once again. However, the price they paid this time was much more severe than in any of the previous demonic calamities. Rivers of blood flowed in the Xian domain. Every single person who survived felt grief and sorrow. After the battle ended, the people in charge of the various sects gathered the surviving disciples. Many sects, from the sect leaders to the lower-level disciples, were all killed in this battle. Several disciples cried loudly as they looked at the corpses of their friends and family. The furthest distance in the world was life and death. That was a hurdle that could never be crossed. Once lost, there was no way to search for it. It could only appear in one's memories. When the scenes flashed, one would recall the past of their family and friends, leaving only grief. In an instant, the entire mystic region was filled with sorrowful cries. These unyielding men were all unyielding. These unyielding men did not cry even when they were in despair. Now that they chased away the demons, they could no longer hold back their grief and released it. Xiao Chun also felt regret in his heart. There were definitely people from the Dragon's Gate who died as well, including Leng Yu, whom he personally killed. In this battle, Xiao Chun's strength had improved significantly, and he had gained a lot. However, compared to what he lost, the price was too heavy. Big Brother Xiao. Many figures moved around the battlefield. Everyone was busy searching for the corpses of their family and friends. Emo-chun quickly led the Dragon's Gate's people to Xiao Chen's side. Beside her were Xinyuan Zhantian, Lan Xiaobai, Lan Yu, Kim Taeho, Gong Yongyu, and many Dragon's Gate doyens. Although they were severely injured, most of them were not dead. Emo-chun explained to Xiao Chun. The main reason was the Yinyang Grand Formation that Xiao Chun left, which united the people of the Dragon's Gate as one. Many of the Dragon's Gate doyens who fought independently joined the Saber Formation the moment there was danger. Among all the sects, the Dragon sect was considered to have suffered lesser losses. This result caused Xiao Chun to feel slightly at ease. Not long after, friends of the same generation appeared one after another, greeting Xiao Chun. Feng Xingxing, Xue Lingling, and Juanxi Bai Yuan Su, and many of Xiao Chun's good friends were still around. At this moment, standing in the middle of the battlefield, everyone who had survived felt that it had not been easy. Everyone could feel that it was not easy to live. Xiao Chun, this time, the Kunlun realm is all thanks to you. Without you, Kunlun would not have one. Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "That's not right. We were able to win by a fluke this time because everyone was united. We disregarded life and death and worked together in exchange for it. Everyone did their best. Just like all of you, I also did my best. They are the real heroes." Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and pointed at the Kunlun realm cultivators who died in battle. Everyone followed his finger, shifting their gazes. Many scenes seemed to appear before everyone's eyes. There was the touching scene of Fu Hongyao stabbing Chu Yang with countless swords and falling down together. There was also Yin Shisan and Di Wuk, two outstanding talents, releasing the final light of their lives in exchange for a celestial demon monarch's head. There was also the shocking scene of the three holy masters' son, Xiao Hoju, dying in battle and Shiman Bao's entire family dying on the battlefield. Those vivid scenes, those familiar names. Thinking about it, those shared experiences seemed like it was just yesterday. Tears welled up in everyone's eyes as they felt a strange sorrow. These were all outstanding talents of the same generation. Everyone had interacted before, barging into the Forbidden Lands together and participating in the martial gathering together. There had been battles, trials, and tribulations, as well as battles of wills and emotions. However, now they could no longer see those people. Everything became a memory. During the Great Battle, everyone suffered together. It was easy to imagine that the Kunlun realm would be peaceful for a long time to come. The Kunlun realm would enter a period of cultivation and recuperation. With the lingering charm of the Golden Age, the Kunlun realm would develop very quickly. These outstanding talents who had experienced the baptism of war would definitely grow very quickly as well. It is too unfortunate that Di Wuk and Yin Shisan died. And Juanqi said in a somewhat choked voice as he rubbed his eyes. The place fell silent. Everyone felt very heavy in their hearts. Xiao Chun said, "Everyone go back first and deal with the aftermath. There are still some loose ends that need to be taken care of. Goodbye." Everyone stepped forward and performed cupped fist salutes at the same time, saying goodbye to Xiao Chun. After the outstanding talents of the same generation left, the Kunlun Palace's palace master, Ing Zongtian, and the others arrived before Xiao Chun. The four looked at each other. Everyone was somewhat speechless. After a simple greeting, the Kunlun Palace's palace master said, "Xiao Chun, you deal with the Dragon's Gate's matter as well. Leave the loose ends to the Kunlun Palace. We have experience with this." Ing Zongtian said, "Of the 18 demon monarchs, only 8 remain. They all fled back to the demonic world. After you deal with the Dragon's Gate's matter, we can discuss what to do." Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Then he said, "Leave this to me. I will make a trip to the deep abyss demonic world. With my strength this time I will be able to eliminate all the hidden dangers of the demon race." When the primes heard this, they nodded slightly. With Xiao Chun making a move, that would be for the best. "Everyone, I will take my leave first." There are still many matters of the deity race waiting for me to deal with. Emperor Forsaken appeared extremely fatigued. This time the deity race suffered heavy losses. The death of the divine son Di Wuk was a huge blow to Emperor Forsaken. I will take my leave as well. Everyone took their leave. They all had some necessary matters to deal with. Everyone was very busy on the battlefield. Xiao Chan still had something to deal with, so he could not return to the Dragon's Gate for now. Although Xiao Chan had the lunar shadow saber, the item spirit, Ao Jiao, had not returned yet. Although he could sense that she was fine, he still had to find her and understand what happened. After informing Mo Chan, Xiao Chan followed his senses and found the restricted Ao Jiao 50 kilometers outside the profound domain. Xiao Chan frowned slightly. Why is Ao Jiao here? Furthermore, someone is restricting her. When Ao Jiao saw Xiao Chan, her eyes immediately darted around. However, she could not move at all. When Xiao Chan saw this scene, he smiled faintly and went over to help her remove the restriction. The restriction set up was not malicious. It was just a restriction to trap people. However, the method used was quite brilliant. Xiao Chan tried a few times before he managed to remove the restriction. It was very troublesome. You are finally here. I nearly suffocated to death. Did you kill the demonic god? Xiao Chan nodded and said, the demonic god is already dead, and the remnant demon armies have retreated from the Kunlun realm. The war is over. We won. That's great. I knew you would be able to do it. You really did it. Xiao Chan said indifferently, I won by luck. Tell me about you. Who restricted you? Why did you leave the lunar shadow saber for no reason at all? Ao Jiao sighed and said, aren't I helping you? After a person's head is chopped off, if it can be reattached quickly, it can still be saved. At that time you held off the Thunder King. This was a rare opportunity. Naturally, I could not miss it. Xiao Chan was stunned, and his expression changed drastically. Could it be that Leng Yu is not dead yet? What happened after that? Did you save Leng Yu? Ao Jiao said helplessly, I don't know. I just helped to stitch up her head and body. I don't know if I can save her or not. Then someone snatched Leng Yu away. I ran out to give chase. After that, this is what you see now. Xiao Chan asked anxiously, did you see that person? What does he look like? How strong is he? If Leng Yu did not die, then he would have fewer regrets in this war. I don't know. That person was too fast and very strong. At the very least, he is a prime. Ao Jiao lowered her head and said softly, sorry, this is all I can do to help. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen's expression turned much warmer. He said warmly, it's fine. I already roughly guessed who did it. Who is it? My greatest enemy. Chapter 1545. Xiao Chen already had a rough guess as to who kidnapped Leng Yu. More accurately, it should be the one who saved Leng Yu. Someone who could interact with Leng Yu and risk his life to save her. Furthermore, the only one who could do this without anyone noticing was Chu Chaoyun. Aside from Chu Chaoyun, who else could it be? However, this was a good thing. Leng Yu would not die. After this battle, Xiao Chen no longer had any regrets. He had done his best to kill the demonic god. Most of the people of the Dragon's Gate were still alive. This was already a great consolation. Ao Jiao, rest first. I'll make a trip to the Blue Dragon Palace. Xiao Chan said softly as he looked at Ao Jiao. Ao Jiao nodded and turned into a beam of light, returning to the Immortal Spirit Ring. The old dragon horse and the others had been waiting in the Blue Dragon Palace for a long time already, respectfully waiting for Xiao Chan. Congratulations, young master, on killing the demonic god and eliminating a threat to the Kunlun realm. This battle severely injured the Dark Church. If the outside factions want to target the Kunlun realm, they will need at least tens of thousands of years to prepare. The moment the young woman entered the palace, she spoke up. Young master, seeing that your cultivation is even more stable and that you learned a Soul Dao martial technique, you must have met the blood-soaked dragon emperor, the old dragon horse said with a smile. Young master, tell us, what kind of person is this blood-soaked dragon emperor? There are many legends about him in the dragon race. The others rushed to ask Xiao Chan a bunch of questions. Xiao Chan nodded slightly and answered some of them. However, what kind of person was the blood-soaked dragon emperor? There was no way to give a simple summary. Like Xiao Chun, that person wore long white robes and had a sinister look on his face, looking like he was smiling. However, the cold killing chi in that person's eyes made it hard for others to associate that expression with a smile. This person's character was also extremely strange. One moment he showed extreme disdain for Xiao Chun. Then he told Xiao Chun all the important points of the Soul Dao martial technique in detail. What kind of character was this? A tsundere? These people probably could not accept that the blood-soaked dragon emperor, whom the dragon race revered as a legend, was such a strange person. Xiao Chun smiled and said, "The blood-soaked dragon emperor is very strong. I have not interacted with him for long, so it is hard to say what kind of person he is. These are all minor details. Young master, when do you plan to leave this banished land?" The old dragon horse asked simply and straightforwardly. Xiao Chun said thoughtfully, "I still have some trivial matters to deal with in the Kunlun realm. Furthermore, I am not ready yet. I am afraid I cannot leave for a while." The old dragon horse nodded and said with a serious expression, "No matter when you leave, there is one thing that you must do. And Big Brother Long, go ahead. The reconstructed Dragon's Gate must leave behind the blue dragon totem for people to worship and worship." Xiao Chun said thoughtfully, "What's the reason? Do you know why no one can obtain the blue dragon martial spirit after the Dragon's Gate is destroyed? It is because the totem is no longer around. As long as the totem receives enough worship, the Dragon's Gate disciples who signed a contract with the totem will eventually have a blue dragon martial spirit. At that time they will come to our blue dragon palace to take the test. As long as they pass the test, we will help them activate their blue dragon bloodline. As long as the sect prospers, the blue dragon bloodline will be reborn." At this point the old dragon horse paused for a while before continuing. "Of course, there is a prerequisite to all this." "What prerequisite?" "The prerequisite is that you can become the Dragon Emperor," the Dragon's Gate said, enunciating every word as it looked at Xiao Chun. The other Blue Dragon Palace's item spirit said, "Young Master, this is an unavoidable responsibility as the Master of the Blue Dragon Palace. I hope you can understand that our Blue Dragon bloodline has been destroyed in the outside world for tens of thousands of years already. However, we have never given up or despaired. Now we place all our hopes on you. Young master, you can definitely do it. Even the strongest blood-soaked dragon emperor chose you." Xiao Chun could feel the fervor, pride, and glory in their words. "Since I chose the Blue Dragon Palace, I definitely will not give up. However, I have a question. Earlier, Big Brother Dragon, you said that after the Dragon's Gate's totem was destroyed, it would not be possible to give birth to a blue dragon martial spirit. Why can I?" "This." The Dragon's Gates group exchanged looks, not knowing how to answer. In the end, it was the Dragon's Gates that said, "Young master, actually, we discovered long ago that you have other secrets. It is not as simple as we thought. You can only unravel all this on your own. Even in the outside world, I have never seen such an exquisite cultivation technique for your Purple Thunder divine incantation. To think that it can allow one to dual cultivate immortal energy and martial energy, cultivating magic energy and essence energy at the same time. I believe that back then, the blood-soaked dragon emperor also discovered your secret. That's why he took the risk to pass on a soul Dao martial technique to you, as your soul energy is very strong." The girl in her prime continued, "Actually, I also know the dragon blood soul breaking finger. However, it is not as mighty as young master's. Furthermore, young master, this is your first time cultivating it. This is very unusual." Xiao Chun looked at the serious expressions of these people. These were major characters with much higher cultivations than him. "It is that incredible?" The few nodded at the same time and said, "Extremely terrifying." Xiao Chun smiled and did not say anything more about his secret. He could guess that it had something to do with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. However, it was not time to tell others yet. "Big Brother Dragon, let me ask you something. Did you manage to figure out the origins of that dark church?" After thinking for a while, the old dragon horse answered, "It is the Black Lotus Church, an evil sect born from the Buddhist sect. It is not very strong, but the Buddhist sect has not been able to completely destroy this sect. This is sufficient to show that this Black Lotus Church still has some accumulations." This stunned Xiao Chun. Then he asked seriously, "Big Brother Dragon, take a look at me. Is there anything wrong with me?" Let me take a look. Suddenly, the girl in her prime opened her eyes. Many stars flickered in her eyes. It was like everything in the world froze before her eyes. Xiao Chun felt a force travel around his body. However, he could not figure out the meridians and direction of this force. This is soul energy. For this girl to be able to use her soul energy so nimbly, she was at least 2 cultivation realms higher than him. What is that? The azure-clad man said, pointing to an indistinct clump of black chi at Xiao Chun's chest. Lotus flower seal. When Xiao Chun looked carefully, that was the silhouette of a black lotus. However, it was too blurry and hard to distinguish. Hong Yi, take a look and see if you can help him get rid of it. This should have been planted by that demonic god when you fought with him. Xiao Chun thought for a while. He had fought with the demonic god for too long and had too many opportunities to make a move. He simply could not imagine when the demonic god planted this seal on him. The girl in her prime nodded and gathered her soul energy at Xiao Chun's chest. However, after a few attempts, the black lotus flower seal would grow back. There was no way to get rid of it. Big Brother Long. This lotus flower seal is not harmful and will not cause any damage to the body. However, it has merged with young master's flesh and soul. It can only be removed once young master's soul and physical body are destroyed. The girl in her prime said helplessly as she withdrew her soul energy. The girl in her prime withdrew her soul energy and said helplessly. Xiao Chun's heart sank. No wonder the Thunder King said that he would not leave the Kunlun realm unless he did not leave. Otherwise, once he left, he would not be able to escape death. It was just a matter of time. The Dragon King studied it for a while. Then he looked at Xiao Chun and said, "It looks like there is really no way to get rid of this black lotus flower seal. This seal should be used to track people. However, I find it strange that the Black Lotus Church made such a big fuss to track you. In the past, I felt that it was too difficult for a faction like the Black Lotus Church to waste so many resources to obtain a rock of origin. I felt that they wanted something else. Perhaps the problem lies with you." The girl in her prime looked at the old dragon horse and asked, "Big Brother Long, what should we do?" With Xiao Chen's current strength, not to mention the Black Lotus Church's churchmaster, even his subordinates can capture Xiao Chun. The old dragon horse said calmly, "There is no need to rush. I have some ways to deal with this. When Xiao Chun decides to leave, I should be able to figure it out." "In that case, many thanks, Big Brother Long. Young master, you are too polite. Give me the Emperor Dragon Ring in your hand. I'll go and retrieve the divine material for the Soaring Dragon Ring." Emperor Dragon Ring? What Emperor Dragon Ring? Xiao Chun felt confused for a while before realizing that the old dragon horse was referring to the ring that his father left for him. Rumor has it that the dragon god obtained this ring during the Great Desolate Aeon. The original item was a special divine material. The dragon god did not completely comprehend its mysteries. He only polished it into a ring and passed it down from generation to generation, becoming the symbol of the Dragon Emperor. What happened after that? Haha. During the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor's generation, the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor treated it as the personal belonging of our Blue Dragon Bloodline's clan head, passing it down from generation to generation. No one gossiped about it. What gossiping? The Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor is a great contributor to the entire dragon race. Without him, the dragon race would not have its current glory. It would have declined long ago, the girl in her prime said disapprovingly. The old dragon horse smiled and said, "Actually, it is the blood-soaked dragon emperor who feels that this Emperor Dragon Ring has other mysteries. Although he cannot comprehend it, it does not mean that the blue dragon's descendants cannot. He is taking care of our bloodline. Although the other bloodlines are unhappy, this ring is just a symbol, so it is up to the blood-soaked dragon emperor to do whatever he wants." When Xiao Chun heard this, he felt speechless. This blood-soaked dragon emperor was truly tyrannical. No wonder the blue dragon's descendants respected him. Chapter 1546. After walking out of the Blue Dragon Palace, Xiao Chun continued to stare at the Emperor Dragon Ring in his hand. Unexpectedly, this insignificant ring had such a great origin. It was actually left from the Dragon God's era. The Dragon God was the father of the 3 ancestor dragons. Before the world was created, when the universe was still in primal chaos, he was already a primal chaos god demon. Even during that legendary era, He was a famous existence. However, after the primal chaos era ended, these god-demons all sealed themselves. However, they all had descendants. The 3 ancestor dragons were the descendants of the dragon god, representing the will of the dragon god. During the Great Desolate Aeon, they competed with the 10,000 races. Shao Chun thought, the dragon god already knows the mysteries of the Emperor Dragon Ring. It is just that the later generations found it hard to understand. Otherwise, the dragon god would not deliberately carve it into a ring, passing it down from generation to generation. Unfortunately, no one in the dragon race could understand it. As for Shao Chun, he only needed to watch. This was something that the successive dragon emperors could not understand, so he could only watch. In the Blue Dragon Palace, Big Brother Dragon gave Shao Chun a piece of Blue Dragon Divine wood and a Divine Knife Skills inspection. The knife skills were not the saber of a bladesman but the carving knife of an engraver. Shao Chun needed to personally carve the Blue Dragon Totem. At first, Shao Chun thought that this would be a simple matter. After all, in the past, for the sake of practicing the life bestowal spell, he had studied carving for a while. Who knew, after hearing about it, he realized that it was a vast project. The Blue Dragon Divine Wood was 1 kilometer tall. The blue dragon carved in it would probably be several kilometers long. After carving the 10,000 dragon scales, they would look like ripples on water. There could not be any flaws. Otherwise, the charm of the Blue Dragon Totem would not be as it should be. There were also the dragon claws, dragon tail, dragon horns, dragon head, and dragon eyes. They all had their own requirements. This was also why Big Brother Dragon gave Shao Chun the Divine Knife Skills inspection. Without this inspection, it would be very difficult for Shao Chun to carve the Blue Dragon Totem with his current carving skills. Shao Chun treated it as nourishing his heart. His cultivation could not advance any further, stuck at late-stage veritable essence stage in the Kunlun realm. The next realm, the Yin essence stage, required one to absorb the baleful Yin energy in the world. However, those were too low in quality. The old dragon horse did not recommend that Shao Chun absorb them. More importantly, his cultivation had already reached the limits of the Kunlun realm. At this moment, Heavenly Star Island was already in the clouds, flying towards the heavenly starry ocean. After the great battle, Shao Chun had finally calmed down. All he needed to do now was wait for the battle with Chu Chaoyun. There was another problem, the black lotus mark in his body. Elder Brother Long did not have a good way to deal with it at the moment. Thinking about it carefully, the Thunder King's words showed that he really wanted to kill him before he grew up. However, for some reason he had never taken action. The Black Lotus Church is an evil sect that broke away from Buddhism. Why is it seeking trouble for me? Shao Chun, speaking of Buddhism, have you forgotten something? Ao Jiao suddenly said from the Immortal Spirit Ring. Did you forget something? Ksitigarbha. Shao Chun stopped. He had really forgotten about the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. He had been busy dealing with the demonic calamity. Now that the great battle had just ended, if not for Ao Jiao's reminder, Shao Chun would have completely forgotten about this person. Shao Chun had not even refined the Heavenly Flame's origin flame. Refining the Heavenly Flame's origin flame required time and a special method. Shao Chun had not been able to find the method, so he could only put it aside for now. After that, he first busied himself with dealing with the Thunder King in the Heavenly Starry Ocean and saving the various sections. After that was the demonic calamity. Shao Chun had no time to rest at all. Now he had to carve the Blue Dragon Totem. He nearly overworked himself. Where could the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva be? He must be at Meteor Trail City. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva must be using this opportunity to absorb the sins in the sky above Meteor Trail City. Shao Chun's face sank. He did not even have time to greet the Dragon's Gates people. Instead, he leaped off Heavenly Star Island and rushed to the Tianwu Domain's Meteor Trail City. Shao Chun unfurled the Blue Dragon Divine Wings and flew very quickly. In less than 7 or 8 minutes he arrived at Meteor Trail City. Shao Chun withdrew his wings and landed. Then he looked up. Indeed, most of the red sun clouds above Meteor Trail City had vanished, leaving only a small patch. In the sky above the clouds, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's dermic body was currently absorbing the last of the scarlet clouds. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva gave off a peaceful Buddhist light behind him. Amid the bright Buddhist light, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva looked solemn and dignified, inspiring respect. The dermic body had the divine Vajra eyes. When the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva saw Xiaochan arrive, he opened his mouth and sucked, directly swallowing the last of the scarlet sins. Benefactor Xiaochan, you are too late. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva revealed a benevolent smile. Then, he withdrew his dermic body and quickly fled into the distance. It's not that easy to run. How could Xiaochan allow the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva to leave so easily? He gently pushed off the ground and soared into the air, quickly giving chase. Since there is karma, there is karma. Everything is predestined. These sins were originally mine. Back then, the Qing Emperor took away the good and evil merit formula. Today you return it to me. This is the cycle of karma. Benefactor Xiaochan, there's no need to obstruct us. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's true body sat on the golden lotus platform. As he looked at Xiaochan, he continuously retreated. Buddhist light flickered beneath the lotus platform, allowing him to move extremely quickly. Thus, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, who was sitting on the lotus platform, was rather calm. He could even divert his attention to purify the last of his sins. Stop quibbling. Which one of you Buddhists isn't eloquent and eloquent? If you become a Buddha, how can you really let me go? Xiaochan had always been straightforward. Whether or not the other party absorbed sin had nothing to do with him. Whether he became a Buddha or not, or whether he had any ambitions, he did not care. However, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva had a grudge with Xiaochan long ago. That would endanger his safety and might even hurt his friends. Xiaochan needed to nip this danger in the bud. Back at Heavenly Star Island Sea region, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's method of absorbing faith was also very evil. He did not care about the lives of his believers at all. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva smiled and said, Benefactor is a very understanding person. The karma between us has not been settled. After this Bodhisattva becomes a Buddha, I need to end this karma. Otherwise, it will become a negative karma. Unfortunately, you are no longer able to injure me. It is already too late. May the Lord Buddha praise me. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva formed a hand seal with one hand, and his figure suddenly vanished from Xiaochan's sight. Whoosh! Xiaochan stopped in midair and checked the surroundings with his spiritual sense. He discovered that the other party seemed to have vanished into thin air, nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? Xiaochan. Just as Xiaochan was at his wit's end, someone suddenly called out his name in the sky. When Xiaochan looked up, he saw a palanquin rushing towards him. The 8 Ghost Palanquin. It's Qing Cheng. The person who came was the ghost race's Qing Cheng, the disciple of Ghost Mother Sun Shi. She had interacted with Xiaochan many times and could be considered a friend in times of adversity. Qing Cheng floated down from the palanquin. Like before, her complexion was pale, without a trace of blood. When Qing Cheng saw Xiaochan, she smiled and landed before her. Qing Cheng, why are you here? When Qing Cheng heard that, she covered her mouth and smiled. Me? This is the ghost domain. After the battle, if I don't return here, where should I go? Ghost domain? Xiaochan's mind trembled as he thought of something. The Yellow Springs Purgatory. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva must have gone to the Yellow Springs Purgatory. No wonder the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva vanished without a trace. The Yellow Springs Purgatory was his lair. Sorry, I still have something important to do. I really can't chat any longer. Xiaochan performed a cupped fist salute and prepared to rush to the Yellow Springs Purgatory. Qing Cheng quickly stopped him and said, Wait, tell me where you are going first. The Yellow Springs Purgatory. Qing Cheng's expression changed slightly. She said sullenly, Don't go there for now. When my master returns, we'll bring you there. How about that? Surprised, Xiaochan said. What's wrong? We've been to the Yellow Springs Hell before. Given our current strength, what's wrong with going there? Qing Cheng shook her head and said, There is something you don't know. The current Yellow Springs Hell is really different from before. Why do you think our ghost realm has not gone to the Kunlun realm to meet up with you after the death of the ghost monarch? Why? Could it be because of the Yellow Springs? That's right. It's because of the Yellow Springs Hell, the final moments of the ghost emperor's life. He frequently appears in the Yellow Springs Hell, which makes him seem extremely strange. He even sealed the entrance to Hell, forbidding outsiders from entering. Qing Chang continued to explain. Furthermore, many of his direct descendants are still in the Yellow Springs Hell, not killed. My master has attacked the entrance to Hell several times in an attempt to figure out what's going on inside, but to no avail. Xiao Chun muttered to himself. This was indeed a little strange. However, this only served to further prove that the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was in the Yellow Springs. Chapter 1547. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Chun nodded and said, "All right, I'll listen to you. When it's time, I'll go with your master." Qing Chang smiled faintly and said, "I'll inform my master now. Let's go to the Yellow Springs Hell and wait for your master." The Yellow Springs Hell was one of the famous forbidden lands of the Kunlun realm. Its fame was comparable to the savage battlefield. During the Immortal epoch, before the 6 paths of reincarnation broke, this place was the Netherworld, in charge of the 3 realms and 6 paths, the reincarnation of all living things. In that era, if one did not become an immortal, they would be reincarnated forever. Based on the merits of good and evil, the underworld would judge and appoint them to reincarnate in the next life. Those who were evil would enter the path of beasts, and in their next life, they would be pigs, dogs, and beasts without intelligence. They would inevitably be slaughtered by others. On the other hand, those who committed great crimes and committed great evils would be tortured in hell according to their sins. It was a horrible sight to behold. Those who did good would be reincarnated as humans in the next life and walk the cycle of reincarnation. Those who had great merit could even directly enter the heavenly Tao. They were born with a celestial physique and were nurtured by the heavens and the earth. They were known as heavenly soldiers and generals. Now that the immortal Tao was broken, reincarnation no longer existed, and hell no longer existed. All that was left was the shattered Yellow Springs Hell. The past was like smoke. The facts of the past had become the legends and myths of today. In this era, reincarnation no longer existed, and there were no immortals in the world. Everyone could only live for one lifetime, and very few people believed in merit. But who could have known that a bodhisattva from the previous era had always been hidden in the infernal realm? He made a great vow that he would not become a Buddha until hell was empty. He waited for millions of years. His willpower and his heart towards Buddhism were both terrifying. It just so happened that such a person was an extremely ambitious person. In order to achieve his goal, he would do anything. They only knew how to take, not how to give. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was an extremely frightening existence. Strictly speaking, his origins were much greater than the Thunder King and the demonic god. Half a day later, Xiao Chun and Qing Chang arrived at the Tai Mountains above the Yellow Springs Hell. Grand Mountain was the same as before. The surrounding 50 kilometers were filled with yin energy. Occasionally one could see wandering souls and wild ghosts drifting about. At the foot of the mountain, there was a turbid river that flowed from the top of the mountain all the way to the ground. This river was the famous Underworld River. It was also known as the River of the Dead, the Yellow Springs, and the River of Helplessness. However, the river had long since been incomplete. The cycle of reincarnation had shattered, and the Heaven-Step Dusk River had been broken into several pieces. Many of the strange characteristics of the river had been lost. If one walked down this river, they would reach 9 hells purgatory. Xiao Chun, do you remember this river? Qing Chang asked softly as she recalled some past events. Of course I remember. Xiao Chun looked around with some nostalgia. He remembered the last time he was here. There were many cultivators gathered at the riverbank. This time, only the sound of the river could be heard, and the surroundings were empty. When they crossed the river, something interesting happened. At that time, the boatman was Qing Chang in disguise. Xiao Chun Bai and the others were almost caught in a dilemma. The memories stopped here. If they continued, the situation would become a little awkward. Hee. It seems like someone wanted to take off my clothes at that time. Although Xiao Chun did not want to remember, Qing Chang took the initiative to mention it. She looked at Xiao Chun mischievously. Xiao Chun smiled embarrassedly. Just as he did not know how to answer, a figure descended from the sky. It was Ghost Mother Xuanqian. The smile on Qing Chang's face faded, replaced by a serious expression. Blue Dragon King, sorry for making you wait, Ghost Mother Xuanqian said politely, showing great respect to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun smiled calmly and said, Ghost Mother is too polite. I would like to know what is so special about this Yellow Springs purgatory. Ghost Mother Xuanqian nodded and said, the entrance to the underworld river into the Yellow Springs purgatory is blocked by a Buddha statue. That Buddha statue can draw energy from the underworld river and is very difficult to deal with. I organized a few groups of people but could not break that Buddha statue. I do not know much about what the Yellow Springs purgatory looks like now. Xiaochen entered deep thought. It looked like Ghost Mother Xuanqian did not know much. Come with me to take a look. In the past, one could not fly over the underworld river. However, to the current Xiaochen it was naturally not restricted. As for Qing Chong and Ghost Mother, one was a greater heavenly martial emperor and the other was a holy master. It would not be difficult for them to fly there. Above the underworld river, Xiaochen kept feeling a strange suction from below, trying to pull him down. Now Xiaochen had already touched the surface of Soul Dao martial techniques. He knew that this was the soul energy of the underworld river causing trouble. Although Emperor Wu and the others could not cultivate soul energy, their soul energy would definitely grow stronger as their strength increased. It was just that they could not use it. With Emperor Wu's soul energy, the suction from the underworld river was no longer effective. Xiaochen flew along the underworld river, continuously descending. Soon he arrived at the end of the underworld river. Xiaochen saw the Buddha statue that Ghost Mother Xuanqian mentioned. It was a 1,000-meter-tall Buddha statue radiating golden light as it sat on the underworld river. The Buddha statue's huge body made the underground space seem small. The depths of hell are not for mortals. All of you quickly retreat. Suddenly, the Buddha statue opened its eyes, and its entire body radiated golden light. Waves of Buddhist might cause the underworld river's water to surge endlessly. What a strong Buddhist might! Qing Chong exclaimed with a slight frown. Ghost Mother Xuanqian said, there are many arhats behind the Buddha statue. They are laying formations, allowing the Buddha statue's strength to increase infinitely. Mortal? Are you not a mortal? Xiaochen smiled coldly. Then he stepped forward and punched. Rumble! The underworld river's water rose continuously and covered the Buddha statue, looking like it was covered in golden paint. The Buddha statue formed hand seals with one hand and blocked Xiaochen's punch. Its golden body did not budge, and the Buddhist light became even more intense. Interesting. Unfortunately, I don't have time to play with you anymore. Xiaochen shouted, and 10,000 dragon force gathered into a dragon cauldron. Then the cauldron's force burst out. Xiaochen was fast and ruthless. Before the Buddha statue could react, it got struck in the chest. Cracks appeared on the Buddha statue's body, spreading out like a spider web. Just as the Buddha statue looked like it was about to shatter, solemn Buddhist scriptures rang out behind it. The underworld river's water surged continuously. The cracks on the Buddha statue, which had already shattered, quickly mended. Soon it was as good as new. That's it. This Buddha statue cannot be killed at all. We tried several times already, Ghost Mother Xuanqian said softly. This was not her first time seeing this scene. Xiaochen carefully looked at the Buddha statue. After a while he understood what was going on. I thought there was some trick to it. It is just using the underworld river's soul energy to recover. Acting all mysterious. Today I will destroy your soul. Xiaochen shouted coldly, and Dao Might appeared on his body. A faint halo appeared behind him. The moment the Dao Might appeared, it immediately suppressed the other party's Buddhist might. Xiaochen stretched out his hand, and a strong veritable essence energy formed a whirlpool in his palm. Whoosh! Whoosh! The strong suction continuously pulled the underworld river's water into the whirlpool. This sight stunned Qing Chong. She had never thought that someone could pull the underworld river's water. When the Buddha statue saw this scene, it formed hand seals and sent out attacks at Xiaochen. However, Ghost Mother Xuanqian blocked all the attacks, not injuring Xiaochen at all. In reality, even without Ghost Mother Xuanqian making a move, Xiaochen would be fine. However, with someone helping, it was better for Xiaochen to focus. Soon, the underworld river under Xiaochen's feet sank by 1 meter, separating the Buddha statue from the underworld river temporarily. Now, Xiaochen punched. This time, after the Buddha statue shattered, no matter how loudly the Buddhist scriptures were chanted, the Buddha statue could not recover. When the Buddha statue shattered, A figure was sent flying out of it. It turned out that this Buddha statue was the dharmic incarnation of a Buddhist cultivator. Now that the dharmic incarnation was destroyed, the true body was revealed. The arhats chanting in the back all fled in all directions the instant the Buddha statue shattered. Xie Zishuan! Qing Chang exclaimed when she saw that person's appearance. This person was the ghost monarch's disciple Xie Zishuan. It was hard to imagine that this person became a Buddhist cultivator. Don't call me Xie Zishuan. My dharmic name is Dao Xian now. You mortals, how dare you barge into my master's place? You will not have a good end. Shock filled Qing Chang's face. She could not imagine how a perfectly fine person could become so strange. Don't find it strange. He has been purified, which is equivalent to brainwashing. He is now the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's slave. If we follow him, we will be able to find the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. This did not surprise Xiao Chun. He took the initiative to give chase. Ghost Mother Xuanqian and Qing Chang quickly followed. Chapter 1548. Xiao Chun and the other two followed far behind Xie Zishuan. As they walked, they discovered that hell had changed greatly. The gloomy darkness of the past had disappeared and was replaced by peace and serenity. Even the sky was clear. In the past, they did not see any wandering spirits or ghosts, much less any terrifying vengeful spirits or evil spirits. This startled Xiao Chun. Could it be that the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva purified all the vengeful spirits in hell? If hell is not empty, I swear not to become a Buddha. The sins on Xiao Chun had once been a part of hell. Back then the Qing Emperor snatched them away. Now the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva had already purified all the sins on the Qing Emperor and purified all the vengeful spirits in hell. Did that not mean that Xiao Chun had already accomplished his great ambition? With this thought, Xiao Chun suddenly stopped. He raised his head and looked coldly at Xie Zishuan in the distance. Blue Dragon King, what's wrong? Ghost Mother Xuanqi asked, feeling confused as she stepped forward. Qing Chang, who was at the side, felt confused as well. She did not know why Xiao Chun suddenly stopped. Xiao Chun muttered, "We might have fallen for a trap. The other party probably lured us here on purpose." Ghost Mother Xuanqi and Qing Chang exchanged looks, both extremely shocked. What kind of enemy was this? Even the Blue Dragon King, who had defeated a demonic god, found it difficult to deal with. However, the two soon discovered that they had misunderstood Xiao Chun. However, that's fine as well. It saves me the trouble of traveling further. Let's just wait for him here, Xiao Chun said softly with a faint smile. Qing Chang thought to herself, the current Xiao Chun is really confident. Indeed, after a while, a Buddhist light appeared in front of them. You truly live up to being the descendant of the Qing Emperor. You are very smart and intelligent. I think you should follow this Bodhisattva and enter the Buddhist sect. When you reach the Great Realm, I will take care of you. I will guarantee that you will rise quickly. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva sat on a lotus platform amid Buddhist chants, appearing in the sky with a group of arhats. There was a novice monk on each side, holding a canopy above his head. The 800 arhats were all wearing kasayas and holding Buddhist flutes and beads in their hands. They formed seals with one hand and released circles of Buddhist wheels. Like the stars surrounding the moon, the Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva glowed with radiance. His face was kind and amiable, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke with a smile. You've already expiated all of the vengeful souls in hell? Xiao Chun frowned slightly. He looked over and realized that he could no longer see through the other party. Benefactor Xiao, you guessed right. I left a clone to purify the aggrieved spirits of hell. Now that his main body had merged with his clone, he had already purified all the spirits of hell. My ancient Buddha Qi has already spread out of the Kunlun realm. As long as the Buddhist Holy Land outside receives my Qi, the Buddhist eminent monks will immediately come to receive me. As long as you are willing to put down the butcher's knife, you can become a Buddha immediately. With a Buddhist sect powerhouse making a move, we can easily leave this abandoned land. The Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva spoke. His appearance was very dignified, and his expression was solemn. His words were like the principles of the world, inspiring conviction in others. Xiao Chun smiled coldly and retorted, "What if I am not willing? May the Lord Buddha grant you mercy. In that case, this old monk can only forcefully purify you and wash away your sins." The many arhats leaped out and looked at Xiao Qian malevolently. The Buddhist prayer beads in their hands gave off a bright light as they sent out many swastikas. The 800 arhats appeared very mighty. However, Xiao Qian had experienced the great war between humans and demons before. Such a formation paled in comparison. The 800 arhats only had the strength of 800 Emperor Wus. If it were an ordinary prime, Xiao Qian might feel some fear. After all, when 800 Emperor Wus attacked together, their destructive power was extremely terrifying. However, Xiao Qian was different. His blue dragon warbody's physical defense already surpassed that of the heaven-punishing corpse god. Furthermore, his veritable essence energy surpassed primordial energy. Furthermore, the battle with the demonic god had given him many comprehensions. Although Xiao Qian's cultivation had risen, his combat prowess had increased significantly. Sharp spirit finger break. Not wanting to waste time, Xiao Qian directly executed the sharp spirit finger when the 800 arhats attacked at the same time. Kase! The countless seals instantly shattered, and the bodies of the 800 arhats exploded into pools of blood, dying on the spot. You! The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's expression changed drastically. He had not expected Xiao Qian to kill the 800 arhats in one move. Xiao Qian said indifferently, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, you probably did not see my battle with the demonic god and are not clear on my strength. To think that you set this up to ambush me. Don't you know that this is exactly what I wanted? Right after Xiao Qian spoke, he glared. The blood in his body surged, and dragon might gathered. His eyes turned a dazzling golden color. These were the great desolate divine eyes that every descendant of the great desolate 100 races possessed. Under the strong pressure, the Buddhist light on the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva withdrew into his body, completely suppressed. He could not send out any Buddhist might at all. Damn it! How can you be so strong? Even the Qing Emperor back then could not reach your level. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva panicked. Originally, he estimated that Xiao Qian would be at most as strong as the Qing Emperor back then. However, how could the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva have expected that Xiao Qian's strength had already surpassed that of the Qing Emperor back then? Xiao Qian was not someone that the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, who had just recovered some of his true strength, could deal with. Damn it! Right now, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva wished that he could slap himself twice. To think that he thought himself clever and lured the other party to the Yellow Springs hell. Had he known, he would have found a place to hide and waited for the powerhouses of the Buddhist sects to bring him out of this abandoned land. The lotus platform flew quickly, carrying the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva back to the Yellow Springs hell. Wait for me for a while. Xiao Qian instructed before giving chase alone. One chased while the other fled. Soon the two crossed the gates of hell and arrived at the black and white Yellow Springs hell. The Yellow Springs Hell Road. Do not look back on the Yellow Springs Hell Road. Xiao Qian recalled that back then, when he walked this Yellow Springs Hell Road, he had been on tenterhooks and extremely nervous. Today, he returned to this place and chased after the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, forcing him to flee. Fate played tricks on people in the world. Whoosh! 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 Strands of saber light shot out from Xiao Qian, heading for the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in front. Every strand of saber light illuminated this black and white world, making it colorful and bright. What the Qing Emperor could do back then, Xiao Qian could do as well. After comprehending the Saber Tao's great Tao, he could do it even more easily. Speaking of which, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was rather unlucky. 10,000 years ago, he ran into the Qing Emperor, who used the demonic Tao to enter the Tao. After 10,000 years, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva finally managed to turn things around. Then he ran into Xiao Qian, who was even more terrifying than the Qing Emperor. This was enough to prove that the will of the heavens existed in the unseen world, not allowing an evil Buddha like him to bring disaster to the world. While it looked like a coincidence, in reality, the cause and effect were already set. Fate was hard to defy. Damn it! Why have the major characters of the Buddhist sects outside not made a move yet? Could it be that I schemed and guarded hell for so many years, but I am destined to fail at the last moment? As the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva dodged the saber light, he no longer looked as imposing as he did earlier. Now, he only appeared flustered and miserable. Wuxia. A strand of saber light struck the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's lotus platform, and it immediately turned into nothing. Caught off guard, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva fell. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva landed on the sea of bitterness below, splashing water all over him. After he stood up, he continued running forward. The 6 paths of reincarnation lay in front. If he went any further, he would have nowhere to run. Buddha above, could it be that I, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, am I really at my wit's end today? The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva turned around in despair and looked at Xiao Chan. His eyes were filled with rage. Xiao Chan said lightly, "May I ask, Bodhisattva, do you still want to accept me as a disciple? Your dragon race is truly despicable. If not for the Taoist sects taking action back then, you would have long been converted by the Buddhist sects and become little dogs guarding the door. To think that I, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, the illustrious name of a lifetime, was actually carried by a little dog like you." The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva said indignantly. Xiao Chan had heard the old dragon horse mention this before. For a period of time, the Buddhist sects nearly wiped out the dragon race. Many dragons were purified and turned into Buddhist guardian divine beasts. Later, due to the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism, the dragon race found fortuitous encounters and barely managed to reproduce. Only after the blood-soaked dragon emperor did the dragon race rise again. Just at this moment, a ray of light suddenly descended and enveloped Ksitigarbha's body. The light illuminated the entire Yellow Springs. Xiao Chun felt a piercing pain in his eyes and took a few steps back. Light of guidance? Ha ha ha. Heaven never bars one's way. Xiao Chun, our matter will not end so simply. When I cultivate the golden body of the Buddhist sects, no matter where you hide, I will find you and end this karma. Escaping from death's door, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva laughed maniacally. Xiao Chun was slightly stunned. Could it be that Lu Ruyue was taken away like this as well? However, it was not that easy for the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva to leave. Dragon blood soul breaking finger. Suddenly, a horrifying aura burst out of Xiao Chun's body. A will burst out of his body, merging with the entire world. The blazing might made the light of guidance dim somewhat. When the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva pointed, sin poured out continuously from his body, giving off a scarlet light. Ah! The sin rebounded, and the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's face twisted in pain. He wanted to say something, but before he could finish, the light of guidance took him away. Xiao Chun stood upright with his hands behind his back, entering deep thought. He did not know if the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was dead or not. However, even if the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was not in a good state, even if the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva left the abandoned land, he would most likely be a cripple. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and looked at the 6 paths of reincarnation in front. Chapter 1549. The primes revealed shocked expressions, all of them in disbelief. However, when I think about it, his strength should not be too horrifying. Otherwise, he could have immediately attacked the Kunlun realm after the demonic calamity, the Fox King analyzed calmly. Although it only had a simple silhouette, it was filled with boundlessly tyrannical aura. Whoosh! On the 1-kilometer-tall blue dragon divine tree, Xiao Chun hovered in the air. As he held the carving knife, his movements were slow but steady and smooth. However, he still did not turn around. When he was about to walk out, the human path of reincarnation shattered again. 6 paths of reincarnation. Sky Dome Immortal Lord, what are you trying to do? Do you still remember the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? Xiao Chun asked. Xiao Chun thought of a possibility. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was a person of the immortal epoch in the first place. Hence, the heavenly Tao of this abandoned land did not erase any memories of him. When Xiao Chun heard that, he showed a calm expression. What should come had finally come. He roughly guessed what was going on. In that case, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's reincarnation, the last immortal. All the more, the heavenly Tao should not have erased any memories of him. This made Xiao Chun feel somewhat suspicious. Could it be that the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was already completely broken? However, even after waiting for a long time, the broken human path of reincarnation showed no signs of mending. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chun expected. The residences from the immortal epoch were now in the hands of the major factions. The instant Xiao Chun turned around, the broken human path of reincarnation silently mended, and formed a complete reincarnation path. The force of the brush was as heavy as a mountain. The place where the brush landed was extremely sharp. The words naturally exuded a vast and tyrannical aura. The same principle applied to carving. The carving knife was the brush in the hands of the carver. Why? We suspect that there are still powerful people in the demonic world who have not appeared yet. Now that the demonic god is dead, this person immediately took over the position of the demonic god and launched this attack, Emperor Forsaken said as he looked at Xiao Chan. Zongtian added, furthermore, this person should be extremely shrewd and good at enduring. When we were fighting the demonic world, he hid his strength and did not make a move. Imochen smiled. I guessed it. That's why I have been recording your name in a small notebook every day. Xiao Chun, you know him? Zongtian asked. Master saw that you kept coming back and felt a little worried, so I came over. At Ghost Mother Sun Shi's level, she could feel the horror of Xiao Chen's strength. There was no one in the Kunlun realm who could threaten him. Xiao Chun shook his head and said, there is no need. I know who he is. The situation is worse than you think. Naturally, Xiao Chan could not tell Imochen the reason. He smiled and said, I will tell you in the future. I will definitely return to this Kunlun realm. I will go to Kunlun Mountain first. The Chun, the Yundao, the most about it, just he spirit, he Chen, he Chen, and all. And the few of them explained with frowns on their faces. Their brows were filled with worry. At first Xiao Chun felt stunned. Then he understood. The heavenly Tao would erase all traces of anyone who left the Kunlun realm. However, Ghost Mother Xuanqi smiled and did not refute. In reality, Qing Cheng had begged her several times before she reluctantly agreed. Right now Xiao Chun was not strong enough. It was not yet time to unravel the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's secret. There were too many unpredictable dangers. Naturally Xiao Chun saw it. His spiritual sense spread out for 5,000 kilometers around. He could even see the wind blowing and the grass moving. At the very least, the fight with Chu Chaoyun had not started yet. If he left, what would happen to the Kunlun realm? The remaining cycle of reincarnation was also shattered. However, Xiao Chun remembered that it did not seem to be completely shattered. Xiao Chun, something happened. The lower realms that our factions controlled were all uprooted. The experts we sent out never returned. Even the sovereign martial emperors did not return alive. After that, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord erased the scene, preventing Xiao Chun from seeing it. Xiao Chun waited here, staring at the cycle of reincarnation without moving. He wanted to see if it could mend. I do. He came from the Sky Dome with me. However, back then I went to the Kunlun realm and he went to the demonic world, Xiao Chun answered calmly. However, it was hard to avoid some ripples in his heart. What? It's good that it's dealt with. In that case, why are you staring at the 6 paths of reincarnation? Qing Cheng asked, feeling confused as she blinked. Imochen looked at Xiao Chun, who was focused on carving the blue dragon divine wood. In it, when the Qing Emperor appeared, he walked the cycle of reincarnation and entered Earth. When Imochen heard that, her heart felt empty. However, when she thought about it, Xiao Chun would have to leave sooner or later. Under the seemingly calm surface, a surging energy flowed in the dark. Nothing much. I was just curious. Let's go. Imochen quickly said. Of course I remember. You told me before. However, she could not dissuade Qing Cheng. So what if she came? Xiao Chun smiled and said. If she remembers the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, then she should not forget me. Very wonderful. Unexpectedly, Big Brother Zhao's knife skills have such charm. Although I only dabbled in the art of carving, I can tell that Big Brother Zhao's carving skills are extraordinary. Just at this moment, Ghost Mother Xuanqian and Qing Cheng appeared behind Xiao Chun. Did Xiao Chun see them? Emperor Forsaken, Zongtian, Ghost Mother Xuanqian, the heaven-punishing corpse god, and the Fox King were all there. Now they were all snatched away by a mysterious faction. Furthermore, Xiao Chun did not know the other party's origins. Naturally, it was hard to avoid worrying. At that time, the entire Kunlun realm would crumble. All life would find it hard to escape destruction. Big Brother Xiao, Emperor Forsaken, and the other primes sent a message, saying that they have urgent matters to discuss with you at Kunlun Mountain. After putting down the carving knife, Xiao Chun landed firmly on the ground. Then he looked at Emo-chan and said, Emo-chan, what do you think of my carving? Earth was the final refuge of the immortals. There, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord lived alone until the end. He personally buried the many immortals. Then the Qing Emperor Xiaotong arrived. Xiaochan returned to this place again. Back then in the three-life mirror, Xiaochan saw his past. The major factions had just experienced a demonic calamity, and they all suffered heavy losses. No one would be able to endure another great battle. Emo-chan looked at the blue dragon divine wood, and saw that the skeleton of a blue dragon had already been carved on the divine wood. It was not time yet. The Qing Emperor only dared to go all out at the moment of his death. The heaven-punishing corpse god was an impatient person. Without waiting for Xiaochan to stand firmly, he spoke quickly. Since ancient times, the powerful outstanding talents would leave the Kunlun realm and pursue the martial Tao, reaching an even higher peak. All along, the Kunlun realm had been treated as their exclusive property, not allowing others to make a move on them. Xiaochan, Qingchang, and Ghost Mother Sun, she left this Yellow Springs hell with some doubts. Knife skills were like calligraphy. They required the strength of the brush, the tip of the brush, and the spirit. At this point, Xiaochan suddenly recalled that when the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva was taken away, Qingchang and Ghost Mother Sun, she had not forgotten about it. Xiaochan said, "This is the blue dragon totem. When the totem is completed, I will probably have to leave." In the end, the battle that was fated and could not be avoided had finally arrived. Xiaochan stepped forward and arrived at the 6 paths of reincarnation. The heavenly Tao, Azura Tao, animal Tao, hungry ghost Tao, and hell Tao were all shattered beyond recognition. Emperor Forsaken said, "It is not that we fear him. The main thing is that we cannot figure out his strength, so we would like to ask for your help." As for the spirit contained within, that was a rather high level of understanding. Emo-chan did not really understand it. Xiaochan directly turned this abandoned land into a wasteland, all for the sake of his future. It was like the calm water of a river pushing the quicksand at the riverbed, moving slowly. In reality, Xiaochan's words were not false at all. Chu Chaoyun's goal was to unify the 3,000 lower realms, and then swallow up the Kunlun realm, absorbing the luck of the entire Kunlun realm. When the two met, Xiaochan did not know what they said or what happened. Before the sky turned dark, Xiaochan arrived at Kunlun Mountain. Xiaochan turned his head and smiled. "It's fine. I already dealt with the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's matter." 7 days later, Xiaochan, who was quietly carving the blue dragon divine wood in the back mountain of the Dragon's Gate on Heavenly Star Island, was interrupted by a piece of news that Emo-chan brought. Chapter 1550. Who? There is more to it than meets the eye? Ing Zongtian asked. Xiaochan looked at Chu Chaoyun. With his current cultivation, he could vaguely make out some of Chu Chaoyun's secrets. When we fought the demonic gods, he did not make a move to cause trouble. He was being reasonable. There is no need to doubt him. He is someone with the strength to turn the situation around. Xiaochan stood up and looked up at the starry heavens. Even though they were separated by millions of kilometers, it seemed like his vision clashed with that person's. The few primes exchanged glances with each other, their expressions somewhat grave. "Blue Dragon King will send you off." It seemed like Xiaochan was always like this. Even though he caused a huge commotion, he remained hidden behind the scenes, preventing others from seeing through him or figuring him out. Xiaochan held the lunar shadow saber and looked at it. Then he said indifferently, "Little Ao Jiao, this might really be your last battle with me. Are you afraid?" It was like the lunar shadow saber could pierce through the entire world with just a slight movement. A golden light burst out and appeared in front of Chu Chaoyun. The peak characters of the Kunlun Mountain and the Kunlun realm had noticed this long ago. The intense light illuminated the entire Kunlun continent as bright as day. This was the reason for the mysterious phenomenon of night and day, and the twinkling stars. Chu Chaoyun. The two did not say anything. They just quietly looked at each other in the depths of the starry heavens. Xiaochan nodded and said, "My family is in his hands." "Brother Xiaochan, what do you think we should do?" The heaven-punishing corpse god asked as he looked at Xiaochan. There were two extremely berserk energies in Chu Chaoyun's body. They repelled each other but were tightly bound together by a strong will. "Very good. I already helped her kill all the demon monarchs. The entire demonic world now respects her. Many demons are not innately inhumane. It is just that they were forced to do so by the existence of the demonic gods. In the future, there should be a brand new demon world. This is the condition I promised her back then. You don't have to thank me. Emperor Forsaken and the others abruptly stood up and looked at Xiao Chan, making a request. Those who were originally full of confidence in Xiao Chan started to waver. What's there to be afraid of? I'm an artifact spirit. To put it nicely, I'm a spirit. To put it bluntly, I'm a slave. In my previous life I met a good person like Sang Mu, and in this life I met a fool like you. For an artifact spirit, what else is there to pursue? His face, which always carried a hint of a smile, had a heart that was colder and more ruthless than anyone else. If we besiege him without reason, then he won't be reasonable anymore. Against such an enemy, if he gives up even the slightest bit of his bottom line, then he won't be able to do anything. The price we have to pay is much heavier than we imagined. Xiao Chan hit the nail on the head and pointed out Chu Chaoyun's current situation. 3 days later, the entire Kunlun continent suddenly started shaking for no reason. A figure flew through the air in the boundless starry heavens, standing in the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's residence. Around him were the remaining 2,999 Immortal Lord residences. Xiao Chan did not understand how Xiao Chen's strength improved so quickly. Only after he figured it out would he understand the price he paid. The clash of light and darkness was not something Emperor Wu's body could endure. Not only would it be painful, but it would also leave behind hidden injuries. Such a mysterious phenomenon naturally startled everyone in the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's residence. Chu Chaoyun's expression remained calm. His tone did not contain any emotion. Everyone, it's time. The mountains shattered, the seas surged, and the rivers flowed in reverse. The mountains shattered, the seas surged, and the rivers flowed in reverse. All sorts of strange things happened because of Xiao Chan. That was the power of light and darkness. Many years ago, Xiao Chan already felt that he would have to fight this person again after the youth competition. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "You don't understand the hatred in my heart. I never thought of killing that person. I only wanted to ask him one question. However, if I cannot absorb the luck of the entire Kunlun realm, I will not even be qualified to stand before him." The sky did not differentiate between night and day. Stars twinkled everywhere. Motes of starlight could be seen densely packed in the sky at every moment. Xiao Chan continued, "That is not the main point. Even if I lose, he will not do anything to my family." He was a person who had never been able to accomplish what he had set his mind to. There is a tacit understanding between me and him. There are some things that need not be said. Sometimes Xiao Chan did not understand. However, after thinking about it, he realized that this might be the only way. Xiao. In the demonic world, Xiao Chan hid behind the demonic god. The cultivators of the Kunlun realm only knew the demonic god and did not know who Chu Chaoyun was. In the Sky Dome realm, given Xiao Chen's fame, no one cared who the person who lost to Xiao Chan was. However, Xiao Chan would not lie. This was especially so for such a matter. Xiao Chan said calmly, 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor killed the last Tianwu Emperor. As a descendant of the Tianwu Emperor, he has a duel with me. At that time, I will engage in a battle to the death with him. If I lose, everyone can think of a solution. The sharpness of this small sword pierced their eyes. However, their expressions were filled with excitement and shock. After a while, the white-clad Xiao Chan stood on the cycle throne. He finally saw Chu Chaoyun's face clearly. Xiao Chan said that person's name indifferently. However, the few primes showed confused expressions. They did not have any impression of him. That's not good. Since this person is so strong, let's attack together. Ah! The few primes were greatly startled. To think that Xiao Chan had such a handle on them. Xiao Chan revealed a bitter smile. If Chu Chaoyun were that simple, how could he have reached his current position? Suddenly, a golden light burst forth from the center of the fluorescent sea under Chu Chaoyun's feet. Something seemed like it was about to burst out. Chu Chaoyun was like a clump of divine fire, lighting up the entire starry heavens. Every star gave off light because of him. It was a palm-sized sword with an exquisite design. It gave off a resplendent golden light, giving off a sharpness that made one's skin prickle. Kung Chang. Chu Chaoyun drew the sword and pointed it at Xiao Chan. The legend is actually true. Emperor Forsaken muttered to himself. Clearly, he knew some of the legends about the Tianwu Emperor as well. A group of people flew quickly in the starry heavens. Soon they finally saw Chu Chaoyun in the depths of the starry heavens. There seemed to be a fluorescent sea under his feet. Kung Chang. Xiao Chan drew his saber and clashed with the incoming sword intent. This was a divine item that the Tianwu Emperor left behind. As long as Xiao Chan had it, he would not need to take the Kunlun Road and could leave this abandoned land. 10,000 years is a cycle. There is only one chance every 10,000 years. Blue Dragon King Xiao Chan, if you do not draw your saber now, when are you going to do so? Only then could Xiao Chen not care about this world at all. Only then could he harden his heart and destroy the entire world just to fulfill his wish. The wager was the entire Kunlun realm. Today, the 3,000 Immortal Lord residences finally merged into one. This affected the entire Kunlun realm. The powerful divine item floated quietly between the two. Its golden light was very tempting. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. It looks like everyone in this world has it hard. In the past, I could not see through Chu Chaoyun. This scene was exactly the same as what Xiao Chan saw in the past. The appearance of the divine item that the Tianwu Emperor left behind made this group of primes feel that this matter was very thorny and unusual. The few of them all felt extremely surprised. Worry flashed in Ying Zongtian's eyes. Xiao Chan has really met with an opponent. This person has an aura of primal chaos, one that leads to the peak of the great Tao. The 3,000 lower realms merged under Xiao Chen's feet, as he slowly approached the Kunlun realm. In the end, he still could not avoid his fate. In the lunar shadow saber, little Ao Jiao showed a calm expression as she turned into a beam of light and merged with the lunar shadow saber. The people of the Kunlun realm did not recognize the name Chu Chaoyun at all. Let's stop here. After saying that, Xiao Chen's figure flickered. Occasionally, fragments of the stars flew at him, but he easily dodged them. Right. There is no need to talk about morality with such a person. To think that he wants to use the entire Kunlun realm to help him. There is no need to reason with him. Emperor Forsaken and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God both chose the most direct and effective method. They simply could not believe that such an expert still existed in the world without them knowing about him. However, they had not expected that this day would come in such a manner. Using the entire starry heavens as a battlefield. That was the Sky Dome realm of the 3,000 lower realms. Xiao Chen felt excited. He vaguely guessed that something was about to come out. In that case, we'll listen to you, everyone said helplessly in the end. Why the need to fight so bitterly? You are not in a good state right now. The best solution is to leave the Kunlun realm quickly and break through to the veritable essence stage. Otherwise, if you delay your physical body like this, it will become a hidden injury that will plague you for life. Xiao Chan was the first to speak. How is Leng Yu? Like before, Leng Yu carried a sword on his back. His eyes flickered with a bright light as though he had been waiting for Xiao Chan for a long time. Emperor Forsaken and the other primes watched from afar. Suddenly they felt a piercing pain in their eyes. Chapter 1551. The saber was the tyrant of weapons, boundlessly tyrannical. The sword was the ancestor of all weapons, the sharpest. One could not use the edge of the saber to block the other party's sword. Xiao Chen attacked from below. He gently raised his saber and chopped the incoming sword intent in half. This was the boundless starry heavens, dotted with stars and a picturesque heavenly river. This was also the final battlefield of two outstanding talents. Many people did not know what the outcome of this battle would be. Compared to the demonic god's vast invasion, Chu Chaoyun chose to be more hidden. Although the mysterious phenomenon in the Kunlun continent was strange, most cultivators did not know what was going on. Furthermore, they did not know that a battle that would decide their fate was taking place in the depths of the starry heavens. In fact, not many people knew about the name Chu Chaoyun. However, more and more peak cultivators of the Kunlun realm came to know about this battle. The many sovereign martial emperors and primes of the heavenly starry ocean landed beside Ying Zongtian and the others. They looked at the depths of the starry heavens from a great distance and saw two upright figures. They were like two resplendent stars, making the surrounding starlight appear much dimmer, unable to cover up the sharpness of these two. Xiao Chan and Chu Chaoyun both stored up their auras, locking their gazes on each other, not wanting to miss out on any detail. Vaguely, there was an invisible clash between the two of them. This resulted in the divine item that the Tianwu Emperor left buzzing and trembling continuously. Xiao Chun did not dare to attack rashly because he did not have a deep understanding of Chu Chaoyun. He had not fought with Chu Chaoyun for so many years. Xiao Chun did not know Chu Chaoyun's strength or combat style, so he could only wait and see. As the two faced off, their auras soared. Whoosh! The moment their auras reached their peak, Chu Chaoyun made the first move. He thrust his sword forward, gathering all his aura at the tip of his sword. His movements were like flowing water, incredibly smooth. His grasp of timing was very precise. However, the most brilliant thing was his understanding of the sword. The strength of the sword lay in its sharpness. It was indestructible and could break through anything. Chu Chaoyun was able to instantly gather all his aura at the tip of his sword without any gaps. It was sufficient to show that his attainments in the sword Dao had already attained perfection. The strength of the saber lay in its tyranny and violence. However, a tyrannical aura was not something that could be achieved in one go. He needed to keep accumulating, and the more he fought, the stronger he would become. Of course, if the opponent was weaker, he would have the advantage right from the start. There was no need for him to accumulate his strength, so it didn't count. Xiao Chun was the #1 saber cultivator of the current Kunlun sect. He understood this principle better than anyone else. The best choice was to retreat, temporarily avoid the sharp edge, and wait for an opportunity to strike. However, when faced with Chu Chaoyun's most advantageous attack, he absolutely could not retreat. Once he retreated, there would be no chance for him to make a comeback. Even if they were at a disadvantage, they absolutely could not retreat. There was only one word: fight. Before the sword arrived, the sword aura had already arrived. This sharp sword aura blew Xiao Chun's long hair backward. The cold light at the tip of the sword grew closer and closer to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun shouted ferociously and chopped down with his saber. At the crucial moment, his saber coincidentally met the tip of the sword. Chi! The saber and sword clashed and sparks flew. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the sharp light in each other's eyes. Xiao Chun forcefully blocked this thrust. He felt his hand, which held his saber, go slightly numb. Blood seeped out of his palm. Needless to say, he was clearly at a disadvantage in this exchange. In such a situation, Chu Chaoyun clearly held the upper hand. He should not have clashed head-on. I thought that I had already improved very quickly. Unexpectedly, you were still able to keep up with me. Chu Chaoyun, it looks like you have suffered a lot in the past few years, Xiao Chun said indifferently. Although he was at a disadvantage, he could not lose his momentum. Chu Chaoyun's lips curled up slightly. He smiled and said, "This is talent. It is not something that can be achieved just by suffering. Take another sword strike from me." Right after Chu Chaoyun spoke, he twisted his wrist slightly. His sword aura did not decrease, continuing to stab at Xiao Chun's forehead. At such a close distance, Chu Chaoyun could easily send out a second sword strike. However, Xiao Chun would find it difficult to send out another saber strike to block the cold light at the tip of the sword that had yet to fade. Because there was nowhere to store energy, Xiao Chun could not execute his saber aura smoothly. It was like an assassin using a dagger to get close to him, preventing him from using a long weapon. Oh no! He cannot dodge this sword strike. Emperor Forsaken, who was watching from a distance, exclaimed. He started to worry for Xiao Chun. What an incredible swordsman! It is hard to imagine that the Kunlun realm has such a strong sword Dao expert. Even though Ing Zongtian did not like Chu Chaoyun, he had to acknowledge Chu Chaoyun's attainments in the sword Dao. Xiao Chun can only retreat. The heaven-punishing corpse god shook his head slightly. Being at a disadvantage right from the start was not a good sign. Dang! However, to everyone's surprise, Xiao Chun blocked this sword strike and still sent out another saber strike. Xiao Chun spun around at an unimaginable speed. Then, when he turned around, he sent out a dangerous saber strike. To most people, Xiao Chun did not move at all. They only saw a saber light blocking that sword strike in an incredible fashion. After the second sword strike was blocked, the aura gathered at the tip of Chu Chaoyun's sword slowly dispersed. The sharpness of the sword strike was significantly weaker than it was at the start. At this moment, Xiao Chun finally turned the disadvantageous situation into a draw. Metallic clangs rang out continuously. Before the sword strike faded completely, Chu Chaoyun chose to attack quickly. Sword images filled the sky like a storm, charging at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun fought steadily, countering the moves as they came. In just a few breaths, the two exchanged 100 moves. A strong saber intent and sword intent spread out continuously as the saber and sword clashed. The saber intent turned into resplendent light that could be seen clearly from far away. The metallic clangs of the saber and sword clashing formed a storm-like melody. It stirred the heart and made one's blood surge. This was the most exciting melody in the world. As the saber and sword clashed, the instant the two brushed past each other, a mysterious phenomenon appeared behind them. A flawless moon appeared behind Xiao Chun. Under the moon was a vast sea with dragons hidden in the water. A powerful imperial city stood behind Chu Chaoyun. The imperial banners fluttered on the city walls, commanding the world. The two were still evenly matched. Neither side showed any signs of being at a disadvantage. The two brushed past each other. The probing had already ended. Next it was time to fight to the death with full power. Dao! Xiao Chun shouted and Dao Might appeared. A Dao disc appeared behind him, giving off a faint light. Carrying a boundless Dao Might, Xiao Chun soared into the air and took the initiative to hack down with his saber. Dao! Who knew? Chu Chaoyun shouted, and a Dao disc appeared behind him as well. He had also comprehended the great Dao energy of the sword Dao, and was not much weaker than Xiao Chun. The saber and sword clashed in the air again. Blood leaked out of the two's mouths as they looked at each other in surprise. Xiao Chun spun around, and the Taiji saber domain appeared. His body hid in the Taiji saber domain. Holding his saber, he charged over once more. The yin and yang energies in the Taiji diagram under Xiao Chun's feet each turned into a saber dragon. One was bright and one was dark, appearing and disappearing. Chu Chaoyun pushed off with his feet, and light and darkness flickered around his body, forming a black and white sword domain. The two started fighting again. The Taiji saber domain and the black and white sword domain merged, clashing endlessly, clashing intensely. They were like two huge, invisible gears that merged together but spun in different directions. Ka! 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 The sounds of the clash shook the air. Everyone who heard it felt their hearts tremble, reaching deep into their souls. These two are truly evenly matched. With their cultivation of the saber and the sword, it is hard to tell who is stronger. Indeed, it is hard to say who will win and who will lose in this battle. I really wonder, where did this Chu Chaoyun suddenly come from? He is so inconceivably strong. He is the Tianwu Emperor's descendant. Everything is easy to explain. Don't forget, 10,000 years ago, it was the last Tianwu Emperor who severely injured the Qing Emperor, giving the Thunder King the opportunity to sneak attack. The breathtaking battle in the distance deeply shocked all the spectating primes and sovereign martial emperors. Be it Xiao Chun or Chu Chaoyun, their attainments in the way of the saber and the sword far surpassed that of their peers in the Kunlun realm. The exquisite martial techniques they displayed already baffled some of the primes, who could not understand their true profoundness. Chapter 1552. Up in the starry heavens, the battle between Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun grew increasingly intense. The Taiji saber domain and the black and white sword domain layered over each other. Countless sabers and swords made of light soared up from the overlapping domains. The two exchanged 1,000 moves, but neither managed to gain a clear advantage. As the two exchanged attacks, they brought out the advantages of the saber Dao and the sword Dao to their fullest. Both sides had reached the peak of their respective saber Dao and sword Dao in the Kunlun realm. They were stuck at the same bottleneck. This was due to the Kunlun realm's status, which could not compare to the outside world. If the two went to the outside world, their vast accumulations would allow them to quickly break through their respective bottlenecks. However, right now it was clear that the two could not break through their bottlenecks. Just by relying on their saber techniques and sword techniques, it would be hard to determine a victor. Light and darkness fusion. Yin and yang as one. Chu Chaoyun shouted, and the two extreme energies merged in the black and white sword domain. Suddenly, his body burst forth with alternating black and white light. This looked extremely strange. A sword light flashed as it shot towards Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun did not show any weakness. The Taiji saber domain under his feet quickly merged with the two saber dragons, one bright and one dark. The saber dragons coiled around the saber and blocked the sword light of the other party's black and white sword domain. Boom! The two great killing moves clashed. It was like a star exploding, forming a horrifying shock wave that surged out. Xiao Chun quickly retreated. However, the shock wave still struck him, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. Then he pushed off a meteor and stood firmly. However, Chu Chaoyun was more severely injured than Xiao Chun. His long hair was disheveled, and saber wounds covered his body. Occasionally black qi poured out to heal these saber wounds. However, its recovery speed could not compare to Xiao Chun's Azure Dragon War body. It was slightly inferior. Xiao Chun raised his head and looked at the other party. Then he said indifferently, "It looks like your physical body is really your burden." Burden? A strange look flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. He did not deny it or admit it. Perhaps. However, this will not stop me from defeating you. The limitless sword Dao soared traversing the sky. Chu Chaoyun also walked a different path. Unlike Xiao Chen's flawless saber Dao, his limitless sword Dao was extremely pure. The so-called Wuji was boundless and limitless. It implied that his sword Dao was boundless and endless. With this sword Dao as the core, he also created his own limitless sword technique. One sword across the sky. This was the first move of the limitless sword technique. With a flash of sword light, Chu Chaoyun charged over with his sword in hand. When the sword was drawn, it locked down the 9 heavens and completely froze the space. In an instant, Xiao Chun felt that the space around him had been locked by a sword aura. Imperceptibly, it formed a prison that locked him up and prevented him from moving. Breaking. Flawless saber technique, void breaking stance. After executing the first move of the flawless saber technique, Xiao Chun turned the tables and suddenly vanished. When Xiao Chun reappeared, he released a resplendent saber light from his body, tearing through the air. Limitless sword Dao, 1,000 turns and 100 turns. Chu Chaoyun quickly changed his move, and his figure turned blurry. The sword light was ethereal and formless. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense could not immediately lock onto the other party, much less make a move. When looking around, it looked like the other party's body was floating in a winding corridor, crisscrossing each other, creating a sense of spatial confusion. Limitless sword Dao, 10,000 swords become one. Chu Chaoyun took advantage of the moment when Xiao Chen's aura was exhausted, and his move was already over to charge back with his sword. After thousands of turns, the countless figures merged and turned into a sharp sword stabbing at Xiao Chun. This sword strike was too fast, too ruthless, and too accurate. Xiao Chun did not have time to change his move. He could only hold his saber horizontally in front of him to block this sword strike. Dang! Amid the clanging sounds, Xiao Chun nearly lost his grip on his saber, forcing him to retreat quickly. No matter how strong your physical body is, if you keep getting beaten up, you can only lose. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly. Then he took advantage of Xiao Chen's mistake and chased after him while holding his sword. The sword move was sharp and indestructible. The starry sword light flew at Xiao Chun like a torrential storm. Ding! Ding! Dang! They were like raindrops landing on the ground, giving off a continuous melodious sound. With one mistake, Xiao Chun was pushed back again and again. Countless stars flashed by the two. The stars did not move, but the two were too fast. The stars looked like reflections flashing rapidly. Chu Chaoyun's sword moves became increasingly ruthless. He only had one chance. He could not give Xiao Chun a chance to turn things around. Otherwise, his momentum would plummet, and his sword would lose its sharpness. Xiao Chun remained calm, not flustered at all. Right now, he had many ways to counter the other party. However, for some reason, he did not really want to do so. Just based on the saber and the sword, the two should be evenly matched. Their attainments were about the same. It all depended on who made the first mistake. However, with other factors, Xiao Chun held too much of an advantage over Chu Chaoyun. Be it the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon, the Dragon Blood Soul Breaking Finger, Dermic World, or the Divine Lightning Eye, they could all allow Xiao Chun to turn things around in an instant. Up until now, Xiao Chun had thoroughly figured out his opponent's strength. Chu Chaoyun's cultivation was at peak prime. However, he also cultivated the demonic race's cultivation techniques. Hence, he could contend with Xiao Chun alone. Chu Chaoyun's sword skills were about the same as Xiao Chen's saber skills. It was hard to say who was superior. Chu Chaoyun's trump card was the state of primal chaos, a state even stronger than the state of cycle. Before primal chaos split, there was no day or night. There was no time, no space, and no cycle. However, from the very start, Xiao Chun discovered that the merger of light and darkness was not perfect. The reason was that Chu Chaoyun's state of light and state of darkness needed to be perfected. Primal chaos was not as simple as light and darkness. He had forcefully fused them completely by relying on his own willpower. Perhaps that willpower was his greatest trump card. It could allow him to go further and fly higher. Of course, that was under the condition that he could leave the Kunlun realm. However, right now, Chu Chaoyun forcefully raised himself to a higher level. Compared to Xiao Chun, who fought steadily, advancing step by step, Chu Chaoyun was like a tall, dangerous building. Since Xiao Chun knows his own situation, why does he still want to fight me? Whoosh! As Xiao Chun pondered, he became distracted. Then Chu Chaoyun stabbed his sword into Xiao Chen's chest. A black and white light flowed out of the sword and quickly entered Xiao Chen's body. The muscles and bones around Xiao Chen's wound immediately rotted. Blue Dragon King, you are distracted, Chu Chaoyun said indifferently as he looked at Xiao Chen's chest. Xiao Chun nodded and said, I am indeed distracted. I just figured out why you insisted on fighting me. Xiao Chun nodded and said, I was indeed distracted. I just figured out why you insisted on fighting me. A smile appeared on Chu Chaoyun's face as he said calmly, no one has ever been able to guess my thoughts. Very well. Before I kill you, let me hear you out. If you guess correctly, I will not stab you with this sword. The tip of the sword stabbed into Xiao Chen's body pressed against Xiao Chen's chest, releasing strands of black sword qi. Strands of black sword qi surged out from the tip of the sword and wrapped around Xiao Chen's chest. As long as Chu Chaoyun wanted to, he could crush Xiao Chen's heart at any time. Do you really want to say it? I feel that it is better to prove it with my actions. Chu Chaoyun was slightly stunned. Before he could react, he saw 3 purple petals spinning in his eyes. When the petals layered over each other, the power of the tribulation lightning instantly descended. Chu Chaoyun was immediately blasted away. His clothes were tattered, and electricity flickered all over his body. Ice Blood Lightning Dragon. A berserk tricolor dragon appeared in Xiao Chen's left palm. As the wind blew, it charged at Chu Chaoyun, who was injured by the tribulation lightning. Pussy. Chu Chaoyun vomited a mouthful of blood on the spot. His internal organs ruptured, and he fell weakly onto a small planet. It was not over yet. Xiao Chen's body trembled slightly as he executed Dermic World. Then, his huge body stomped on the small planet. Rumble. The small planet shattered on the spot. Chu Chaoyun was in a sorry state. All the bones in his body were shattered, and he no longer had any combat prowess. Chu Chaoyun lay on a rather large piece of the small planet. Right now, he did not even have the strength to stand up. Dermic World vanished, and Xiao Chun pulled out the sword at his chest and casually tossed it aside. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he landed on the asteroid. Then he looked at Chu Chaoyun coldly and asked, Am I right? Chapter 1553. On the shattered meteor, Xiao Chun looked at Chu Chaoyun and said indifferently, You should know my strength. Before I entered the Blue Dragon Palace, I might not be as strong as you. However, after I entered the Blue Dragon Palace and obtained the bloodline inheritance, I broke through the shackles of Prime. No one in the Kunlun realm is a match for me. Since a long time ago, you said that there would be a battle between you and me. Even though you knew that you were no longer as strong as me, you stubbornly insisted on fighting me. In the past, I could not understand it. Just now I finally understood why. In the end, deep in your heart. In the end, you were still unwilling to destroy the entire Kunlun realm to fulfill your wish. If you really wanted to achieve your goal, the battle between me and the demonic god would have been your best opportunity. However, you did not. This means that from the very start, your greatest goal was not to destroy the Kunlun realm. What are you trying to do? You are seeking death. Towards the end, Xiao Chen's voice became heavier as he enunciated every word. When Chu Chaoyun heard that, he was slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, You are right. Do it then. Borrow your hands to kill me. That way, I will feel more at ease and not feel too guilty toward those remnant elders of the dynasty. Xiao Chun did not make a move. He said indifferently, however, I do not understand why you seek death so much. Chu Chaoyun remained expressionless, his eyes numb. He said calmly, I'm tired. Do it. I have been waiting for this day for a long time already. I can only say that Xiao Chun, you have not disappointed me. Xiao Chun looked at Chu Chaoyun, feeling that he was very pitiful. Who could avoid death in this world? However, some people were not born to live but to seek death. You seek death wholeheartedly and have no regrets? Regrets? None. After I merged the 3,000 lower realms, no one above Emperor Wu can enter. Only the people inside can come out. The people outside cannot enter. The Tianwu dynasty is already established. Those remnant elders like to dream, so I will give them a dream. I've already done what I promised Leng Yu. He had also fulfilled the dying wish of the last Tianwu emperor, the Tianwu emperor, to fight with you. I, Chu Chaoyun, have nothing to regret. Seeing the other party's calm expression, Xiao Chun said indifferently, you are lying. Do you not want to leave and ask the first-generation Tianwu emperor why he abandoned you? Hearing this, Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, to be honest, this is the reason I am most unwilling to live. You don't know how powerful he is, and you don't know how terrifying his background is. After pausing for a while, Chu Chaoyun revealed a self-mocking expression. He was not a person of the Kunlun realm in the first place. The establishment of the Tianwu dynasty was his springboard to leave the Kunlun realm. He has never cared about the survival of the Tianwu dynasty. They are just tools for him. Xiao Chun felt somewhat astonished. He had not expected the Tianwu emperor to have such a secret. Send me on my way. I no longer have any regrets. I am really tired, Chu Chaoyun said again, getting Xiao Chun to make a move. Xiao Chun remained silent for a long time. Just as Chu Chaoyun gave up and prepared to make a move himself, a force suddenly restricted his body. It was Xiao Chun. He made a move, but he did not kill Chu Chaoyun. Instead, he treated his injuries. Xiao Chun was a prime in the first place. His injuries recovered very quickly. With the help of an external force, his recovery was even faster. Just as Chu Chaoyun's injuries were about to recover, Xiao Chun waved his hand, and the divine item that the Tianwu emperor left behind appeared in his hand. Chu Chaoyun's expression changed slightly. What are you trying to do? Nothing much. I'm just sending you out of this abandoned land. There are some things that you have to ask personally. When you are outside and truly have no regrets, we can have a good fight. In this life, one cannot live for others. Chu Chaoyun, don't disappoint me. I do not have many true opponents in this life. Xiao Chun controlled Chu Chaoyun and got him to activate the divine item. The palm-sized sword immediately merged with Chu Chaoyun's body. A vigorous energy started to erupt in Chu Chaoyun's body. His clothes fluttered about, and he had a malevolent expression. Clearly, he was in pain. Black lines appeared on Chu Chaoyun's face, looking like tentacles about to come out. These were the side effects of the clash of light and darkness. Xiao! A sharp sword light shot out from Chu Chaoyun's body. Caught off guard, Xiao Chun went flying. The divine item slowly melted in Chu Chaoyun's body, suppressing the powers of darkness and light. Chu Chaoyun soared into the air, and a melodious sword hum came from his body. With a buzz, he broke the barrier of a world. Chu Chaoyun turned into a resplendent light, lighting up the entire boundless starry heavens. Boundless radiance radiated out from Chu Chaoyun's body. As the light spread out, all the stars in the starry heavens dimmed. At this moment, all the cultivators in the Kunlun continent saw a strange scene. In the pitch-black sky, only a resplendent star was shining brightly. Chu Chaoyun's body rose continuously. It felt like the entire world was getting further and further away from him. At this moment, the situation was already set. The restriction that Xiao Chun left in Chu Chaoyun's body no longer existed. However, Chu Chaoyun could not change the situation of being brought out of this world by the divine item. Chu Chaoyun searched for Xiao Chen's figure in the pitch-black space. Xiao Chen's figure and appearance slowly turned blurry in his vision. In life, one cannot always live for others, Chu Chaoyun muttered to himself, mulling over Xiao Chen's words. In hindsight, Chu Chaoyun seemed to be in control of the situation at all times, devising strategies. Everything, no matter how big or small, was under his control. Everything went according to his plans. However, in this life, Chu Chaoyun indeed lived only for others. He lived for the dying wishes of the last Tianwu emperor, for the remnant elders of the dynasty. It seemed like he never truly lived for himself. Xiaochun, I promise you, when I have no regrets, I will truly fight you again. After making up his mind, a brilliant light flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. Then he vanished from this starry heavens, leaving this abandoned land. The instant Chu Chaoyun left, the starry heavens returned to normal. The stars filling the sky lit up one by one, and the night returned to calm. However, just at this moment, the heavenly Tao mercilessly erased all traces of Chu Chaoyun's existence in this world. Many of the primes and martial emperors watching the battle showed confused expressions, not knowing what happened. Only Xiaochun failed again when the heavenly Tao tried to erase all memories of Chu Chaoyun from his mind. This was the same as when the heavenly Tao tried to erase all memories of Lu Ruyue from Xiaochun's mind after Lu Ruyue left. It failed again. Everyone forgot about Chu Chaoyun's existence. Everything related to him was erased without a trace. It was like this person had never existed in the first place. The heavenly Tao was merciless. No wonder everyone questioned whether there was a peak above prime. Whoosh! 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 The various primes and sovereign martial emperors found Xiaochun and quickly asked him what happened. Xiaochun wanted to explain. However, the moment he opened his mouth, he felt his entire body tremble. Countless strands of strange killing intent descended from the sky, firmly locking down on him. If he spoke, he would definitely be killed. Xiaochun smiled bitterly. The heavenly Tao was not just merciless. It was simply heartless. Since that was the case, there was no need to explain. Xiaochun casually brushed it off. Xiaochun glanced in the direction where Chu Chaoyun had disappeared before turning around and flying back to the Kunlun continent. 3 months later, the Blue Dragon Totem was completed. Then Xiaochun visited all his friends in the Kunlun realm. This was the last time he met with everyone before he left. His first senior sister by Wu Xiaotianing Zongqian Yu Bingyun, he visited all his friends that he had interacted with before. The Deep Abyss demonic world was Xiaochun's final stop. That was where he met the only demon lord of the demonic world, Leng Yu. There were many places he could not bear to part with and many people he could not forget. However, he still had to leave the Kunlun realm in the end. It was just like what he said to Chu Chaoyun. There were many things that he had to do personally. No matter what Lu Ruyue's current situation was, at the very least in Xiaochun's heart, his former master was the person he loved the most in his life. Many words lingered in his ears like it was yesterday. Even if Xiaochun hid his feelings in the depths of his heart forever, not touching them or thinking about them, that person was irreplaceable in his heart. This was an undeniable fact. Before Xiaochun left, he entered the Blue Dragon Palace one last time. Big Brother Dragon and the other item spirits had been waiting for a long time already. Chapter 1554. You are leaving? The old dragon horse was the first to speak, guessing Xiaochun's purpose in coming. Xiaochun nodded. He had already done what he needed to do and met all the people he needed to meet. He needed to leave the Kunlun realm. Be it to search for Lu Ruyue or to climb to the peak of the martial Tao. He needed to leave this abandoned land. Big Brother Dragon Horse and the others were not surprised. However, there were some things that needed to be explained. The young girl behind him took out a spatial ring. Xiaochun received it and sent in his spiritual sense. He discovered that it contained crystal stones flickering with a blue light, looking very crystalline. Such crystals felt like they had the aura of primordial energy. However, they were purer and more condensed. What is this? Xiaochun asked as he withdrew his spiritual sense and looked at the young woman. I can feel the presence of primordial energy in this. However, it is much purer. The young woman explained. This is spirit jade, a natural or in the outside world. Cultivators use this to trade. The so-called primordial energy of the Kunlun realm is actually innate spiritual energy in the outside world. When cultivators reach the innate realm, they can absorb it. Spirit jade grows underground. It takes hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years for a spirit jade vein to form. After such a long time of accumulation, the spiritual energy in the spirit jade is naturally much purer than the innate spiritual energy in the world. Big Brother Dragon Horse continued. There are about 2 million spirit jades in this spatial ring. The blue dragon bloodline declined, so I can only give you this much. The rest is to maintain the operation of the Blue Dragon Palace. Xiao Chun put away the spatial ring and thanked the old man. Big Brother Dragon, you are too polite. In reality, Big Brother Dragon Horse was indeed too polite. After Xiao Chun left, he would understand how precious spirit jades were. Furthermore, what Big Brother Dragon Horse gave Xiao Chun were all high-quality superior-grade spirit jades. The azure-clad man stepped forward and handed an ancient book to Xiao Chun. He said, "This is the Book of the Epochs. Most sects in the outside world give it to their disciples. Keep it well. It introduces the various things of the martial epoch, such as what cultivation realms there are after the veritable essence realm. There are many factions in the martial epoch. Some of the larger factions and sects have records of them." Xiao Chun took it and casually flipped through a few pages. It was a simplified version of an encyclopedia. Although it was not a secret manual, it was the most suitable for him at the moment. After leaving the Kunlun realm, he would not be clueless. Next, the artifact spirits took out some more precious personal items and left them to Xiao Chun. They were all Xian weapons used to save Xiao Chun's life at a critical moment. Finally, the old dragon horse handed a jade pendant to Xiao Chun to wear. As he placed the jade pendant on his chest, an ice-cold aura flowed out of the jade pendant and poured into Xiao Chun's body. Xiao Chun immediately felt a lot better, as his aura was greatly suppressed. On the surface of the jade pendant was an ancient Buddha sitting on a lotus platform with a serene expression. On the back were the words Jingxin. This was originally a Buddhist amulet. Later, someone polished it into jade. Although its shape changed, its effects remained the same. It can calm the mind and calm the heart. Of course, the most important thing is that it withdraws its aura. It can reduce the Black Lotus Seal's aura to the minimum. The Dragon Horse Big Brother had put in a lot of effort. In reality, he was the one who carved the original Buddhist amulet. For the sake of helping Xiao Chun suppress the Black Lotus Seal, the Dragon Horse Big Brother strengthened the effect of the jade pendant's aura withdrawing. However, you have to remember that this jade pendant cannot completely suppress the Black Lotus Seal. You still have to be careful. When Xiao Chun felt the Dragon King's concern, he thanked him solemnly. This could be considered to have resolved his greatest hidden danger. Thinking about what the Thunder King said before he died, Xiao Chun could not truly feel at ease leaving the Kunlun realm. If the Black Lotus Church surrounded Xiao Chun the moment he left, that would be too unjust. I would like to ask Big Brother Dragon, where does the White Dragon race stay? Xiao Chun had not forgotten his greatest purpose in coming to the Blue Dragon Palace. The Dragon Horse Big Brother replied sullenly, "That is simple. Just go out and ask around and you will know. However, I believe that the person you are looking for will not be in the White Dragon race's territory. Who would be willing to pay such a high price to pull your friend out of the abandoned land? There is only one reason. Your friend's bloodline is extremely special and has great potential. Such a genius would normally be in Ancestor Dragon City. That is where the demonic geniuses of the various dragon race bloodlines gather. The resources there are the most and the competition is the most intense. Ancestor Dragon City. Xiao Chun thought to himself, it looks like Lu Riyue is most likely in this Ancestor Dragon City. As for where Ancestor Dragon City was, Xiao Chun did not ask. He knew nothing about the outside world. Even if he told Xiao Chun, it would be hard for him to understand. Now that he knew the name, he would just ask around in the future. Seniors, Xiao Chun will take his leave first. I will leave the Kunlun Realm's Dragon's Gate to you. Xiao Chun walked to the palace doors and performed a cupped fist salute. The Dragon Horse Big Brother smiled and said, "Don't worry. I think that Lasemo Chun will be qualified to push open the palace doors soon. The Dragon's Gate's recovery will be faster than you think. Take care on your journey." The group sent off Xiao Chun with their eyes, feeling somewhat regretful in their hearts. Xiao Chun carried their expectations. Only when Xiao Chun became the Dragon Emperor would the Blue Dragon bloodline truly flourish. However, to become the Dragon Emperor, Xiao Chun would have to face not only the various demonic geniuses and geniuses of the dragon race, but also the inheritors of the other great desolate 100 races, and the many ancient holy lands. The pressure of such competition was much greater than in the Kunlun realm. Once Xiao Chun left this Kunlun realm, He would welcome the entire martial epoch. The abandoned land of the thousands of great realms was not even a drop in the ocean. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, Ingzongtian, Emperor Forsaken, and the other primes and sovereign martial emperors of the Kunlun realm were waiting. When Xiao Chen's good friends learned that Xiao Chan was coming to challenge the Kunlun Road, they had been waiting for him for a long time to send him off. Come look. The Blue Dragon King is here. As the sun set, a white figure flew towards the foot of the mountain at lightning speed. This was Xiao Chan, who had come out of the Blue Dragon Palace. Little brother Xiao Chan, this Kunlun Road has always been known as the Road to Death. For several tens of thousands of years, no one in the Kunlun realm has dared to challenge it. Today it all depends on you. Ingzongtian glanced at the people at the side before turning his head to speak to Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan took out a jade strip and handed it to Ingzongtian. This jade strip contains a strand of my will, a tenth of my strength. If I die, this jade strip will shatter. If I do not die, the will in the jade strip will grow stronger as my main body grows stronger. Ingzongtian put away the jade strip and said, Take care of yourself. I hope that you can make a trip back while I am alive. Tell Big Brother what the outside world is like. Xiao Chan said seriously, I definitely will. After a simple exchange with the people he was familiar with, Xiao Chan stepped onto the Kunlun Road alone, heading for the unknown world. As the heaven-punishing corpse god watched Xiao Chen's back, he muttered, I wonder if he can succeed or not. After all, this is the Kunlun Road. There were too many legends about the Kunlun Road. No matter how strong Xiao Chan was, everyone still worried for him. The Kunlun Palace's palace master said, Don't worry. It will be much easier for Xiao Chan to clear this Kunlun Road than we expected. He has been suppressing his strength all this while. When he reaches the Kunlun Road, he will not have to continue suppressing it. When everyone heard this, they were startled. Right now, Xiao Chen's strength was already very horrifying. Unexpectedly, this was still not Xiao Chen's limit. On the mountain path, Xiao Chan, who was about to enter the clouds, suddenly turned around. His gaze landed on Bai Emo-chan, first senior sister, and Yu Bingyun. Sorry, I finally have some free time, and now I have to leave alone again. Xiao Chan was not a heartless person. He and Bai had depended on each other for many years, and their relationship was the deepest. First senior sister was the person who took care of him the most since he came to the Kunlun realm. Emo-chan established the Dragon's Gate and helped him the most. Yu Bingyun was someone who had gone through thick and thin with him, a confidant who had gone through life and death with him. Xiao Chan could not bear to part with each of them. He swore to himself that he would return to the Kunlun realm one day. Not for himself but for these people that he could not bear to part with. Chapter 1555. The main peak of Kunlun Mountain towered into the clouds. No one knew what lay beyond the summit. They only knew that it was a path to heaven. A path that led to the outside world. A path to escape this abandoned land. Since ancient times, there had been too many legends about the path to heaven. However, no matter how they spread, there was not much useful information. Xiao Chen's figure entered the clouds, completely vanishing from everyone's sight. The instant he passed through the clouds, Xiao Chen's body felt relaxed for some reason. It was like the restrictions he was born with in his body disappeared. Xiao Chen understood that the heavenly Tao could no longer affect this place. The laws could no longer restrict him. After calming himself, Xiao Chen continued forward. The mountain path was rugged. Slowly, the environment on both sides changed at some point in time. The clouds were no longer there. Both sides were empty. There were many spatial storms in the empty space. When the countless spatial shards blew by, they flew around like shards of glass. As Xiao Chen walked on the mountain path, he felt the might of the spatial shards. He no longer dared to underestimate them, so he carefully avoided these spatial shards. The spatial shards here were on a completely different level from those in the Kunlun realm. The space here was clearly of a higher level. For example, it was like the difference between the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm. This place should be a transition point between the Kunlun realm and the outside world. The space in the outside world should be of a higher level. Earlier, a spatial shard passed by Xiao Chen. He had been somewhat careless. Who could have imagined that it would leave a 1 centimeter deep wound when it passed by him? It was very scary. Xiao Chen looked at the summit. He did not know how long he would have to walk to the peak. Furthermore, he did not dare to fly here. As he walked, the danger of getting cut by the spatial shards would increase. If he were unlucky and got swallowed up by a spatial storm, Xiao Chun did not dare to imagine that scene. No wonder this Kunlun road was also known as a dead end. Clenching his teeth, Xiao Chun walked forward step by step, carefully avoiding the spatial shards. If he could not avoid them, he would use his saber to chop them apart. As the top bladesman of the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chun's skills with the saber had already reached great heights. Sometimes, when he could not chop the spatial shards apart, he would use force to break them. Oh no! A spatial storm passed above Xiao Chun without any warning. A strong suction pulled his body down. Blue Dragon Divine Wings. Greatly startled, Xiao Chun quickly unfurled his Blue Dragon Divine Wings and struggled against the suction of the spatial storm. Xiao Chun's body spun continuously under the spatial storm, unable to control it. In the spatial storm, many spatial shards flew over. Fortunately, Xiao Chun's movement technique, the fish dragon art, was very proficient in dodging over a short distance. Otherwise, even if they weren't pulled into the storm, they would be cut into pieces by the spatial fragments. When the spatial storm drifted away from his head, his body landed on the ground. Kasie! It sounded like something had shattered. The startled Xiao Chun looked down and saw a rotting corpse. He did not know how long it had been there. His original sovereign body had already completely decayed, and he crushed it with a single stomp when he landed. Beside his palm there was a rusty broken knife. "I'm sorry, Senior. It was unintentional," Xiao Chun said softly. This was a senior bladesman whom he had accidentally crushed. For this senior to be able to leave a corpse on the Kunlun road and not dismembered on the spot, he must have been a famous person in the Kunlun realm. Sighing, Xiao Chun continued on his way. The rest of the road was littered with skeletons. Every short distance they walked, they would see a skeleton. The pressure on the mountain increased. Slowly, it became difficult to even lift one's feet. However, there was still a long distance to the top. Suddenly, he realized that it had been a long time since he had seen any corpses. Xiao Chun came to his senses and stopped in his tracks. Why weren't there any corpses? Clearly, this was a forbidden zone. Most of the people who charged into this place didn't leave behind any corpses. Hu Qi! Suddenly, 3 spatial storms blew over from above. Xiao Chun paled slightly. Before Xiao Chun could react, he was lifted into the air, flying towards the center of the 3 spatial storms. Xiao Chun struggled with all his might. At the same time, he circulated his vital qi. Strands of dragon-shaped energy moved around and gathered into 2 cauldrons. With a loud shout, Xiao Chun punched the air 3 times. Each punch boomed like thunder. He used the huge rebound to push himself back. As for the spatial shards flying over, Xiao Chun simply ignored them. He could only let these blind shards fly past his body. After punching 10 times, Xiao Chun, who had exhausted all his vital qi, finally landed on the ground. Xiao Chun's body was covered in wounds dripping with blood. His white robes were dyed scarlet. His injuries and fatigue prevented Xiao Chun from continuing forward. He could only stop to rest and recover from his injuries, recuperating his vital qi. Even when resting, Xiao Chun had to be careful. He looked around and paid attention at all times, unable to relax. This was because the spatial storms here did not follow any pattern. It looked like the summit was less than a kilometer away. However, for some reason, Xiao Chun felt that it was a very, very distant place. After that, with every step he took, he would experience 3, even 4 spatial storms. Toward the end, there would be even more terrifying spatial tears. These spatial tears would close instantly. If he was not careful and got pulled in, he did not know when he would come out again. It might be 100 years later, or it might be a lifetime. On this 1-kilometer path, Xiao Chun took 3 steps forward and took 1 step back. He even had to rest midway, walking for more than 40 days. After almost 1.5 months, he finally arrived at the summit. This period of time was truly a nightmare. In the future, Xiao Chun would not want to recall this experience. It was too torturous. Xiao Chun turned his head back and looked at the Kunlun road, entering deep thought. Even Xiao Chun was in such a sorry state. If the primes of the Kunlun realm wanted to take this path, they would die for sure. This path should not be so difficult. It was practically a path of death. Something must have happened resulting in such difficulty. Perhaps the people of the Black Lotus Church really did something to it. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze. There was no longer any path ahead. He looked up and saw a huge spatial whirlpool in the distant sky. Is this the spatial tunnel to leave the Kunlun realm? Xiao Chun muttered to himself, looking travel-worn as he looked at that spatial whirlpool. Go! Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and did not hesitate to fly towards that spatial whirlpool. At this final step it was much safer. He did not run into any trouble as he ascended. However, just as Xiao Chun was about to reach the spatial whirlpool, something strange happened. Black lotus flowers flew out of the spatial whirlpool and quickly formed a huge hand that smashed at Xiao Chun. A strong force gathered in the palm. When the pressure pressed down, Xiao Chun felt like he was suffocating. Sharp spirit finger. With this finger Xiao Chun retreated quickly. Then cracks appeared in that huge black palm. The cracks quickly mended, but the palm continued to descend on him, wanting to squash him to death. Flawless saber technique, cloud-reaching stance. Xiao Chun did not hesitate to execute the flawless saber technique's cloud-reaching stance. Lofty aspirations surged in Xiao Chun's chest. His blood surged as he soared into the sky. Kasie. The saber struck that huge palm and cracks spread out again. Ice Blood Lightning Dragon. Ice-attributed and lightning-attributed energies merged in Xiao Chun's left palm. A drop of blood dripped from his palm, and a berserk tricolor dragon appeared. Then the wind blew and the huge palm ferociously smashed into it. After a series of strikes, the huge black palm suddenly scattered, turning into many lotus flowers drifting in the air. Xiao Chun's heart sank. To think that the lotus flowers were not destroyed and still showed signs of regathering. However, the speed of regathering was extremely slow. Xiao Chun thought to himself, indeed, the Black Lotus Church did something. Aside from me, no one in the Kunlun realm can block that earlier strike. Xiao Chun wanted to completely destroy these lotus flowers. However, after trying a few times, he discovered that after the lotus flowers shattered, they would still split into countless lotus flowers. This was very similar to the Thunder Hell that the Thunder King once executed when he possessed the demonic god. This would only slow down the speed of the black lotus flowers regathering. It would not be of much use. Never mind. I'll enter the spatial whirlpool first. Xiao Chun shook his head and chose to give up. Then his figure flashed into the spatial whirlpool. Chapter 1556. As his body entered the spatial whirlpool, Xiao Chun looked forward. There was only one path in the whirlpool. At the end of the tunnel a faint light could be seen. After testing it out, Xiao Chun discovered that it was very easy to move forward. However, when he moved backward it felt like the entire world was moving backward. He had only experienced this feeling when he was reversing time and space. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. No wonder people said that it was much more difficult for the people of the outside world to enter than for the people of the Kunlun realm to leave. The cultivators of the Kunlun realm only had to deal with those spatial shards and spatial storms. To the experts of the outside world, their realms far surpassed that of a supreme being, so they did not fear the spatial storms at all. However, every step they took in the passageway of the spatial vortex was equivalent to reversing time and space. Although the passageway was not long, it was enough to make one suffer. Furthermore, according to the old dragon horse, the stronger one was, the greater the obstacles one would encounter. Xiao Chun was a little worried about what he would do when he returned in the future. However, at this point it was useless to think about these things. He could only shake his head and brace himself to move forward. Fortunately, the Black Lotus Church did not follow up on this spatial passageway. It would be extremely difficult for the other party to tamper with this spatial passageway. The moment Xiao Chun stepped out of the spatial vortex, he looked back and discovered the place he had come from. It was a black whirlpool. The entrance of the whirlpool was like the mouth of a monster. Xiao Chun looked around. This place was the resplendent starry heavens, boundless and boundless. He did not see the Kunlun continent. Xiao Chun thought for a while. It looked like the Kunlun realm was just a drop in the ocean of this universe, truly an abandoned land. After sensing for a while, Xiao Chun found that this starry heavens was very different from the Kunlun realms. Firstly, the level of space was different. Here, one would not be as free as in the starry heavens of the Kunlun realm. He had to constantly consume true essence to maintain himself in the starry sky and not drift away. The spatial pressure was immense, and his speed and strength were greatly restricted. Xiao Chun flipped his hand, and the cycle throne appeared. Then, he gently landed and sat on it. 7 divine weapons appeared, each guarding a direction, forming a simple formation. Kicking Xiao Chun, he resisted the pressure from the starry sky. Sitting on the throne, Xiao Chun began to study the book of the epochs that the azure-clothed man had left him. He had to understand the outside world as soon as possible. Book of the Epochs, the end of the Great Desolate Era. The Great Desolate Continent shattered into countless fragments, and the world entered the Epic Era. The first sentence introduced the origin of the epoch, and it immediately drew Xiao Chun's attention. There was a lot of novel knowledge that Xiao Chun had never come into contact with before. It broadened his horizons and allowed him to have a new understanding of the universe. In the beginning, the universe was chaotic. There was no heaven and earth. Only then did the heavens and earth split apart, and only then did the boundless great wasteland continent come into existence. It was a post-mythological era where all the races fought for supremacy, and the descendants of the gods and devils appeared. That era was too far away. Only the most ancient records of the 10,000 races in the untainted land had records of that era. As for the chaotic era, that was even more distant. The great desolate continent shattered into pieces. Even the smallest piece was half the size of the Kunlun continent. The billions of pieces formed countless worlds of various sizes. Thousands of worlds formed the epic era that followed. The epic era had risen and fallen for many epochs. After the immortal epoch came the current martial epoch. With the birth of the new epoch, the lands of the old epoch would be excluded from the new epoch, becoming abandoned lands. 3 days later, Xiao Chun finally finished reading the book of the epochs. Xiao Chun let out a long sigh. The Kunlun realm was just a drop in the ocean of this entire world. The outside world was much larger than Xiao Chun had imagined, somewhat surpassing his expectations. He now had a certain understanding of the current martial epoch. After the veritable personage realm, there was the primal core realm, the cloud sea realm, the divine vein realm, the faux god realm, and the true god realm. Before the veritable personage realm were the ordinary realm and the innate realm. In the vast sea of people, there were probably billions of people cultivating in the martial epoch. However, most people would remain in the ordinary realm their entire lives. With some talent, they would advance to the innate realm. Only after becoming a connate life form and passing through the 9 heavens of connate could one be called a perfected being. For example, Xiao Chun had broken through to the enlightened being realm in his 30s. Even in most places in the outside world, he could be considered an outstanding talent. However, the Book of the Epochs also recorded that the cultivators with the Great Desolate Aeon bloodline had mostly reached the peak of the veritable personage realm at his age. Among them, there were many with outstanding talents who broke through to the perfected being realm. His talent was not bad, but the resources in the land of exile could not be compared to those in the outside world. His years of experience and combat experience were incomparable to the geniuses in the outside world. It couldn't be said that they were truly weaker than each other. Xiao Chun thought to himself, I need to find baleful energy quickly, and advance to the Yin Essence stage. After the Yin Essence stage, there was the Yang Essence stage. When the 3 essences merged to form the primal core, one could break through from the veritable personage stage to the primal core stage. In the Book of the Epochs, Xiao Chun had seen a rough star map left behind by the azure-clothed man. Roaming the starry sky without a star map was equivalent to courting death. Not only were there all sorts of astral beasts in the starry sky, but there were also many astral pirates. More importantly, if a cultivator wanted to move freely in the starry sky, they needed the strength of a primal core realm cultivator. A veritable personage would barely be able to roam the starry sky, but they would not be able to remain in the starry sky for long. The expenditure of veritable essence energy would be too much. Xiao Chun recalled the information he saw on the star map. The land of exile, the Kunlun realm, was near the profound light great realm. As for the profound light great realm, it was in the purple sun region. There were at least 1,000 existences similar to the profound light great realm in the purple sun region. Xiao Chun needed to make a trip to the profound light great realm first. Firstly, he could scout out the situation there. Secondly, he could search for or purchase some baleful energy. Whoosh! With a thought, Xiao Chan used the magic energy in his sea of consciousness to drive the cycle throne to the profound light great realm. The air resistance in the starry sky was very low, allowing one to fly very fast. However, the air here was thin, and the pressure and light were extraordinary. If one was not careful, one might die. Those with lower cultivations than those who had not broken through to the veritable personage realm would not be able to survive in the starry sky. Originally, Xiao Chan would find it hard to fly for long in the starry sky. Fortunately, he had the cycle throne which he could drive with magic energy, saving him a large amount of veritable essence energy. Chi. After flying for millions of kilometers, Xiao Chan passed by an asteroid belt, and strange sounds came from there. There are many astral beasts in the starry sky. These astral beasts are extremely hard to deal with, and some are extremely strong. This was Xiao Chen's first time roaming the starry sky, so he raised his guard. Normally, he would not pass by such complicated environments. Instead, he would go around them. However, this time it seemed like he could not avoid them. Suddenly, several black bats flew out of the asteroid belt. They were all huge, looking like strange beasts. Due to the low air resistance in the starry sky, these huge bats moved extremely fast. Furthermore, these bats had strong auras. With one look, it was clear that they were not ordinary astral beasts. Every bat should have the strength of a veritable essence stage cultivator. Xiao Chan did not panic. He remained calm, wanting to test the combat prowess of these huge bats. Kill! Pride of the 7 divine weapons tore through the air. A saber light flashed, and a huge bat that bore the brunt of the attack got chopped in half. The saber light contained great Tao energy, making it easy to kill. Clang! Pride returned, leaving behind the corpses of several huge bats in the starry sky. Xiao Chan entered deep thought as he wrapped his fingers on the armrest of the throne. It looks like my combat prowess is completely unrivaled in the veritable essence stage. I think that not many can comprehend great Tao energy in this cultivation realm. With the support of great Tao energy, Xiao Chen's strength surpassed that of an ordinary veritable essence stage cultivator. Unfortunately, I did not run into any essence stage astral beasts, so I cannot test out my true limits. Just at this moment, something strange happened. All of a sudden, a flock of giant bats flew out of the asteroid belt. Some of them had golden patterns on their bodies. When Xiao Chan checked, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Those were at least essence stage giant bats. Furthermore, there were quite a few of them. Flee! Without even thinking, Xiao Chan suddenly stood up. The throne merged with his white robes as he quickly flew away. Chapter 1557. With so many giant bats, Xiao Chan could not deal with them all. Furthermore, there were a few leaders among them. This made things even more difficult. Running was the best option. However, Xiao Chen's speed was much slower than that of these ferocious beasts that grew up in the starry heavens. Their bodies needed to adapt to the environment of the starry heavens. Furthermore, the school bus had just arrived and was not used to the complicated environment of the starry heavens. Soon, a swarm of giant bats surrounded Xiao Chan. When they got closer, Xiao Chan discovered that these giant bats were nearly 10 meters long. They had sharp beaks and huge wings. The scariest thing were their claws. They were incredibly sharp and flickered with a cold light. Chi! Chi! Suddenly, these giant bats let out sharp cries at the same time. The cries were ear-piercing and unpleasant, penetrating into the depths of one's mind. Sound wave attacks. Xiao Chen's face sank. The sound wave attacks of these giant bats were not simple. They were all infused with mental energy. Most importantly, he was in the middle of the encirclement, so the giant bat's sound waves were all focused on him. Just thinking about it made Xiao Chan tremble in fear. If he was not careful, he might end up an idiot, bleeding from his 7 orifices. Dragon Tone Art. Without much time to think, Xiao Chan decisively executed the Dragon Tone Art. A purple whirlpool gathered in his chest. A huge dragon image coiled above his head. At the critical moment, Xiao Chan roared ferociously. Roar! Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded. The mental energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, which far surpassed that of a regular person's, erupted with this roar. Not only did the giant bats fail to injure Xiao Chan, but they were also severely injured by the rebound of the dragon roar. It was no longer possible for the giant bats to attack Xiao Chan with sound waves. Revealing a smile, Xiao Chan looked around the encirclement and fixed his gaze on a giant bat with a golden line on its back. To capture the bandits, one had to capture the leader. Even if this group of giant bats wanted to cause trouble for Xiao Chen, they did not have the courage to do so. Whoosh! After making up his mind, Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he executed the fish dragon art and charged forward. The giant bats that pounced at him along the way were all easily dodged, leaving only broken afterimages. Chi! Suddenly, a gust of wind flashed in front of him. The wind was as sharp as a knife, and it scratched Xiao Chen's cheeks, leaving 2 bloody marks. Retreat! Bewildered, Xiao Chen quickly retreated. Only then did he realize that the golden-edged bat had flown over his head. What a close shave! If he hadn't dodged in time, his head would have been crushed on the spot. Just thinking about the giant bat's golden claws, which flickered with a faint light and overflowed with cold light, made one shudder. However, this also firmed up Xiao Chen's decision to kill this golden-edged bat first. After a few rounds with this golden-edged bat, Xiao Chen actually suffered a small loss. He couldn't help but shout, "Saber!" The 7 divine weapons merged together. Xiao Chen grasped the scabbard. He did not want to end up in a battle to the death, so he executed the flawless saber technique's heartbreaking stance. Xiao Chen's heart shattered, and he felt intense pain. Then he quickly hacked out with the divine weapon. Kasie! Who could have imagined that the golden-edged bat's claws would firmly grab the saber in the time it took for a spark to fly? What great vital qi! Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly as he failed to draw his saber. The golden-edged bat flapped its wings, and its sharp teeth flew towards Xiao Chen, forcing him to abandon his saber. Just at this crucial moment, the golden-edged bat suddenly lost all signs of life. Xiao Chen's heartbreaking stance ignored defense, directly attacking the target's heart. At this moment, the golden-edged bat's heart shattered, dying on the spot. Kasie! A saber light flashed. Xiao Chen drew his divine weapon and chopped off the golden-edged bat's golden claws. When looking at the cold, golden light and sharp claws, even a fool would know that these were good items. After killing this golden-edged bat, Xiao Chen did not linger. This group of astral beasts was harder to deal with than he had imagined. If there was no need, he would not linger. Look! There is a person being chased by a group of demon-tone bats. So it is a veritable essence stage rookie. No wonder he offended the demon-tone bats. When such astral beasts work together, even peak primal core realm experts would have to retreat. The demon-tone bats are one of the overlords of this area. This person is dead for sure. Should we save him? What's there to save? Firstly, he does not have the emblem of a sect. Secondly, he has no experience. With one look, we can tell that he is an unreliable loose cultivator. As Xiao Chen retreated, a fortress ship passed in front of him. A group of people on the ship watched the scene of him being chased. When Xiao Chen looked over, he felt somewhat startled. This fortress ship was very fast. This should be an astral ship specially made for traveling in the starry heavens. It should have formations that could adapt to the starry heavens. Xiao Chen had a rough understanding of this in the Book of the Epochs. Just as Xiao Chen was thinking, a strong aura swept over Xiao Chen. A primal core realm expert. Just as Xiao Chen was feeling bewildered, a cold snort rang out by his ear. Scram further away. Don't lead the demon-tone bats in our direction. Otherwise, this old man will take your life. Xiao Chen looked up and saw a blue-clad old man at the top of the fortress ship, looking at him coldly. It turned out that Xiao Chen was heading to the profound light world. The direction he was retreating in happened to be the same as this fortress ship. Xiao Chen was not in the mood to bother with this person, so he did not bother explaining. However, he still had to be wary of this person's strength. Xiao Chen lowered his speed. After all, it was not like he could not deal with the demon-tone bats behind him. It would just be more troublesome. On the fortress ship, a man and a woman stood behind the blue-clad old man. The man was handsome, but his lips were rather thin, and he looked somewhat fickle. The woman had some baby fat on her face, but her facial features were delicate. While she was not very pretty, she was very likable. "Master, that person does not look like a bad person. We can save him," the woman whispered as she looked into the distance at Xiao Chen, who was slowly disappearing from her vision. The young man smiled and said, "Junior sister, you are too young. With one look, it is clear that this person is deliberately leading the demon tone bats in our direction. If we save him, we will fall into his trap. Then we will take the opportunity to leave. If he is more malicious, he might even take advantage of the situation to rob us. But Master, how can a primal core realm expert fear a veritable essence stage cultivator? The woman argued, but she did not have much confidence. The blue-clad old man sighed and said, Fei-er, your senior brother is right. At such a time it is better to avoid trouble. With your character, I am really worried about how you will compete with others when you go to Profoundine Island. Master, don't worry. Luonan will definitely protect junior sister well. The young man immediately stepped forward and expressed his stance. However, the blue-clad old man shook his head and did not say anything. If you go to Profoundine Island, you might not even be able to protect yourself. Why the need to boast? The blue-clad old man did not think much of these two disciples. One was strong but soft-hearted. The other was biting off more than he could chew and was too arrogant. However, it was good for him to temper himself. The competition within the sect was still gentler. Outside the sect, suffering a little was good, tempering his character. 3 days later, the blue-clad old man delayed Xiao Chun for a while, so he simply stopped fleeing. He fought as he retreated, tempering his combat experience in the starry heavens and adapting to the environment of the starry heavens, as well as the higher-level space of this great world. By relying on the fish-dragon art, Xiao Chun could make thousands of changes in an instant, moving like a fish in water. Xiao Chun killed the 3 leaders of the demon tone bats one after another. Not a single one of the ordinary demon tone bats managed to escape. The vast magic energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness turned into mental energy, which he sent out through the dragon tone art. This allowed him to not fear the demon tone bats' killing sonic attacks. As Xiao Chun recuperated on the cycle throne, he thought about his war trophies. There were many pairs of demon tone bat claws. There were even 4 pairs of golden claws, the claws of the demon tone bat leaders. These claws were tougher and sharper, like divine materials. More accurately, they were of a higher quality than the divine materials of the Kunlun realm. Based on that primal core expert's tone, he seemed to fear these demon tone bats. Even primal core experts fear these demon tone bats. It seems like I can make use of them. When Xiao Chun thought of an idea, he took out a carving knife and a pair of demon tone bat claws. Then he slowly started carving. After another 7 days, Xiao Chun recovered to his peak state. He frowned slightly as he was carving the demon tone bats and stopped what he was doing. A gentle breeze blew in front, and the 7 divine weapons protecting the throne buzzed and trembled. This aura. There are primal core cultivators fighting in the distance. Xiao Chun stood up and gently tapped his forehead with a finger. The heavenly eye flew out and hovered in the air, watching from afar. After a while, when Xiao Chun saw the situation of the battle, his lips curled up in a smile. It was a small world. The fortress ship from 10 days ago ran into Astral Starry Heavens pirates. Chapter 1558. With the observation of the heavenly eye, Xiao Chun could see every movement in the distance. There was a smaller pirate ship in front of the ship that the blue-clad old man was on, but it was even faster. The bow of the ship rose, and a black scimitar banner hung on it. The entire ship was covered in sharp edges. This was especially so for the bow, which was as sharp as a knife. Although this ship was small, it was much faster than the other ship. It was also nimble. No matter how the other ship changed directions, the other ship could not shake off the pirate ship. The other ship was even forced to keep kicking back. Clearly, the two had been fighting for a long time already. Only then did Xiao Chun catch up. Otherwise, given Xiao Chun's speed, he would not have been able to catch up to the blue-clad old man's ship. Xiao Chun's eyes lit up as he looked at the pirate ship, revealing a fervent expression. Master, is there any way to deal with this black scimitar pirate group? We have already been hiding for 2 days, but we still cannot avoid them. The young disciple Luonan asked with a somewhat grave expression beside the blue-clad old man. The black scimitar pirate group was one of the 10 strongest pirate groups in the nearby starry domain. The blue-clad old man said, I'll go and talk to them. Brothers of the black scimitar pirate group, this old man is a 2nd-generation elder of the Tianyi sect. Can you give the Tianyi sect some face and not make things difficult for us? Otherwise, our Tianyi sect is not that easy to bully. The Tianyi sect was one of the stronger sects in the vicinity. The sect had a spirit light venerate, who surpassed the core cloud realm, holding down the fort. However, it was not a local sect of the profound light great realm. Although the Tianyi sect was rather far away, it still had some prestige. If the Tianyi sect was smart, this pirate group would probably give it some face. Ha ha ha. This old man is not blind. I saw your Tianyi sect's banner long ago. Cut the crap. If you want to pass through here, hand over 100,000 spirit jades. Otherwise, this old man will have to go far away. A black-clad man holding a scimitar laughed maniacally on the pirate ship. Whoosh! 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 30-odd people charged out from behind this black-clad man. All of them were at least veritable essence stage. Many of them were at the Yin essence stage or Yang essence stage. There was even one person who had reached the half-step primal core realm. The veritable personage realm consisted of 3 stages: veritable essence stage, Yin essence stage, and Yang essence stage. The strength of the pirates on this pirate ship could be considered quite elite, comparable to some small sections. This was especially so for the black-clad man. He was at least a late-stage minor primal core realm cultivator. 100,000 spiritual jades? You must be a maple, right? Let me tell you, it's impossible. A trace of killing chi flashed on the blue-clad old man's face. He said sullenly, "Just a mere pirate, and yet you dare to be so arrogant. Ha ha ha. Then let's cut the crap and kill all of them." The pirate leader revealed a sinister smile and shouted. The pirates on the pirate ship laughed strangely and charged out. All of a sudden, the cultivators of both sides quickly exchanged blows in the air. A huge battle could break out at any moment. Xiao Chun withdrew the heavenly eye and revealed a doubtful expression. This pirate leader seemed to have another purpose. Didn't seem like a robbery. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come up with an unacceptable price. I don't care about that. The grudges between the two sides have nothing to do with me. It's that pirate ship. Xiao Chun suddenly had an idea. When he saw the speed of the ship earlier, he was already somewhat envious. Then, he thought about how his cycle throne was like a tortoise compared to that ship. Compared to that pirate ship, it was like a snail. The core of an astral warship is the formation, followed by the warship materials. If I can obtain the formation and modify the cycle throne, is there a chance? Opportunities came from fighting. If one fought, there would be. If one did not fight, there would be no chance at all. After making up his mind, Xiao Chun made up his mind. Then, he quickly headed for the place where the two sides fought. At the place where the battle was taking place, both sides were somewhat anxious. On the whole, the Black Scimitar pirate group held the advantage. Furthermore, their numbers were continuously expanding. The blue-clad old man was very strong, practically suppressing the pirate leader. His combat style was ruthless and decisive, and he was extremely experienced. However, the situation of the disciples on the ship was somewhat unsightly. It was simply a one-sided massacre. They cried out miserably whenever they felt any pain. As for those pirates, they laughed strangely. These people, who kept their heads turned around, had a frighteningly ruthless combat style. The more injured they were, the stronger their baleful auras became. Fortunately, the two disciples of the blue-clad old man held on to the ship's side. Otherwise, they would not be completely defeated. Xiao Chun glanced at the situation of the battle. Then, his gaze fell on the pirate ship. "Senior brother, look. Isn't that the white-clad bladesman being chased by the demon-tone bats?" The girl named Feier exclaimed when she saw Xiao Chun's figure. Her eyes lit up. "Junior sister, look. Isn't that the white-clad bladesman being chased by the demon-tone bats?" The thin-lipped man did not believe it. However, when he saw Xiao Chun's figure, he was somewhat stunned, nearly getting injured by the pirates. Damn! Am I seeing things? To think that he is still alive after being chased by the demon-tone bats. Even primal core realm cultivators cannot endure the sonic attacks of the demon-tone bats. They will end up hallucinating and severely injure their mental energy. The blue-clad old man, who was fighting with the pirate leader, also saw Xiao Chun. Hope immediately ignited in this experienced old man. A person who could escape from the demon-tone bats was definitely not simple. Perhaps he could tip the balance. Young hero, will you lend us a hand? Our Tianyi sect will definitely thank you heavily in the future. The blue-clad old man had completely forgotten that he had misunderstood Xiao Chun and told him to scram far away. Xiao Chun did not care about the blue-clad old man, continuing to fly forward as if he did not hear what the old man said at all. Ha ha ha. Interesting. To think that you treat a veritable Essence Stage Bladesman as a treasure. However, what's more interesting is that he did not abandon you. Ha ha ha. When the black-clad man saw the situation, he started laughing loudly. However, the black-clad man only laughed halfway before he could continue. Xiao Chun flew straight towards his pirate ship. Damn it! How dare he target my precious ship? Quickly, go and get a few brothers to chop him up. He is just an insignificant veritable Essence Stage Bladesman. Is he tired of living? Immediately, 3 of the pirates fighting on the ship heard their leader's orders. Then they immediately flew out and chased after Xiao Chun. The blue-clad old man revealed a confused look in his eyes. He could not figure out Xiao Chun's intentions. What is he doing? Going to the pirate ship? Isn't that just sending himself to death? There were still experts stationed on the pirate ship. Brat, stop right there. Of the 3 pirates chasing Xiao Chun, the one who specialized in speed was the first to charge over. Then he quickly hacked down with his saber. Kase! When the saber light landed, Xiao Chun shattered into pieces. Before this pirate could rejoice, he discovered that he had struck only an afterimage. What fast speed! The 3 pirates were startled, their hearts thumping wildly. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun dodged this saber strike so calmly. The pirate whose saber light missed looked at the shattered afterimages in front and was stunned for a moment. Die! Suddenly, a figure charged out of the shattered afterimages in the air. This figure was like a sharp saber, giving off an unparalleled sharpness. Before this pirate could react, he got punched. 2 cauldron force, together with the great Tao might, instantly exploded. The pirate corpse was covered in shattered bones, turning into a clump of blood mist. An Essence Stage Cultivator. Seems like he is not much. Xiao Chun muttered to himself as he withdrew his fist light. Right now, Xiao Chun urgently needed to figure out his strength. However, this was clearly not the time yet. Ult 7. The 2 pirates behind were greatly startled. They could not accept this. Ult 7 died just like that. Xiao Chun glanced over indifferently. However, he did not care so much. He gently waved his sleeves. And somersaulted in the air, spreading his arms and continuing to fly towards the pirate ship. This scene shocked many of the people present. No one had expected this white-robed bladesman to kill an Essence Stage Cultivator so easily. Senior brother. He does not seem to be an ordinary veritable Essence Stage Cultivator. A bright light flashed in Fei Er's eyes as she exclaimed in pleasant surprise, perhaps he can help us. Stop dreaming. No matter what, he is still a veritable Essence Stage loose cultivator. If you go to the pirate ship, there is a half-step primal core expert guarding it. You will die for sure. However, he can indeed help us attract some islands, Luonan said indifferently, not showing any emotion. Xiao Chun easily dodged the attacks of the 2 pirates. Soon, he landed on the deck of the pirate ship. Boom! The 2 pirates behind panted slightly as they landed heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust. Then they shielded Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's eyes lit up as he looked at the skinny bladesman on the left. He said, a young Essence Stage Cultivator. Not bad. I can feel baleful young energy in your body. You are really not afraid of death. You do not show any fear when you see the 2 of us. The skinny man emphasized his words as he looked at Xiao Chun with a surging murderous intent. Xiao Chun shook his head slightly. The 2 of you? You have the strength, but your aura is not enough to scare me. Right after Xiao Chun spoke, an overwhelming aura suddenly surged out from his body. During his 20-odd years in the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chun had experienced many trials and tribulations. The so-called aura was a reflection of a person's experience and mental state. Xiao Chun's mental state was far from what the 2 before him could compare to. As for experience, Xiao Chun was a legend in the Kunlun realm. How could these 2 weaklings compare to him? The moment Xiao Chun's strong aura appeared, the invisible aura put immense pressure on the 2 pirates. forcing them to take a few steps back involuntarily. Xiao Chan revealed a mocking smile as he said coldly, "You are full of openings. No matter how high your cultivation is, it is useless." Chapter 1559. For a person to have a strong aura, they either had a truly noble background or had experienced the vicissitudes of life amidst a storm of blood, experiencing all sorts of joys and sorrows, becoming a legend. Clearly, Xiao Chun was the latter. Such an aura was even more oppressive than that of those with noble backgrounds. The two Black Scimitar pirate group members standing in front of Xiao Chan trembled slightly. The pressure they felt was even greater than when they faced their boss. "Stop trying to mystify us, you insignificant veritable Essence Stage Bladesman." The young Essence Stage pirate on the left suppressed the fear in his heart and shouted ferociously. Then, he drummed up his courage and charged at Xiao Chan. "Do you think that bluffing and deceiving others and yourself can boost your courage?" Xiao Chan revealed a disdainful smile. The other party attacked like the wind, possessing a strong aura. However, the other party's footsteps were messy, his expression nervous, and his heart flustered. If Xiao Chun stood still, there would be fewer openings. If he moved, there would be more openings. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the other party's saber light was about to chop down. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, leaving behind an afterimage on the ground. In the next moment, a leg appeared. Xiao Chen's foot moved past the other party and accurately kicked the other party's chin, finding many openings in his saber move. "Kasie!" The pirate flew into the air. When he landed, he sprawled on the ground and twitched continuously. However, he did not get up again. The remaining Essence Stage pirate was frightened silly. He actually fled, no longer daring to block Xiao Chen's path. Naturally, there was no need to bother with these so-called nobodies. Although these pirates had pretty good cultivations, their mental states were far inferior to Xiao Chen's. It was like a beggar meeting the crown prince of a dynasty. No matter how strong the beggar was, he would be intimidated by the latter's aura and become fearful. Xiao Chan kicked open the ship's door and walked in without hesitation. He entered. This white-robed bladesman charged into the Black Scimitar pirate group's ship. How can this be? How can this veritable Essence Stage fellow be so heaven-defying? Such a scene shocked not only the Tianyi sect disciples. Even the group of pirates was incredibly shocked, wondering if they were seeing things. Fei smiled and said, "Senior brother, like I said, this white-robed bladesman is not simple. Look, he has already entered the hold." Luonan thought to himself, if it were me, I could deal with these three pirates. However, it would be hard to say if they wanted to be as relaxed as Xiao Chan. Humph! He is seeking death. There will definitely be half-step primal core experts guarding the control room of the warship. Bunch of trash. You cannot even block an insignificant veritable Essence Stage bladesman. A bunch of trash. You can't even block an insignificant veritable Essence Stage bladesman. How dare you? The pirate leader, who was currently fighting with the blue-clad old man, was so angered that his entire body trembled. He wished that he could personally go over and kill Xiao Chan. Xiao's spirit of fighting he and said he and he one and he of blood and of. Old ghost, don't be too pleased with yourself. My second brother is guarding the ship. He's seeking his own death. I don't need to send more people. The black-clothed man was in a bad mood, and said with resentment. At this moment the situation was delicate, no longer like before. The blue-clad old man said sullenly, "In that case, let's see if your subordinates kill my disciples faster or if I defeat you faster." As long as either side ended the battle, the victor would immediately be decided. Now that the three pirates were gone, the pressure on the Tianyi sect's disciples was much more relaxed. Most importantly, Luonan and Fei, these two outstanding talents of the Tianyi sect, were far stronger than those of the same cultivation realm. After familiarizing himself with the pirates' fighting style, his true strength was slowly being unleashed. The internal structure of the pirate society was unique. More than 10 rooms of different sizes with various purposes were created. Xiao Chen headed straight for the core control room. His spiritual consciousness had already sensed that there was a half-step core cloud realm cultivator in the control room. The dragon blood soul breaking finger silently accumulated power as he hurried along. Xiao Chan was not prepared to clash with a half-step primal core realm expert. This was not the time either. Killing in one strike and then quickly obtaining the core formation was the way to go. Kase. Xiao Chun kicked open the doors to the control room. A rather young, middle-aged man in the room looked at Xiao Chun coldly. The youths these days are getting bolder. To think that an insignificant veritable essence stage cultivator dares to target our black scimitar pirate's ship. The middle-aged man shouted ferociously. Then he waved his hand and charged at Xiao Chun. Baleful yin energy and baleful yang energy slowly flowed around his palm, forming a subtle balance. His body also entered a certain balance, becoming compatible with the world. When the middle-aged man leaped up, the entire space moved with him, putting immense pressure on Xiao Chun. Whoosh! The middle-aged man moved very fast, not intending to give Xiao Chun any time to catch his breath, preparing to court death. However, a finger stretched out in the time it took for a spark to fly. A scarlet light flickered on the fingertip. A Soul Dao martial technique. Panic flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He wanted to retreat quickly, but he was already very fast in the first place. Retreating was easier said than done. Xiao Chun only stretched out his finger and tapped the middle-aged man's forehead. It looked like the middle-aged man offered himself up. The eyes of the second-in-command of the pirate group slowly dimmed. His soul was severely injured. To think that he did not die on the spot. The soul of a half-step primal core realm expert was extraordinarily resilient. Startled, Xiao Chun lowered his arm and clenched his palm into a fist. Then, he punched the second-in-command's dantian with 2 cauldron force. Bang! A hole appeared in the roof of the control room. The second-in-command vomited a mouthful of blood as he got knocked back. Second brother. The pirate leader, who was fighting with the blue-clad old man, happened to see this scene. When he saw his second brother get knocked back, he showed no signs of life. The pirate leader immediately went berserk, utterly enraged. How can this be? My second brother is a half-step primal core realm cultivator. He cannot do anything to an insignificant veritable essence stage bladesman. Return to the ship. All of you return to the ship and kill that brat. The black-clad man was no longer in the mood to continue fighting. He called out, and the pirates on the ship scattered back to their pirate ships. A light flickered in the blue-clad old man's eyes. Actually, he could have kept the pirate leader here. However, the experienced and astute him chose to give up. Master, a half-step primal core realm expert, died on the pirate side. Let's call second martial uncle out and kill all these pirates. There was also a half-step primal core realm expert guarding the control room on the ship. Luonan immediately suggested after he arrived beside the blue-clad old man. Master, let's make a move. If we still don't, that white-clad bladesman who saved us will die. The blue-clad old man's expression did not change. He ignored Luonan's impulse and Fei Er's anxiety. He said indifferently, "It is not time yet. I need to watch first." Inside the control room, Xiao Chun knew everything that happened outside like the back of his hand. Life bestowal spell. With a soft cry, many demon tone bat sculptures flew out of the control room. There were more than 20 of them. Finally, there was even a golden demon tone bat. Boss, it's the demon tone bats. There are so many demon tone bats. There are even chief-level demon tone bats. When the pirates who just landed on the ship saw a group of demon tone bats suddenly fly out, they were all frightened silly and retreated in a fluster. A few pirates were too slow. The demon tone bats' sharp claws dug deep into their chests, breaking a few ribs on the spot. Blood spurted out, and the pirates were in so much pain that they wanted to die. Chi! Chi! The golden demon tone bat appeared, and its sharp claws dug deep into the roof of the pirate ship. The other demon tone bats stood in a row around it, squeaking strangely. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over the enraged black-clad man, his heart instantly turning cold. Demon tone bats. Damn it! Since when did my pirate ship become a bat nest? A strange look flashed in the blue-clad old man's eyes. At this moment he finally made a move, charging out with a half-step primal core realm expert and a Tianisect disciple. The blue-clad old man spoke righteously, appearing very righteous. He shouted, "Black Scimitar, today is the day you pirates die." Chapter 1560. In the core control room of the pirate ship, Xiao Chun forcefully pried open the deck, and the starship's formation appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Chun was immediately dazzled, unable to take it all in. The formation below the deck flickered with light. The formation was no more than 100 meters wide. It actually had more than 10,000 nodes. There were other formations within the formation, all interconnected, formations within formations. Every node had a spirit jade in it. The pirate ship did not look very big. At the core of the formation, there was an exquisitely shaped formation plate engraved with complicated patterns. This formation plate was definitely the work of a grandmaster. Activating it would require a significant amount of resources. A total of 10,000 spirit jades. Who knew how long it would last? I miscalculated. I should not have blasted that fellow to death. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. This formation was very complicated. He could not figure it out immediately. It would be great if Imo-chan were here. Given her attainments in formations, she would be able to figure it out with a few glances. However, there should be a formation diagram in this control room. Such a complicated formation would be very troublesome to repair. Xiao Chan muttered to himself as he rubbed his chin with his right hand. His gaze swept across the control room, searching for the hidden mechanism or the hidden interlayer. After a while, Xiao Chen discovered something. He found a wooden box in a secret compartment under the control panel. After opening it, there were 3 formation diagrams and a detailed star chart. The star chart included not only the purple sun region, but also the nearby astral domains. Good stuff. The star chart that Big Brother Long gave me is already very old. This star chart is really perfect. Xiao Chun studied it, and was surprised to discover that this star chart had markings of the nearby trade routes. There were also records of the valuable stars, remnants, and resources on the stars. It truly lives up to being a star chart used by pirates. It is really detailed. Now it is mine. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and placed it in his universe ring. Then he looked at the formation diagram. It was indeed complicated. Every formation diagram was folded, and there were a total of 3. After putting away the formation diagram, Xiao Chun sized up the formation below. Then he took out the formation plate. Immediately, the flickering light disappeared, and the formation came to a stop. It is indeed a good item. Just the materials alone are extraordinary, Xiao Chan commented bluntly as he held the array plate and sensed it. Next up was the spirit jades on the nodes. 10,000 spirit jades was not a small sum. Although Xiao Chan had 2 million spirit jades on him, such things did not appear to be a lot. Boss, something happened to our ship. The pirates fighting the Tianyi sect were greatly startled as they spoke in a fluster. The pirate ship's spirituality had completely disappeared, and some of the glowing water chestnuts had stopped flashing. The entire ship shook violently in the starry sky. My ship. The pirate leader's lungs were about to explode. The Black Scimitar pirate group, which ran amok in this region, actually had their ship hijacked. This would definitely become the greatest joke among their peers. However, they could only watch helplessly as the demon-toned bats guarded the ship's hold. Although these pirates were angry, they did not dare to say anything. Furthermore, there was still the Tianyi sect's large-scale counterattack. This group of pirates could neither advance nor retreat. All sorts of loud sounds came from the ship's hold. The strong pirate ship shook continuously in the starry sky. No one knew what was happening inside. However, no one knew that it was definitely not a good thing. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. The black-clad man was so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. His movements were disrupted, and several wounds appeared on his body. The pirates' morale plummeted, and they persisted bitterly, losing their initial ferocity. Following a loud explosion, the hull of the ship collapsed, and the deck began to peel off non-stop. The perfectly fine pirate ship became bare, leaving only the outline of the ship's skeleton. Wuxia. When the black-clad man saw his treasured ship in such a state, he could not help vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. He finally understood what Xiao Chun was doing. Xiao Chun was using brute force to tear apart the valuable parts of his ship, piece by piece. Now Xiao Chun met with someone even more ruthless than him. Brat, I Hu Fei will not share the same sky with you. During the intense battle, the pirate leader took some time to glance at Xiao Chun. Then he became so angry that his entire body trembled. Xiao Chun did not hear what the pirate leader said at all. He held his chin and looked at the skeleton that made up the ship. Suddenly, the pirate leader's eyes lit up. He nodded slightly and reached out to touch a branch. That was the backbone of the entire ship, the most important support point. How many resources had been expended to forge this skeleton? The pirate leader knew this the best. Crack! Xiao Chun pulled hard, and the entire ship's skeleton shattered, instantly falling apart. Xiao Chun tore apart a perfectly good ship just like that. You! Before the pirate leader finished speaking, the blue-clad old man took advantage of this opportunity to strike the pirate leader's chest. The pirate leader sent the blue-clad old man flying. Then he looked at Xiao Chun and said in a trembling voice, "You are ruthless. You are ruthless." Since the situation was already over, the pirate leader did not dare to linger. The surviving pirates scattered in all directions, fleeing miserably in the starry heavens. After chasing away the pirates, the many Tianyi sect disciples and the two elders looked at Xiao Chun in silence, deeply shocked. It was hard to imagine that this white-clad bladesman before them forcefully tore apart the Black Scimitar pirate group's pirate ship. "Senior brother, should we take him down? He should have the formation diagram of the pirate ship on him. If we refine the many parts of the pirate ship, they will be invaluable divine materials." The half-step primal core realm old man beside the blue-clad old man sent a voice projection as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Don't get anxious. I originally wanted to let those pirates go back and deal with him." Who knew? A group of demon-tone bats flew out. "This fellow is somewhat strange." The blue-clad old man's eyes flickered. After a while, he arrived before Xiao Chun with a wide smile. "I really have to thank you for allowing the Tianyi sect to escape danger this time. Would you like to come to my Tianyi sect's ship and have a chat?" The blue-clad old man asked very enthusiastically. Xiao Chun smiled coldly in his heart as he carefully put away the bone structure in his hand. Xiao Chun intended to use the pirate ship's formation to upgrade the cycle throne. He came up with the idea on the spur of the moment and dismantled the entire pirate ship. Unexpectedly, the harvest was bountiful, far surpassing his expectations. As for this old man before him, Xiao Chun just smiled at him. After so many years in the Kunlun realm, he had seen all sorts of people. Xiao Chun clearly knew what the blue-clad old man was thinking. The other party's tricks were not very clever. That's not good, right? I wonder where that group of demon-tone bats flew off to. Who knows when they will fly out again? At that time, someone will tell me to scram again. Xiao Chun said indifferently with a cold expression. He was not a fool to board the ship. The blue-clad old man smiled awkwardly. "It's a misunderstanding. Earlier I thought that young hero wanted to harm this ship. It really was a misunderstanding." "That's right. My master is a good person. Now that you saved us, come on up and have a seat. Come on up and have a seat. You are going to the profound light great realm, right? We can bring you up." The girl with some baby fat fair invited Xiao Chun. "Junior sister, why are you being so polite to him? Master invited him out of goodwill. Yet he is putting on airs. If he is not coming, then so be it." The thin-lipped man Luonan mocked as he rolled his eyes at Xiao Chun. Goodbye. After all, the other party was a primal core realm expert. Even if he harbored evil intentions, Xiao Chun could not afford to offend him. Waving his hand, Xiao Chun turned to leave. "Wait." The blue-clad old man seemed to have made up his mind about something, suddenly calling out to Xiao Chun. The wary Xiao Chun did not rush to turn around. He only prepared for the dragon blood soul-breaking finger as he silently executed the divine lightning eye. What a strong wariness! The blue-clad old man noticed Xiao Chun's wariness and felt slightly startled. However, he did not intend to attack Xiao Chun. The blue-clad old man feared those elusive demon-tone bats. Before he figured out what was going on, he would not take the risk. "You saved the lives of our entire ship. This old man has nothing to repay you for. However, I know a place with extremely high-quality balefulline energy. I can tell you about it." The moment the blue-clad old man said that, the disciples of the Tianyi sect and that old man were all shocked. They could not understand why the blue-clad old man would tell such a secret to an outsider. Peak-grade balefulline energy. Xiao Chun's heart skipped a beat as he thought quickly. Even though he knew that the other party did not have good intentions, he did not dare to act rashly. Although he knew that the other party did not have good intentions, the other party's offer had indeed tempted him. Agree? Or not? Chapter 1561. No problem, no problem. You can stay on this ship for the time being. Venerable meant that he was an expert worthy of respect. In order to have a chance to become a true god in the future, one had to build a good foundation in order to become a true god. Isn't that obvious? With a single glance, one could tell that he was a wandering cultivator without a sect. If they were from a righteous sect, they would have reported their names long ago. Fei happily agreed. After her master left, she looked at Xiao Chan and asked impatiently, Big brother Xiao Chan, which great realm are you from? Which sect are you from? You are very strong. Perhaps Xiao Chan wanted Fei and Luonan to interact more with Xiao Chan, because he wanted to use this opportunity to investigate his origins. When the other party raised his hand, it felt as though he was fused with space itself. With a single leap, it felt as though the entire surrounding space was lifted up by the other party. The enlightened being realm was divided into 3 small realms: True Essence, Yin Essence, and Yang Essence. Only by combining the 3 essences and forming an inner core could one enter this realm. When Fei saw Xiao Chan hesitating, she kindly reminded him. As for primal core realm experts, even if they used their trump cards, they would not be able to harm their opponent. The blue-clad old man smiled and said, Young hero is right. This old man can only help you to this extent. After all, how can such a resource be without an owner? When Luonan heard this, he felt upset. This junior sister seemed to be overly concerned about this fellow. Profoundine Island was a land of fortuitous encounters. There were many high-quality baleful Yin energy hidden in the depths of the earth vein. There were even peak-grade baleful Yin energy. However, Yin Fiend resources were limited. Ordinary disciples could only rely on Yin Essence stones. However, some of the best Yin Essence stones were not much worse than Yin Qi. According to the rules of the Jianghu, one had to be outside. Unless the other party brought it up on their own initiative, they were not allowed to inquire about the other party's background. It was considered a taboo. Xiao Chan laughed bitterly in his heart when he saw the other party's innocent eyes. After thinking for a while, he opened his mouth and said, All right, I will thank Elder first. Yin Essence stones and Yang Essence stones were very valuable treasures in the perfected being realm. The supreme grade baleful Yin energy was too important to him. Xiao Chan was very clever and immediately understood. He looked at the blue-clad old man and said, You want me to pretend to be a Tianyi sect disciple and enter Profoundine Island. The reason is because of you. Just like you said, don't ask about other people's origins unless they are willing. Xiao Chan in particular respected him very much. It's fine. Brother Luonan is too polite. Miss Fei, actually your senior brother is right. If someone isn't willing to expose their own clan, they must have some misgivings. The blue-clad old man smiled calmly and said, I still have a small request. Wherever there is a baleful Yin energy, there will be Yin Essence stones. You only need to absorb the Yin baleful energy. I will leave the Yin Essence stones for the other disciples to use. Back then, for the sake of this profound Yin island, the various sects fought each other. It was not easy to come up with this compromise. If not for his opponent's carelessness and the fact that he had coincidentally collided with his dragon blood soul-breaking finger, the outcome of that battle would have been hard to say. When the half-step Primal Core Realm pirate second-in-command made a move on the pirate ship, Xiao Chen knew that he was not a match for him. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and asked, What do you mean? Big brother Xiao Chen, just agree. My master is sincerely repaying you. Senior brother Luonan and I also have to hand over Yin Essence stones to the sect. In fact, this pirate ship incident might even have something to do with it. However, this profound Yin island did not belong to the Tianyi sect alone. At the same time, the blue-clad old man and the half-step Primal Core Realm expert drank tea and chatted in a tea hall within the ship. The focus was on Xiao Chan, who was wandering around on the deck. Xiao Chan remained calm and collected, silently dispersing the divine lightning eye and the dragon blood soul-breaking finger. The blue-clad old man before Xiao Chan was strong and shrewd with age. Interacting with this old man was like asking a tiger for its skin. If one was not careful, one would end up getting eaten. The blue-clad old man pointed to Fei and Luonan. Then he said, This year, Fei and Nan did well, standing out in the competition between their sect members and obtaining the right to go to Profoundine Island. Senior brother, why did you give this fellow such benefits? He is not from a sect, has no one to rely on, and is decisive in killing. With one look, it is clear that he is a loose cultivator. 1 hour later, Xiao Chun understood the ins and outs of the matter. As for half-step primal core realm cultivators, if they did not use Dermic World, the Divine Lightning Eye, the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon, and the Dragon Blood Soul-Breaking Finger, it would be hard to say who would win. It was best to absorb peak-grade Baleful Yin energy, and peak-grade Baleful Yang energy in the Yin Cloud Realm, and the Yang Essence stage. Xiao Chun turned around and looked at the blue-clad old man. It is rare for Senior to be so kind. This junior does indeed need peak-grade Baleful Yin energy to advance to the Yin Essence stage. As the saying went, in order to become a god, one had to first become a human. Of the billions of cultivators, only 10% could break through to the mortal realm. Those who could break through to the innate realm were even fewer. The half-step primal core realm expert was still brooding, not understanding the blue-clad old man's actions. It's that simple? Xiao Chun remained silent. It seemed like he had not seen such a naive girl for a long time already. As long as the other party had a chance, she could kill him at any time. Xiao Chun smiled, not minding it. His eyes could understand the ways of the world. Instead, the islands were managed by the surrounding large sections. At this time every year, the various large sects would send out veritable Essence Stage or Yin Essence Stage outstanding talents to compete on the islands. Senior brother, how can you say that? Feier said angrily. Master wants us to properly entertain our honored guests. Quickly apologize. Feier seemed to understand, but not really. After a while she nodded and smiled. Big brother Xiao Chun, you really know a lot. With one look, I can tell that you are a good person. On this trip, Xiao Chun wanted to go to a star close to the profound light great realm. Xiao Chun already made up his mind to take a risk. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun boarded the ship with Xiao Chun. The three casually walked on the deck, admiring the scenery of the boundless starry heavens in the night sky. The Tianyi sect disciples on the deck all respected the three. The blue-clad old man did not care. He laughed straightforwardly and stood up. Feier Nanner, you are all cultivators of the same generation. You can interact with them. At the same time, help me properly entertain them. Your martial uncle and I will take our leave first. In my opinion, they are no weaker than the elite disciples of those rank 2 sections. The blue-clad old man was a primal core realm expert. What was the primal core realm? Luonan asked sarcastically, not waiting for Xiao Chun to reply. Luonan's words angered his junior sister. To Xiao Chun, it meant that he knew a lot and was definitely a good person. Done. The blue-clad old man spoke casually. However, Xiao Chun could feel the bloodshed in his words. Cultivators who could reach this level could be called venerates in the Great Thousand Realms. Breaking through to the veritable personage realm and becoming a primal core realm expert was worthy of respect, regardless of one's age. Luonan felt upset in his heart. However, he still said reluctantly, "Sorry, I was too rash earlier. Brother Xiao Chun, please don't take offense." As Luonan looked at the other party, the hidden meaning in Xiao Chun's words was very straightforward. Are you that nice? The female disciple named Fei smiled politely at Xiao Chun when she heard that. However, Luonan feigned indifference, not moving at all. Since ancient times, riches and honor came from danger. This person who dismantled the Black Scimitar pirate's ship with his bare hands was filled with mystery in their eyes. The blue-clad old man was an experienced person. Aside from asking for Xiao Chun's name, he did not say anything else. We should just directly kill such an existence. He definitely has the formation diagram of the pirate ship on him. That is something worth cities. The blue-clad old man smiled and said, "That's easy. Please come on board for a chat. I will tell you in detail." There was an island on that star called Profoundine Island. What is this? When Luonan heard that, he nearly vomited blood. These words were not an exaggeration at all. The sect had a Cloud Sea powerhouse, who surpassed the primal core realm, holding down the fort. It turned out that this Tianyi sect came from the enlightened Great Realm, a rank 1 sect that bordered the profound light Great Realm. The blue-clad old man waved his hand and said, "Young hero, please do not misunderstand. This matter is rather complicated. Now Xiaochen more or less understood what he understood. Ordinary Yin Essence Stage and Yang Essence Stage cultivators would not be a match for him, unless he was an outstanding talent of a sect. Chapter 1562. The blue-clad old man said indifferently, "Junior brother, you still do not see things clearly enough. Although this Xiaochen is only a veritable Essence Stage cultivator, he has an extraordinary air about him. Think about it. How would a regular veritable Essence Stage cultivator behave when they see the two of us?" The half-step primal core realm expert quickly said, "They would definitely be very respectful and amiable. It is normal for them to try to suck up to us if they feel uncomfortable. Before a veritable Essence Stage cultivator, a primal core realm cultivator was a godlike existence." The blue-clad old man nodded. "What about him?" "He is neither servile nor overbearing, extremely calm. With one look, it is clear that he is someone who has seen a lot of things. Such a person either has a noble background or has experienced many things. He looks young, so it cannot be the latter. Can only be the former. Could he be a rank 2 sect disciple or a noble clan disciple?" The half-step primal core realm old man was startled when he heard that. If that was the case, then they could not touch him. If they touched someone with a deep background, then the consequences. Yes and no. "Senior brother, what do you mean?" The blue-clad old man smiled strangely. "It is true that he comes from a noble clan. However, look at him. He cannot even find a good baleful Yin energy, wandering the starry heavens alone. Is there such a noble clan? Then, senior brother, stop beating around the bush. Just say what you want to say." The blue-clad old man smiled and said, "Ha ha ha. In that case I'll say it directly. He is indeed a noble clan disciple, but his clan should be in dire straits. It is more likely that it was destroyed. That's why he is wandering the starry heavens, hiding from his enemies." The half-step primal core realm old man's eyes lit up. After a while he gave a thumbs up and said, "Senior brother, you can even guess that. You are amazing." Given this, it explained why Xiaochen could kill the second-in-command of the pirate group. How could such a fallen disciple not have any life-saving trump cards? This also explained why Xiaochen's aura and bearing came from. Noble clan disciples had seen many experts since they were young. How could they be so respectful to two primal core realm cultivators? This was also why these disciples in dire straits had more treasures than ordinary loose cultivators. Just the formation diagram and formation plate of the pirate ship were enough for the two to make a move against Xiaochen. Furthermore, there was Xiaochen's identity. No matter how one looked at it, this white-robed bladesman was a fat lamb. The blue-clad old man smiled in an unfathomable manner. "I'll get Feier and Luonan to interact more with him. Youth should be less wary of each other. We should be able to get some information. In that case, why did we send him to Profoundine Island? If his strength increases, it will be disadvantageous to us." The blue-clad old man smiled and said, "You do not understand this. If we let him go to Profoundine Island, he can help us collecting essence stones for free. This can be considered our contributions to the sect. Secondly, the intense competition on Profoundine Island will definitely exhaust many of his trump cards. How much can he improve? If I wasn't worried about his trump card, I could have easily crushed him." The half-step primal core realm old man smiled and said, "Excellent. Senior brother, with such meticulous planning, even if that Xiaochen had 9 heads, he would not be able to escape your grasp." Humph! This kind of person is already in decline, yet he is still proud and arrogant, believing himself infallible. He is the one who refuses to recognize reality. Now that he ran into me, I can teach him a lesson. A greedy look flashed in the blue-clad old man's eyes as he spoke in a cold voice. As the saying went, the world was dangerous. The danger was in the world, and the evil was in the human heart. Back on the deck, Feier and Xiaochen chatted happily. Occasionally, bell-like laughter rang out. This made Luonan, who was following at the side, extremely jealous. He could not interrupt even if he wanted to. As Luonan looked at Xiaochen, he hated that he could not use his gaze to kill Xiaochen. This was Xiaochen's first time seeing someone from the outer realm. He did not understand many of the local customs, sect grades, cultivation techniques, and divine weapons. After all, the Book of the Epochs only recorded a general idea. It would not record everything in detail, no matter how big or small. Fei Er's thoughts were pure. When Xiao Chun occasionally asked questions, she would enthusiastically answer them. Xiao Chun learned that the sects were the leaders of the Great Thousand Realms. Sects were divided into 7 ranks. Below rank 7 they were all unranked sections. Any sect with a rank had at least 10,000 years of accumulations. The Tianyi sect was a rank 1 sect with a Cloud Sea Realm Supreme Elder holding down the fort. As for a rank 2 sect, it required at least 3 Cloud Sea Realm existences to be considered a rank 2 sect. Generally, second rank sects were powerful and would control more than one great world. They did not need to be like a rank 1 sect, which controlled an entire great realm. As for rank 3 sects, they were already considered extremely strong, with divine vein realm powerhouses holding down the fort. They were absolute overlord-class existences in thousands of great realms of an astral domain. Take the Purple Sun region for example. Any random disciple of the 4 rank 3 sects would be respected by a primal core realm powerhouse. When Xiao Chun heard that, he felt deeply moved. This great thousand realms truly had limitless possibilities. No wonder so many cultivators of the Kunlun realm since ancient times stepped onto the Kunlun road without hesitation. It was getting late, so Xiao Chun took his leave to rest. He planned to think about how to deal with that blue-clad old man. Junior sister, I'll send you back. You should be tired from the battle with the pirates today. When Xiao Chun finally left, Luo Nan immediately showed a smile. Senior brother Luo, master is looking for you. Just at this moment, a disciple walked out of the ship and spoke respectfully. Luo Nan felt depressed. After so much difficulty, he finally got a chance to be alone, but it was ruined again. Fei Er smiled and said, Senior brother, go and see master first. There is no danger on the ship. I can go back alone. Luo Nan stared at Fei Er's back in a daze. Senior brother, it's time to go. Oh, I'll go right away. Inside the tea room of the ship, after Luo Nan bowed, the blue-clad old man asked with a smile, Nanner, that Xiao Chun spent so much time with the two of you. What did he say to you? Luo Nan could not help cursing in his heart. This Xiao Chun did not say a single word to me. He chatted with junior sister the entire time. Reporting to master that Xiao Chun chatted with junior sister the entire time and did not speak to me, Luo Nan said honestly, even though he felt somewhat upset. The blue-clad old man said, Yes. What did they say? Luo Nan nodded and repeated what junior sister Fei Er said, word for word. The more the blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man heard, the more they felt that something was wrong. Why did this sound like they were exposing their wealth? They told Xiao Chun everything about the Tianyi sect's situation. Fei Er even gave Xiao Chun a simple summary of the two's strength. However, Xiao Chun's tone showed great respect for the two old men. The moment he heard it, he knew that it was a careless remark. Stop right there. Who's asking you all this? I'm asking what that Xiao Chun said. The half-step primal core realm old man rudely interrupted Luo Nan with a cold expression. Luo Nan spoke happily. He remembered his junior sister's words. Zhang Xian was stunned by the interruption. Ask Xiao Chun? He couldn't wait to kill that brat, so how could he remember what that brat said? Tell me, what did Xiao Chun say? Don't leave out a single word. The blue-robed old man said expressionlessly. I. Sensing that his master and martial uncle were somewhat angry, Luo Nan flushed red. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember what Xiao Chun said. Master martial uncle, I really can't remember. Please punish me. Plop. Luo Nan fell to his knees, not daring to raise his head. Trash, what are you thinking in your head? Get out of my sight. The blue-clad old man felt enraged as he waved his hand to chase Luo Nan away. Luo Nan felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. He had been suppressing a bellyful of anger in the first place. When he finally got a chance to be alone with his junior sister, his master and martial uncle called him over and ruthlessly lectured him. What is going on? Luo Nan felt so depressed that he wanted to cry. The blue-clad old man could not be blamed for being angry. Originally, he wanted to dig out Xiao Chun's background with the two of them. Who could have imagined that they would not dig out anything? Instead, they ended up exposing their own background. Who could not be angry? Senior brother, this brat is somewhat difficult to deal with. The blue-clad old man showed an unfriendly expression as he snorted coldly. This brat is somewhat skilled. However, he chose the wrong opponent to fight with me. Just wait and see. Chapter 1563. Xiao Chun was dancing on the edge of a knife. The world was dangerous, and the human heart was hard to fathom. Xiao Chun had understood this many years ago. Previously, Xiao Chun had no value in the other party's eyes. Hence, the only comment he received was scram. The word scram was very clever. Only round things could scram. Humans were not round, they were straight. When a person said scram, the subconscious thought was, if you don't scram, I'll make you scram. When Xiao Chun tore apart the black scimitar pirate ship with his bare hands, the blue-clad old man's attitude changed drastically. Of course, it was not because Xiao Chun had saved him. In fact, Xiao Chun had not even thought of saving the blue-clad old man. It would be foolish to expect a person who could say scram to understand gratitude. Naturally, Xiao Chun knew that this person had ulterior motives. However, since he wanted to obtain the balefulline energy, he had no choice but to take the risk and fight with him. The fortress ship was divided into 10 odd rooms of various sizes. In the room that belonged to Xiao Chun, he raised his head and looked around, entering deep thought. In this place, any movement would not escape the blue-clad old man's eyes. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun brought out the power of his ice domain. Immediately, snowflakes filled the room, and cold chi spread out. The space in the room immediately turned blurry. Amid the drifting snowflakes, Xiao Chun looked like he was cultivating with his eyes closed. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man, who were observing Xiao Chun, exchanged glances. They both saw fear in each other's eyes. What strong ice-attributed energy! He probably comprehended a domain, the half-step primal core realm old man said. Although the cultivators of the Great Thousand Realms had higher cultivations than those of the Kunlun realm, they could not compare to Kunlun realm cultivators in terms of wills and domains. The reason was simple. The Kunlun realm's martial cultivation was limited. Most cultivators could not advance further, and could only focus on wills and other aspects. However, the cultivators of the Great Thousand Realms did not have such restrictions. As they cultivated, they spent most of their time on their cultivation. Life was limited. It was inevitable that there would be gains and losses. It looks like his primary cultivation technique should be ice-attributed. We should pay more attention to him. After the blue-clad old man understood the situation, he no longer paid much attention to it. Although the ice domain was powerful, the difference in cultivation was too great. It was not something that could be made up for with just the ice domain. In truth, Xiao Chun was cultivating the divine lightning eye amidst the hazy frost chi. The third layer of the divine lightning eye was clearly unable to threaten an existence at the level of the blue-robed old man. At the very least, it had to be at the fourth layer. As for the fourth layer, it was a qualitative change for the divine lightning eye. Being able to overlap the first 3 lightning tribulations would result in 6 lightning tribulations, and its might would increase by several times. The blue-robed old man would never have imagined that, compared to the ice domain, the lightning Dao was his main cultivation. Furthermore, they would not have imagined that Xiao Chun was someone who comprehended the complete Saber Dao. Half a month later, the ship stopped in the air above a star near the profound light great world. This was the Mystic Een star. Most of the surface of the star was the Dead Sea, which was unsuitable for ordinary creatures to live in. There was only one piece of land. It was Profound Een Island. The Tianyi sect disciples all came out from the deck and looked at the island below. Those with good eyesight could see that the terrain of the island was very complicated. There were many steep mountains and complicated valleys. Vaguely, a terrifying aura lingered in the air above the island, not scattering. The blue-robed old man walked out and called over Xiao Chun and the other 2. You all can go down first. According to the rules, our ships can only circle in the air. When Luonan heard that, he felt somewhat shocked. We are going down ourselves? That's right. It's all the same. This unwritten rule has been around for many years. After we go down, there is a gathering point of the various sects on the island. You will know everything when you go there. Fei looked at the blue-robed old man somewhat nervously and asked, Master, what do we need to pay attention to? The blue-robed old man smiled warmly and said, Little brother Xiao Chun, I'll let you know. There are some things that I can't say. Xiao Chun looked at the blue-robed old man, feeling somewhat confused. Little brother Xiao Chun, These two disciples of mine have not experienced much wind and rain. I'll leave them to you to take care of Profoundine Island." When Luonan heard that, he felt unconvinced. "Master, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of Junior Sister. Our Tianyi sect does not need to rely on outsiders." "How dare you say that?" The blue-robed old man reprimanded Luonan with a stern expression. Then he looked at Xiao Chun and said, "Don't mind. Little brother Xiao Chun, I'll leave everything to you." Seeing the blue-robed old man's sincere appearance, most people would find it hard not to let down their guard. Xiao Chun did not say anything, only nodding slightly. "Go on then. Don't embarrass the Tianyi sect." The three of them flew off the warship and landed on a flat land on Profoundine Island. Just at this moment, two cultivators wearing blue armor from the gathering point on the mountain peak shouted coldly, "Who are you? What business do you have on Profoundine Island?" When Luonan and Fei heard this, they felt the other party's domineering attitude. Come to think of it, this should be an expert from another sect stationed here. Before Luonan could rage, Xiao Chun stepped forward and said, "We are disciples of the Tianyi sect. We are here to search for baleful energy." "The Tianyi sect? Hand over the Tianyi sect identity token. We want to verify your identity." After the two blue-armored cultivators checked, they looked at Xiao Chun and asked, "You are Yi Bai?" This identity token belonged to another Tianyi sect disciple. The words Yi Bai were carved on the back. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "I am Yi Bai. How can I help you?" "It's nothing. You do not seem to have a high cultivation. Unexpectedly, you are the leader. It is just strange. Come with us." After returning the identity tokens to the three, the two turned around and left. The group traveled on the mountain path like it was flat ground. One could often see cultivators wearing similar armor on this peak. Xiao Chun discovered that this blue armor contained a gentle fire-attributed energy. It should be used to resist baleful energy. "The three of you listen up." As the cultivator leading the way walked, he said, "This Profoundine Island opens to the public once a year. Right now it does not belong to any sect. Everyone is equal when they enter. Everyone has to do things according to the rules here. Otherwise, they will have to bear the consequences." Luonan felt very upset when he heard this, wanting to rebut a few times. Fei felt somewhat nervous. However, when she saw Xiao Chen's calm expression, she felt more at ease. "There are not many rules here, just 3. First, you can stay here for only 1 month. After 1 month, you have to return to this gathering point. Second, there are no rules in the competition of the same generation. You can use all means. Third, if you have any grudges, you have to forget them after you come out." Fei's expression turned somewhat unsightly. She whispered, "Is the competition that intense? It is just baleful energy, yet it is so cruel." Xiao Chun retorted indifferently, "Cruel? When this Profoundine Island was first discovered, the fight between the various sects was probably 10 times crueler than this. Baleful energy and baleful yang energy were too important to cultivators in the veritable essence stage. Cultivators of this realm were the foundation of a sect. The importance of Profoundine Island to these sects went without saying. It would be strange if the competition for such a strategic location was not cruel." At this moment, Luonan became much more reserved. "Junior sister, this place cannot be compared to the Tianyi sect. Be careful." Fei nodded and did not say anything more. Xiao Chun, Luonan and Fei followed. Soon they arrived at the highest point of the peak. There were many stone houses scattered in the area not far from the gathering point. The disciples of the other sects are already living in those stone houses. You can choose any one that is empty. When everyone is here, you can formally explore Profoundine Island." After saying that, the two armored cultivators headed for the gathering point. Most of the stone houses were already occupied by cultivators. The three casually chose one, not picky in this regard. "This one." Luonan pointed to a desolate stone house and immediately went in. After entering, the three each chose a corner and sat down to rest. Now that there was no one around, Fei asked out of curiosity, "Xiao Chun, my master said that there are places to take note of. He wanted you to tell us what we need to take note of." After saying that, Luonan looked at Xiao Chun as well. Although he did not like Xiao Chen, he was also somewhat curious. Why did their master get an outsider to teach them? Xiao Chun looked at the two and saw the word inexperienced on their faces. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun said, "It is useless to say it now. When the time comes we will naturally know." Acting all mysterious, Luonan muttered. Then he closed his eyes and ignored Xiao Chun. Fei glanced at Xiao Chun. She kept feeling that this person was unfathomable. However, her intuition told her that Xiao Chun could be trusted. On an early morning 7 days later, "All sect disciples heed my orders. Profounding Island is officially open." The voice boomed in the ears of the three, rumbling like thunder. Xiao Chun, Luonan, and Luonan felt stifled, feeling somewhat uncomfortable from this voice. Chapter 1564. This person is very strong. He is probably a major primal core cultivator. Xiao Chun frowned and murmured in his heart. The core cloud realm had only 2 stages, minor primal core and major primal core. The difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth, like the difference between clouds and mud. Although the blue-robed old man was strong, he was only a minor primal core cultivator. The pressure he felt from this voice was far inferior. Under the urging of the voice, the disciples of the various sects who came to search for the Yin fiends walked out of the stone houses. Xiao Chun casually looked around and found that there were about 100 people. Some sects sent more than 10 people at once. It was extremely rare for sects like the Tianyi sect to send only 1 or 2 people. After checking, Xiao Chun understood. In terms of strength and talent, the Tianyi sects Fei and Luonan were among the best of this group of people. It seemed that the Tianyi sect was a sect that pursued an elite policy. Actually, during the battle on the pirate ship, Xiao Chun had already discovered that although the two of them were only at the veritable essence stage, they were able to fight against many Yin essence stage pirates. He had both talent and strength, but he lacked some experience in the Jianghu. Most of the sect disciples who came to search for baleful Yin energy were at the Yin essence stage. Only a few were at the veritable essence stage. Xiao Chun pondered, it seems that in this place the true element boundary is the real master. So. From the stronghold on the mountain peak, 3 figures flew over like lightning, coldly looking at Xiao Chun and the other disciples who were about to enter the hinterland of Mystic Yin Island. The leader of the group of 3 was a white-haired, black-robed old man. His entire body was filled with an austere aura. Everyone, including Xiao Chun, felt an invisible pressure, like a tiger looking at its prey. A major origin core realm expert. Xiao Chun thought to himself that his previous guess was indeed correct. An expert of this level was truly frighteningly strong. Just a glance from him was enough to make him shudder. The white-haired, black-clad old man's gaze was like a sharp blade wherever it passed. It made people feel as if there was a blade in front of their eyes. His head was spinning, and he didn't dare to look him in the eye. Xiao Chun did not dare to be careless. He restrained his aura and avoided the old man's gaze. Mystic Yin Island opens once a year. Now, all of you can enter the interior of Mystic Yin Island. Everyone listened quietly, not daring to be presumptuous. Profounding Island is a blessed land with ferocious beasts that are terrifyingly strong. Don't let your guard down. There are strange beasts guarding the Yin specters, so you have to act according to your own strength. After pausing for a while, the white-haired, black-clad old man pointed into the distance. The interior of Profounding Island is in this direction, about 500,000 kilometers away. Later, there will be a transportation formation to send you there. Back then, over a dozen sects fought over this Profounding Island, and many people died. You juniors should cherish this opportunity. Now I will check your identities for the last time. What sect do you come from? Tell me your strength. If you lie, I'll kill you without mercy. The white-haired old man's gaze landed on a young man and he said, You first. I am Wei He from the Clear Feather sect. I am at the middle stage of the Yin Essence realm. Before the white-haired old man's gaze, no one dared to lie. The various sect disciples stepped forward and reported their backgrounds in detail. Fei and Luonan both felt worried for Xiao Chun. If Xiao Chun gave himself away, not only would he suffer, but he would also implicate the two of them and even the Tianyi sect. Yi Bai from the Tianyi sect. I am at the peak of the veritable essence realm. Xiao Chun said calmly before the white-haired old man's gaze. Yi Bai? The white-haired old man exchanged glances with the two people beside him. Their gazes revealed a trace of surprise, clearly shocked. It's over. Luonan's body trembled slightly, and his expression sank in anxiety. However, Xiao Chun remained calm. He believed that he did not give himself away. The Tianyi sect is truly incredible. You have been in this veritable essence realm for many years already, right? The white-haired old man asked seriously as he looked at Xiao Chun with a sharp gaze. Xiao Chun nodded, and a sharp light appeared in his eyes. I have been sharpening my sword for 3 years, and today, I will not advance to the Yin essence realm unless I obtain the best baleful Yin energy. The moment Xiao Chun said that, he attracted the attention of several people. Good. You are ambitious. I hope you will gain something on Profound Yin Island. Go down then. The white-haired old man and the 2 people beside him did not notice anything strange. They only felt that the veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body was unusually dense and dense. Xiao Chen's cultivation was incredibly stable, far surpassing that of the sect disciples here. The sect disciples here were all elites of the various sections. However, Xiao Chun still stood out from the rest. This was what shocked the 2 people. Normally, such people were proud and arrogant. They believed that they would definitely be able to spread their wings and soar into the sky in the future. Before advancing to the veritable personage realm, they would properly temper themselves. Before obtaining the best baleful Yin energy and baleful Yang energy, they would not advance rashly. Seeing Xiao Chun settle down, Fei and Luonan heaved a sigh of relief. Luonan thought to himself, this fellow does not look like much, but his acting is pretty good. You report your name. Lotus Sect's disciple Feng Yun peaking essence stage. Just at this moment, another person reported his sect. Xiao Chun frowned slightly and said, Buddhist sect disciple? Xiao Chun felt a familiar aura from that Feng Yun. Fei smiled and said, Does Big Brother Xiao Chun not know? The Lotus Sect's disciple is a rank 1 sect subordinate to the Black Lotus Church. They come from the same great realm as our Tianyi sect. The Black Lotus Church. This startled Xiao Chun. However, his expression did not change, not saying anything. It should just be a coincidence. There could not be such a coincidence. The Black Lotus Church should not have discovered his tracks so quickly. Even so, he still needed to be cautious. After the 100-odd people verified that there was no mistake, they were all given a jade strip. The jade strip had been refined. Only the person holding the jade strip could enter Profound Yin Island's interior. After putting away the jade strip, the group of people lined up and entered the transportation formation. While waiting, there were people in the surroundings. Luonan and Fei discussed the various dangers of Profound Yin Island's interior in whispers. I heard from my senior brothers in the sect that the environment of this Profound Yin Island's interior is very complicated. There are swamps, mountains, rivers, and ferocious beasts lurking everywhere. This is especially so for places with baleful Yin energy. There will definitely be ferocious beasts, even core cloud realm ferocious beasts. Fei exclaimed in shock. That can't be right? There are even venerate level ferocious beasts? There are. Suddenly, a handsome-looking disciple came over and the 3 of them hurriedly looked over. The 3 of you, I am the Clear Feather Sect's Wei He. So, it was the first person to introduce himself. Unexpectedly, they were all lined up together. After the other party introduced himself, the 3 had to do the same. Yibai, just call me by my name, Xiao Chun said calmly. How would I dare? How would I dare? Big Brother Yi is someone that even the island's guardian elder views in a different light. Wei He quickly replied humbly. Luonan looked at the other party and asked, Earlier, you also said that there are primal core level ferocious beasts. How did you know? It is just a legend. According to legend, the best baleful Yin energy on this Profound Yin Island has already existed for 10,000 years, and is guarded by primal core level ferocious beasts. That's impossible. The island's guardian elder already hunted down the 10,000-year-old peak-grade baleful Yin energy long ago. How could it be our turn? Wei He smiled mysteriously. There is something you do not know. No one knows where that 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is. According to legend, that baleful Yin energy already has its own intelligence and can fly. How did you know? Xiao Chun asked out of curiosity. Wei He smiled and said, The Clear Feather Sect is in the Profound Light Great Realm. Naturally, we know some secrets. However, this is just a legend. Many people who were tempted by it and blindly pursued it ended up with nothing. We wasted 1 month for nothing. Everyone, just listen to me. Xiaochen entered deep thought. If there was really such a thing, perhaps he might have a chance. His dragon-seeking